everybody to the 91 car. So we're, 50-something liters. So we're within a couple laps of everybody. So it should be pretty interesting how it plays out this morning. After
Great.
this morning. Also, look, see? Germans.
That's it. But also In-N-Out burgers, which apparently, according to John, are the greatest burgers, but only if you're in California or I think there's one also in near the Circuit of the Americas as well. So second place on the grid is the car that started in pole. That's the Wochenspiegel car, and I can see that Dominic Kellnick is around. Let's see what they... Kyle Witz, sorry, I do apologise. So, how did you feel about the first part of the race for the WRT?
Yeah, quite good so far. We was a little bit unlucky with the code 60, but I think we have a good speed, and all the drivers, the lineup is very good. So we have to fight and have maybe a little bit more luck, but we will see how it's going.
And how do you feel tyres and fuel-wise compared to the other cars around you?
I don't know exactly, but my engineer told me that we are quite good for fuel and tires, so let's see how it goes out. Yeah.
Great stuff. Everyone's good on tyres. Now, actually, quick point to make out here is the car that's in third. That's the Phoenix Racing Audi. They are there in third, but in fourth, where you have this, which is the car collection, this from here to here, that's one lap. So these cars are a lap ahead of this car after first part. So a quick word with Max Edelhoff. Were you disappointed to lose the lead lap towards the end of the day?
Yeah, it's always very disappointing to be not in the lead lap for the next start. It was very close, I think around about 10 seconds, but it is what it is. But yeah, today is a long day again, and hopefully we can get the lead lap again.
How can you get back ahead on the lead lap? Is it a case of, have you got more of your faster drivers left?
I think we should try to do constantly good laps and without staying out of trouble, and I think that's the key to get in pole or in the lead lap again.
So how important is it in the first couple of laps? Because of course at the moment you're only, 10 metres away from the lead lap.
Yeah, I think we should do our thing, our stint, and yeah, just keep an eye on us and not on the other cars, and hope for the best at the end.
Thanks, Max. Max Edelhoff, who still looks young, but he's been doing Creventic for about the last 15 years, I think. So coming down here, we move to some of the other classes. We've got the Herberth car, so still in the GT3. These next three cars are also just one lap behind. When you get to the Bentley, that's 2 laps behind. So just a few yards. They had some problem to puncture towards the end of the day. Just see if you find one of the other classes. We keep wandering down. The other thing to notice is that these cars have not actually been lined up in the order in which they finished. They've been re-split into their individual classes. So all the GT3s, no matter how many laps they are behind, are ahead of all the TCE and TCR cars. Then you have SPX. Then you have the various Porsches. So. And the other thing to remember as well is not necessarily everyone is where you think they are, because people had outstanding time penalties at the end of the day. Now, that's way too complicated for a pit lane reporter. Luckily, I have John and Ben to sort that one out. This car here, the leading car in 992, the question we have to ask Ivo Breukers, Ivo, have you got enough fuel to do one lap to get round to the fuel station?
Yes, we calculated yes, although it didn't start that well, because it had some problem with starting, but we calculated everything should be okay.
So how do you feel? So was that a mistake, or were you being very tactical to run it so low?
No, Paul Trussell said we were greedy. We were greedy because we calculated to get out in front of somebody else, so to gain 2 laps. But we didn't realize that we did not have enough fuel to reach it to the end. So it's just a simple, stupid mistake.
Obviously, Paul, always listen to Paul. Honestly, we know that. That's Ivo Breukers. It's a very quick turnaround because obviously there's a very tight schedule. They have to get the cars off finished by 6 o'clock, so it's a bit shorter time in the pit lane. I won't annoy anyone else, but we do seem to have, I think, all bar 4 cars, I think, have rejoined the grid, John. Those cars that haven't had major damage or severe engine failures. But yes, with a lovely sunny day, a little bit windy, no chance of rain. Yes, I've said it. Part 2 about to get underway.
Hashtag blame Nick Damon for the torrential downpour that will arrive, no doubt, at some stage this afternoon now. Actually, he's absolutely right. It would appear that we are set fair as far as the weather is concerned. But in this part of Belgium, and with the elevations around here, things can pop up, storms can pop up quite quickly. So we'll keep literally a weather eye open for that. The grid then reformed. Imagine we've had a safety car at the end of yesterday, and we could be running around under safety car without using any fuel and tyres all night. Basically, that's what's happened. And what we've done is we've done the pass around and the wave by, so all the GTs are at the front. So CP, WTM on the front, then Phoenix in car collection, 2 Audis there. Then the first of the Porsches is Herbert Motorsport and Jutta Racing for Audi. Then Bentley and Santalock, that's another Audi as well, of course, on row 4. On row number 5 is EBM. That's another one of the Porsches, and that's one of the 911 GT3 Rs. 911 Racing, the same. Vortex, the better placed of their cars. They had some problems with the other car yesterday with an accident on the inside of row 6. Then the 710 Lightwood car, they had problems early on but recovered. 702 Vortex, Gilles Courtois crashed that car yesterday. Has it been rebuilt, and is it out there? And the answer is yes, it is. It's just gone past us. Red Camel Jordans on the 14th position. Row 8, Van Berlo and Red Ant Racing. We're still in GT here, all at the front of the field. 928 is a Porsche. Of course it is. NKPP by HRT themselves. 929 in 18th position. On row 10, on the inside, Porsche Lorient Racing, the 912. The 979 Speed Lover is in 20th position. All of these are Porsche GT3 Cup cars. Red Ant Racing second car is in 21st. The 910 of E2P Racing is in 22nd. Then we have a BMW GT4 from Team ACP. That is the leading GT4 runner ahead of Alfab Racing. They swap positions close towards the end. 478 is CWS Vitec Racing, and then 499 car collection, and then West End Racing. And we have a car that has not got off the line. It is the 909 Red Camel. This is Ivo Breukers. The car so tight on fuel, they weren't sure if the flat 6 would start. It hasn't started. This is a disaster for the leading Porsche Cup car. They have been too greedy. Paul Truswell doing their strategy, calling that one yesterday. They tried to make up a couple of laps, and it has bitten them in the worst possible way. Looks like the car did start to roll, but hasn't moved any further on. We are on the formation lap. What can they do? They can't refuel in the pit lane. Can they roll it down to the fuel pumps before? Well, the green flag has been thrown, and we are actually in the race now, so there's no reason why he can't roll down to the fuel pumps if he can be pushed down there. I wonder if that's what they're going to have to do. It is all downhill from here, quite literally. And that's what I think what Ivo's trying to do. While he's sorting that out, let's have a look at the TCE grid. As the field are about halfway around the track. Knocker Racing are on pole position from Holmgard to VW Golfs. First of the TCXs is the Cayman Club Sport 982 of Valuga Racing. Wolf Power with an Audi TCR in 4th position. Third row on the inside, Rail Equipped by Totcar have the Cupra in 5th position ahead of GSR in 6th. Kogemo Motorsport with the BMW in 7th position, second of the TCX cars there. Baporo in 8th. On row 5, it's APO Sport. What a day they had yesterday for Alex Osborne, Paul May and James May in the Ginetta G55, the dark red car. BBR had an accident yesterday. That car, I'm not sure, will be out. I haven't seen it. Swift, PRV, PCR and WEC make up the grid.
So the cars that we don't have on the grid that haven't registered through the first timing loop are the APO Sport TCX Ginetta. That has not taken the start. Stefan Perrin's AC Motorsport TCR car, that does not take the start. They were packing up yesterday after a big accident with Bugara's Mercedes. That will not take the start either. We saw the Lamborghini go off at the bottom of Eau Rouge into the barriers. The RD Signs racing team Lamborghini not taking the start. and this car not taking the start right now. How do you get the Porsche to the fuel bowsers, which are at the bottom of the hill? You're not allowed to refuel the car in the garage. You're not allowed to refuel the car on the pit apron. You can only refuel the car in the refueling zone. If you can't get to the refueling zone, you're out.
I think they could take it outside the back of the garages and refuel it out there. I think they can. But why can't they? I think they could push it, couldn't they?
Well, yeah.
Push it down the pit lane? Not allowed to
push it down.
They're not allowed to touch it during the start procedure.
Right, well, apparently it's still parked firm
Well,
here
yes,
until
exactly,
the green flag. Well, the other thing you could do is try and roll it down on the starter motor and get it down the hill. It is as nothing. They're going to lose that lap that they fought so hard, that they went against Paul Trustwell's advice, their strategist yesterday. They tried to make up 2 laps. It's going to end up costing them way more than that as we start the competitive part. We're already 6.5 minutes in because of that very strict curfew for the sound, for the loudness here. Engines rise. We are racing, and immediately round the outside, WTM Racing are going to go into the lead. Charles Esplanade knows that that's not his fight at the moment. He's got to just keep that car in sight. Here comes the Car Collection Motorsport blue and white car. Now, we heard Tim Muller and the rest of the team saying that this is their opportunity to get back on the lead lap. The lead lap is 2 cars ahead of them, and this is their opportunity in that Audi. They would have liked to have seen, I think, Charles Esplanade just hold up that Ferrari a little bit more.
They still would need a safety car to really benefit from it, to get themselves around the whole lap again. And now Mercedes on the tail of Ferrari to try and get back past. Oh, wow, Red Camels have got going again. They control alt delete, and they're back going, so they can get themselves down to the fuel bays as long as they can do the 1 kilometre trip down the pit lane.
But they've lost a lap.
Yeah.
They have lost a lap because that formation lap wasn't a standard formation lap. That was part of the race. The clock had started. If this had been a normal event, he would have just been on the end of the first lap of the restart. But we've already had the first lap under the safety car. Wow, this is big news, and they are going to plummet down the standings and fall into the clutches of the other Porsches that they were battling so hard against yesterday. Tim Muller then for Car Collection, looking at the back of the AMG GT of CP Racing, the number 85, as they head through Fagnes down towards Campus and then Curve Paul Frere, trying to get somewhere near. It's really struggling to get heat into the tyres this morning. It is quite pleasant out there. A few more fans in today than yesterday. Thank you for those of you who've come to the track. Not quite as many places to watch as there used to be here at Spa in terms of the grandstands down the old pit lane. But we hear that that will be redeveloped. But some huge amount of infrastructure work has been going on here at Spa. Mostly has been motivated by the motorcycles coming back here for the first time in many years. And already down at the exit of Fagnes, there's been an issue, and that is the 116 car, 4th position in the TCE category. And I think that was started by...
Well, it's Jasmin Pressig,
wasn't it? Yes, it was. Jasmin Pressig was at the wheel of that car.
It's a funny place to go off, because that is the turning point, basically, to the second half. Stavolo, Curve Paul Frere, but it's a long way early in, almost as though she's bounced off the wall and come back in again.
Yeah, a lot of water coming out of the tyres, not the car. Fuel going in to the bright orange Porsche, also in the pit lane for new tyres. Car Collection's GT4 car. Now, they were 4th in class, and that's Patrick Kolb. So they must have been on the edge as well. And Nick Damon has more callers at the end of the first green flag lap.
Yeah, got the 903, the red Porsche, but also the 117, the TCR car. That's been wheeled into the garage, so that's obviously carrying a problem overnight We'll find out what it is. Obviously, the slow tyre change on this Audi is because I think everyone's expecting a code 60, which will, I would think, have a flurry of people getting half a tank, but I'm not sure that's been called yet, John.
But if you can get into the pits before the code 60 is thrown, you can have a full tank. So that, for the Red Ant 903, could play into their hands as long as the code 60 comes out now. They need it to come out whilst they're sitting in the fuel bowsers and not any later. I'm surprised it hasn't been thrown yet, because that Audi is going to need some kind of
extraction.
I've said it now.
Extraction. Evo Breakers out of the pits. Now, they will have been able to take their full fuel load down there. If we do go to code 60, they need to come straight back in and get a half fuel load as well and brim fill that tank and then go long. That's the way that they will get back their strategy, I reckon.
I wonder that if that yellow flag is if the car is so far into this new gravel trap down at Curve Paul Frere that maybe they don't need to code 60 because it's so far off and in such a safe position. It does seem like a weird place for the car to go off. It has obviously gone into the barriers because Yasmin Prezing got out of the car, so she doesn't feel like she could even drive it back to the pits if it was towed out of gravel. And we have still more cars coming into pit lanes, and yellow flag still flying at turn 14-15. So maybe they're just going to cover it like that.
Yeah.
928.
Thank you, Nick. Go ahead.
Had the 928 coming in the second of the Red Ant cars, driven by the Red Ants, come in the 904. This is getting a full surface with tyres as well. So obviously the Red Ant team was deciding to run relatively low on fuel towards the end. Horrible smell coming out of the dog spa car, which I quite like, which is the actually the 117 TCR machine. I think they've had something wrong with the brakes on the installation lap. It's a very hot, heavy smell of hot brakes. So whether something's overnight that's settled wrong or there's a problem with the pad, but they're having a right old delve down in the front left, and the smell's unpleasant.
The insulation or the installation lap?
Yeah, very good.
Both
very
of them,
good.
really, because it was quite chilly initially. You know, you'd warm up.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon on the first stint. We'll get Joe Bradley down there a wee bit later on. And still no effort being made to move that stricken Audi. And that car stranded in the straight ahead position at turn 15, which is the old Stavelot Curve Paul Frere.
I thought I gave you 5 cars that didn't start. Yeah, one of them's now start. Oh, of course, 909.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Evo
didn't start but has now started. So we're just missing 4 cars after our first 5.5 hours of racing. So that's not bad at all, and that's the beauty of Creventic, that usually if you go into the gravel, you can get pulled out the gravel and continue racing. But it does seem as though the Audi down, well, here.
Oh, and we've got 2 more cars off at exactly the same place. One of them being the Colin White Motorsport
in the yellow flag zone, boys.
Yeah. BMW 421 and the Ginetta 978. They are both in the same class, aren't they? The GT4 cars. So they were having a bit of a scrap, but that was in the yellow flag zone. I suspect that might not be taken kindly with a car in the gravel, and having been in that gravel for quite some time, it's not as if those 2 drivers had just come across that, Ben.
Well, the yellow flags are flying at 14 and 15. They were side by side into the yellow flag zone.
Yeah.
Now we go code 60, so race control's gone, okay, maybe that's not such a sensible idea.
Yeah.
That was our second place in GT4, the BMW M4 that we saw in the gravel trap, and was only a couple of seconds behind the McLaren.
Yeah. So that's a change since the restart. So the McLaren has... it's still the...
The McLaren was leading GT4.
Not on the restart.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they dropped down yesterday because the GT4s were being led by Team Tangerine Associates, which have pitted. There you go. That's why the McLaren's back ahead. They swapped around in the last hour last night, and the Alfa Racing car finished in second. So Team Tangerine Associates into the pit lane for a penalty. Team Tangerine Associates running in the green and white. So they had already lost the lead to the McLaren on track in those opening laps. Now they are in to serve a penalty that was left over from yesterday, which was a 32-second penalty. I think that was for speeding in a yellow flag, in a code 60 yesterday, if my memory serves.
And of course, with the countdown, because we're under code 60, it's doubled.
Yeah.
So as you said, 32 seconds, it clicked to 32 seconds, having already been there for 32 seconds. And great to have that little countdown. Means that you don't have to have a stopwatch. And they can wave him on, and about 5 seconds time came into the pits under code 60, so we'll only get half a tank of fuel. There are cars already down in the fuel bay that can take on the full tank because they came in before the code 60 flew.
And if you're following along on the timing via 24hseries.com, if the pit time is in purple, then they came in under the code 60, so they only get half their fuel allowance. If it is in yellow, in terms of a pit countdown, or count up rather, then they can get the full allowance.
We still don't know how that Audi got there, and I can't really fathom it, because that is the entry into the corner. It must have been helped in some way. The line seems very, very, very long, unless you just kept a foot in. And of course, if you keep your foot in a front-wheel drive car with lock, you actually don't tend to steer that often. But, you know, the car's cool. I'll be taking that back to the pits. Yasmin needs to get back in that, because everything's still rolling.
So whilst this is going on, let's take the opportunity to hear from some of the drivers when we talked to them earlier this week here at Spa.
Kate Jones, and I'm with Team ACP Tangerine Associates, but we're supported by JJ Motorsport out of Belgium, and then again also Vidic is our main sponsor on the car. Well, we love endurance racing. I have an endurance racing team in the US, and we race 12 endurance races a year. And at this stage of my driving career, I want to race in Europe and experience fantastic tracks over here. And we first did Dubai with Creventic 3 years ago, and had a great time. And then we said, oh, we're going to come back and do some more. And then COVID delayed everything, and we're so happy to be back and looking forward to the full season this year. This track is like no other, and it's probably one of my favorites, if it's not my favorite in the world now. And Eau Rouge wakes you up every time you come around. I think it's just going to really make us focus and be as determined as ever to not make mistakes and to drive a clean race. You know, we're not one of the fastest cars out there, so we have to be very prepared for anybody to pass us in the GT3 cars. But fortunately, I think it's going to be a really fun event, and we love being with this Creventic series. I think this is so fun. And this really sets Creventic apart from many other series. Is these little extras, like even the parade, the town, and seeing so many of the locals out here, it's really awesome. And makes it a different event, and really stands out in your memory as something you want to go back and do again.
So Catesby Jones talking to us earlier on in the week. The extraction vehicle has managed to get down to the 116 Wolfpack Audi. We did have an issue earlier on, actually, where one of the intervention vehicles actually broke down, and that would have been the one that was stationed closest to that. So I wonder if that was why it took a little longer to get the resources down to move that Audi. Nick Damon down in the pit lane with a flurry of pit stops from the front of the field.
Yeah, we had a bit of a false storm because, of course, the Code 60 was called just after the leaders had gone past the pits, but they've all been in now. The Ferrari, the WTM Ferrari, that has served a penalty and then come through and just taken fuel. However, the CP racing car got full service, including tyres, and is now going down for the fuel as well. We've got the Bentley in. We've just had a full service as well for the car that started fourth, which is the car collection machine. So there's been a bit of shuffling around there. It should mean that CP Racing will lead when everything gets going. And of those who stopped, But obviously a chance to get laps back for some to decide not to tactically. Lots of tyres taken, set themselves down for a good hour and a half's running now, around 20 minutes, and we are back to full speed.
Yeah, and so therefore I'm not sure that was the most sensible call from our top teams, because they can only take half a tank of fuel because they entered the pits under code 60, but the cars on track are running at full speed now. So Phoenix Racing did not pit. Herbert Motorsport did not pit. They can run at full speed. Yes, they do owe us a pit stop at some point, but those cars sitting in pit lane are sitting in pit lane, only allowed half a tank of fuel. Everyone else is flat out on circuit, and this should put Phoenix Racing, I think, into the head of the field, because by the time Espen Laub and Creventic get out on circuit, it's going to be almost 5 minutes if they decide to do the full tank, because they might bail out of fueling if they've got fuel in the tank, but it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I don't think that was the best way of doing things. The likes of Red Amp, the 904, was in the pits before the code 60 flew, and they would have been able to really benefit because they've got a full tank of fuel and they were able to fill it to the brim before the code 60 flew. The cars were at that point going slowly around the track. Breukers also did the same thing.
That was exactly the right thing for them to do, because they'd lost a lap. So they've come in and got whatever else they could fit into the tank. So now they'll be able to go. Those GT3 Cup cars, those Porsche Carrera Cup cars, are so good on their fuel. He's in there for an hour and a half now.
Yeah.
So he'll be getting close to his 2 hours by the time he gets out. That's perfect. That might well stand them in good stead. Don't understand why Car Collection came in. They had an opportunity there to leapfrog and get back on the lead lap. Yep. And I really don't understand why they came in there. They might have thought they needed some fuel as well, but I think I might have taken track position when they couldn't get in right at the start of the code 60. You're always rolling a dice, and of course they've been caught because they've gone back to green. They're still in the fuel, and they're only going to get half of their fuel allowance anyway.
That is the way that the dice rolls, but there was a warning from race control that we were going back to green in under a minute's time. It was put out there, and it was put out there before our leaders came through the chicane. So all of the team managers knew that was going to happen and still chose to do it. So maybe it was better to do a fuel stop at that point than under full green flag conditions, and maybe they were only a couple of laps away from needing it. So their hand was forced. So either way, Michael Doppermeyer has now taken the lead of the race. Yeah,
early drama then for the number 116 Wolf Power Racing Audi with Jasmin Preissig in the gravel.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a word from her, aren't we? Because that was certainly an odd place to end up in the barrier.
I can only imagine there was somebody else involved, and there was a bit of a tippity-tappity or a side-by-side, much as we saw under yellow flags between the CWS Ginetta and the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, who were actually battling in the same category. But it was all a little bit unnecessary there. So Michael leading the race in the dark grey and highlighter yellow Ravenol sponsored Audi, looking resplendent in the sunshine here at Spa-Francorchamps. Mentioned earlier on, if you are just joining us, we've got 6 hours and 6 minutes to go, so plenty of racing to do. Settle down and stay with us today. We'll take you all the way through to the checkered flag a little before 6 tonight. Puncture for one of the Porsches, I think. Let's see it come out from behind the... no, that isn't a Porsche. That is one of the TCR cars.
Is that Jasmin trying to get back to the pits?
That is indeed Jasmin getting back to the pits. Good eyes, Ben Constanduras. So she's remounted the car and waving the car around to get rid of some of the gravel. New fastest lap, 2:21.446. That's fastest lap for today. So we'll see that come down.
Yeah, we were in the 18s in qualifying.
Yeah.
So good couple of seconds to find.
A lot of people will still be on old tyres,
sure.
Particularly people who are going quickly because they'll have less fuel in the car, but they will be on the tyres with which they finished the race yesterday. Cars have been sitting overnight at the end of the F1 pit lane in Parc Fermé. Teams not allowed to touch them. They were allowed to put covers on them. They were allowed to bring a jump battery and a computer to them this morning before they restarted, but that was all. No more than that.
I don't think we've seen Simon Gachet in Saint-Aloc yesterday. I think he's saved up all of his time for today's race, because Saint-Aloc's sitting at the tail end of the GT3 runners that have not had big issues and really haven't featured. They got turned around, if you remember, by the 34, for which the 34 got a penalty.
Correct.
But I don't think Simon Gachet did any running, and he is the fastest of the group in that Saint-Aloc Audi.
0-0-1 flashing with on the top right-hand side, and Jasmin Preissig is back with the Wolf Power Audi in the pit lane. Nick Damon is overseeing the operation to get it back out there. Nick, what's going on?
Well, she's inside in the car. It was waved straight into the garage. Now, there is a thumpy dent right by that door, by the 116 there, and it has had an impact. The only issue is, of course, can't guarantee that impact was actually during that particular accident, though the fact that they are attacking it with, or about to attack it with some duct tape, makes me think it may have had a bit of an oomph, but an impossibility. That impact could have been with the barriers, because you look at the front left of the bumper, that's got lots of yellow paint on it, which would of course have come from the barriers. So it's still kind of jury's out whether she was helped or did it herself. I can also tell you why Phoenix didn't come in, and everyone else did. They're trying to burn Michael Doppelmayer's time. They started him yesterday as well. So they basically, he's by far the slowest driver. He needs to run an hour in total. They for half an hour, stick him out for half an hour today. And of course, they were very happy when he was running around in code 60 and didn't want to lose any of that time bringing in the pits.
Yeah, can't lose, you can't gain any time under code 60, but conversely, you don't lose any either. A little bit of a moment at the first corner at La Sauce for Jochen Krumbach, second place, or at least was in second place until a little while ago. He's second place in the GT Pro-Am category. The Wochenspiegel car having to check right up on the inside with a Porsche going round the outside. That was Herbert Motorsport taking that position, I think. Yes, it was. And that was just at the start of this previous lap. So Jürgen Hering going up into third, Krumbach dropping down into fourth position. As into the pit lane comes Frederic Ansel for Porsche Lorient Racing, fourth in 992 AM.
We should point out we haven't seen Herbert in the pits today yet, so Jürgen Hering is maybe slightly artificially in that position. Or down the inside though, and change of position into Pouon.
Yeah.
So that's Hering down to fourth and Krumbach up to third, and needing to make sure he stays with the CP Racing Mercedes, because those two are kind of on a similar strategy, and Charles Espinlaub has made a little bit of a gap. See, there wasn't much damage to the TCR car.
Not at all. Nick Damon's down there as Jürgen Preissig is about to go back into the fight. And
not much damage. It has got quite a lot of dentage down the left-hand door. Your local body shop, you're charging at least £800 to get that out. But the rest of it, probably, come up with a nice bit of Windoline and a rag, get the scuffs off.
Other window cleaners are available. Coming down to 6 hours still to go, so we've almost gone through the first half an hour already. Here's how it stands with Phoenix Racing. Michael Doppelmayr out in front, and about 70 seconds ahead of Charles Espinlaub in second place for CP Racing. The CP Racing car started today on pole position. Jochen Krumbach for WTM, Wochenspiegel in third position. Jürgen Hering just going back down to fourth on that last lap. Then Jutta Racing and Julius Adamavicius, sorry. Been struggling with that one all weekend. They are a lap off the lead. First lap off the lead, first car off the lead lap now in fifth.
I'm going to speculate that Tim Muller here in the Audi and also Jochen Krumback in the Ferrari have got new boots on those cars.
Great.
3 minutes and 41 their pit stops versus Charles Espenlaub, who only did a 3:17. That would suggest that extra 30 seconds is tyres, because they all did about the same amount in fuel-wise.
Nick Damon
yes,
just reminding us that the Ferrari took a penalty, but you're right on the car collection card. Nick?
Espenlaub did take tyres. The Ferrari was a penalty. Car collection took tyres as well.
Yeah.
So
everyone's got new boots?
No, the Ferrari hasn't.
Oh.
Ferrari does not have new tyres.
Right. So don't just analyse the numbers then.
Well, that was, in fairness, that was because they cleared that penalty out, though.
Yeah.
That was their extra, that extra pause in the pit lane. So Tim Muller then pushing on for Car Collection Motorsport, sits down in 6th position, and that early pit stop that he took has meant that they're having to re-evaluate. They wanted to try and push the cars at the front of the field and try and get back on the tail end of the lead lap. They've changed their minds on that. They've fueled the car and they're going to go longer into the race, and they're going to try and make up track position that way. Now, will that pay off? We don't know. Simple as that.
And there are so many dices still to be thrown throughout the next 6 hours, because the Code 60 falls at different points and sometimes works for you, sometimes doesn't. But it's interesting that pit stop, that flurry of pit stops with CP Racing pitting 30 seconds less than its competitors has given it a really comfortable advantage now for the moment over the Ferrari that's chasing it down. As we take a look at a Vortex, we have both of them back in the race. One of them looked like it was in bits for majority of yesterday, and still a little bit of running repairs going on the 701. Has he been off, Nick Damon?
All the evidence he's been off. There's gunk inside the front wheel. There's a bit of extra scuffage. They are doing some excellent panel repairs using hinge plates, which I think is kind of my new 5th favourite thing. Haven't seen much duct tape. Are they duct taping it back there? No, they're doing rivet. This is a pop riveted car. Yeah, they eschew the plastic tyre wrap. What good is duct tape? We're going to pop rivet everything back together again. Space frame car, glass fibre body. The glass fibre body tends to sit on it in a rather awkward way even before it's been hit a few times. So, to bridge the gaps, you get the panel gaps, which are worse than a Morris E-Tail coming out of Longbridge in 1977. They just bridge them all with rivet plates.
I feel so sorry for those cars. They have had such hard lives, haven't they?
I'm not sure. I hate to be the harbinger of doom, but that means they can't now open that door.
And that too.
and I'm not sure that is, strictly speaking, going to be allowed. So if you're out on the circuit and you're a marshal and you need to get into the right-hand door of 701, you're going to need a set of tin snips to do it.
Usually there is a scrutineer watching these kind of things going on, and if it is something that they are doing that is unacceptable, then they get told not to. But it is only fiberglass, so it could be quite easily ripped apart again.
Okay. Well, let's hope that is the case. Bentley comes in, 706.
You were talking about Doppelmayr, or Nick was talking about Doppelmayr and getting him through his laps. Last lap from that Audi, a 2:34 versus Charles Espenlaub, who did a 2:24, losing 10 seconds a lap. It's no wonder they want to make sure he's got his time done as soon as possible so they can concentrate on actually doing a race. 50 seconds is now the gap.
50, and it's coming down as the number 6 Bentley came into the pit lane. Number 6 was driven by Mark van der Aar on the Boardar by Bas Koot Racing. One of a handful of cars that's running with just 2 drivers, Nick.
Yeah, and both the drivers will be in the garage very soon, because the cars come in. It was certainly way out of sync because it had come in also during the Code 60. So they have had to they had a look at the front left, waggled it a bit, but the rear right looked wrong for me, which shows what I know. They waggled the front left, looked at it for a bit, not quite sure, and they're now wheeling it back into the garage. Now, interesting, there is a piece of electrical wire hanging down next to the wheel, which I'm hoping is for the lights and nothing important like the ABS system. They've had a little bit of damage on the left-hand nose section. Again, I think that was actually, we saw that happening yesterday, didn't we? The right-hand side, this car's actually been quite heavily in the wars. It's finding 12 hours of Spa challenging for the wafer-thin glass fibre these cars have, carbon fibre these cars have to make the weight. There is a complete spare car, of course, which they're not allowed to use next door, which is looking much, much more pristine. But yeah, so Mark van der Aar sitting there, and they're having a looking around. In fact, that second Bentley is effectively taking up most of the working space. So yeah, the poor mechanic is squeezed in between a couple of Bentleys. It's like working at a Dubai car park. But yeah, they're looking around. So yes, I'll find out what the problem is. I'll see if I can find if Bass will tell me, and we'll go from there.
It's Nick Damon down in the pit lane, and
we also saw EBM in the pits.
Correct.
Whilst Nick was
from
talking.
second in its class.
Does look as though that was a conventional pit stop, because it has gone down to the fuel bays now, but that's another car that has had a history, a story. Many of our cars have already experienced quite a lot in the first 5.5 hours that we had yesterday. And there's a disc. Is that, whose disc is that?
It's a used disc, I would say, that's come off the Bentley. In fact, has it been taken off the other Bentley to use as a spare?
No, that's been used. Look, it's a bit of a right mess.
I think that's cracked. That's had some. Oh, what it's got is some debris in it. Nick Damon is right there and can tell us more.
You know what I said when the Bentley came in, and they looked at the front left, but I thought the problem was the rear right. Problem's the rear right.
Oh, well done, Nick.
The hub has cracked, so it was showing a lot of positive camber, which you never want to see on a car. So they've got a location problem. And not sure if Seb can see, but there's an entire half shaft and hub arrangement waiting to be brought back in again. Don't think it's been stolen off the other car. So if you look at the, so basically they've got a whole replacement part. It's gonna, oh yeah, there's been some right milling of the hubs where the disc attaches into the actual upright structure itself. Of course, a double wishbone setup, a full racing setup. So they're replacing that entire area, including the drive shaft. But I don't think for once the drive shaft's an issue. It's a mechanical wear failure. Interesting. I wonder what that's caused it. But yeah, they are in trouble, and that's going to take them at least 15 minutes.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down at the Bentley pit. And if you'd like to get in touch with us, it's at RSL Studio, at RSL Studio on Twitter, hashtag SPA-12H. And that will put your tweet in front of Ben and me. Joe Bradley will be down the pit lane a bit later on. Thanks to Rob up in London. And also our technical team here on site from 0221. Working hard again this weekend to make sure we can see all the way around the circuit, and you can too, with full free live coverage, no blocks, no breaks, global coverage of all of the Creventic races this year again. Really another great season. Nick was saying at the start of this part of the programme, it seems that the European series, part of the series, is attracting even more and more quality runners. There's a bit of a pent-up demand, isn't there, after the last couple of years, as the responsible adult calls it, the long code 60, which put us all into a bit of a holding pattern. A lot of teams coming out and dusting down their machinery, and then more power to their elbow.
Leader in GT4 is just coming to pit lane, which is the McLaren of Daniel Ross, the Swedish McLaren, Swedish colours on that, British flag on the roof, as we found out yesterday, is an homage to the fact that McLaren is a British car, although it's still in Swedish colours. And consistently, I think they are our GT4 leaders. Of course, with the pit stops and stuff, things change around. And there it is. Nick Damon will be there.
I am. Now, something, this car's having a standard service, by the way. Interesting for a GT4 car, though, it's got centre hub locks. Is that a change this year?
No, they always have had, and it has caused some consternation in other series. In the Pilot Challenge in the US, it is the only GT4 car that's got centre lock wheels, where all of the others have 4 or 5 stud wheels. What IMSA did with that, which I thought was very interesting, was that they cut down the number of people who could use wheel guns. So you could only have one wheel gun on that car. You could have 2 wheel gun operatives on the 4 and 5 stud wheel cars, and that's how they balanced it out, Nick.
Follow up on that, yeah. More importantly, if you think you need a massive team to come racing, leading GT4, this is their pit garage, and I'll explain to you. I'm walking through empty space. There is quite a nice double chest of tools, some fuel cans, fuel bowsers, and that's it. That's all you need. They are literally those plastic garden chairs. So you don't need a multi-million-pound setup. You just need a few people who know that they're doing a decent car and 2 good drivers. But the tools, well, from your local tool shop, you know, 2 of each. That's all you need.
I seen that and put another half a tank in, half a fill in, and fill yourself and brim fill it as it would have been yesterday at the start. Problem is now there's no pumps.
I think that strategy works when you've got a short pit lane. It's so long here.
That's a very good point. Nick Damon.
Yeah, we've got lots and lots of cars have trolled in. Not many of them stopping for a service. I can see one of the Vortexes and a couple of the, I think the leader in TCR, I think the 104. I haven't looked at the timings of actually going for a service. But on the whole, they're coming in as quickly as possible just to pick up some fuel. Now, interestingly, CP Racing have just come in, and that's a full serve with Tyres and Charles Espinlab getting out of the car.
No.
So they are stopping, taking half tank and
Nick,
changing drivers.
Less than a minute, they're going to get caught at the end of this under green and only get half a tank anyway. This is really going to cost them. They've got on the wrong side of this, as Car Collection did yesterday and then again this morning.
I think Santa Lock are in as well, actually.
Santa Lock's
26 car. They served a penalty.
Correct.
And they're trundling down for fuel. I expect the fuel tanks are full, aren't they?
Yes, they were the last time we saw them. This is, I think, not going to be great. Meantime, we've got a very... Well, who's this going to help? Phoenix Racing, Pierre Caffer, just at the top of Les Combes at the moment, ready to come down the hill, and we're still under code 60.
It's also going to promote Jutta Racing up the field because they pitted 36 minutes ago, just after the last code 60. Haven't been into pit lane for this code 60. We're also recovering a BMW. When did that go off?
That's the
421, isn't it? Who not Tangerine.
No, that wasn't Tangerine. Certainly wasn't Tangerine.
But
Team ACP. 5.5 hours to go. We've had 1 hour of racing this morning. CP Racing have gone and got the wrong side of a restart here. They've changed their driver, but they're in the fuel, only able to take half of their allowance because of the fact that they came in under full course yellow, and now we've gone back green and their competitors are back up to full speed, having been in just before the full course purple was called, and they've got full tanks. That is the way the racing cookie crumbles. Nick Damon.
And with Charles Espinal fresh out of the CP Racing, that was a very bitty session, wasn't it?
My word. Yes, that's one way to put it. Bitty, that's a good term. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think everybody's a little excited on the first day, and I guess maybe the mirrors got a lot dirty last night, and then nobody had a chance to clean mirrors this morning. We had a little more problems with traffic than normal. You know, usually it's a pretty clean race, and everybody kind of does what they're supposed to do, but it seems like there's a lot of guys not looking in their mirrors, so... We'll keep going. We survived all the carnage so far, and we'll keep doing what Putman, CP Racing does, and dig on.
A couple of Larry moments. You're off the track at the bottom of the hill, weren't you?
Yeah, a couple times. Like I said, I guess the mirrors aren't quite as clear as they should be. But like again, we survived it, no contact, and got lucky on a couple of those. So like I said, we'll keep digging.
Came in a couple of times during Code 60s. Is there a conversation, or are you just told in now?
No, they're getting information from us on what the situation is, if we think, how long it's going to be, if the driver's this and that. And, I would see Chris and, they do a great job running all the numbers and doing all the stuff. And, pretty much it's a one-way conversation. But we give them a little information.
Thanks, Charles. And Shane Lewis got in, by the way.
Shane Lewis, who did the last 45 minutes last night and enabled them to put the Car Collection number 34 Audi a lap down. That car is still in the fuel area. It's in the well, you could call it the last or the first fuel. It's the one closest to pit out at the bottom of Eau Rouge. And that car is still there. They are losing a lot of time. And remember, only getting half a tank of fuel. They've already been in for the sharp end of 4 minutes in the pit lane. So we're getting on for 2 laps again here, Ben, losing. And he hasn't even had a full tank of fuel.
Interestingly, and I don't know if this is linked at all, there is a few issues with the stream at the moment. So teams cannot necessarily see what we're seeing right now if they are streaming, if they haven't paid for the full connection. So they might not necessarily have seen the information that the car was clear and we were able to go racing again. Because you get a feeling, don't you, when you watch enough of these races, how long it's taking to recover a car and if it's going to go green racing quite soon after. You can predict that, but if you haven't got the pictures, then you can't.
Uninterrupted coverage on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of sound and vision. That's why we have the backup of the audio as well. Under 5.5 hours to go for this second round in Europe of the Hankook 24-hour series. And through then goes Jochen Creventic, leading GT3 Pro-Am in the 22 immaculately prepared Wochenspiegel car. That car's got a lot of white on it, and yet it looks like it's just rolled out of the truck. It did 5.5 hours of racing yesterday. You would not know that to look at it. They weren't even allowed to wipe it down this morning, but there's hardly any detritus on it. The white with dark red and grey, the Wochenspiegel team colours, Wochenspiegel newspaper, of course, from Germany. And we've known these guys for a long time. They rather had a bit of a falling out with the Nürburgring Langstrecken series and came to race, what, a couple of seasons ago now in Creventic Racing, and great to have them here. Very well run team. Somebody might correct me with them. It used to be Rinaldi that ran those guys back in the day. Haven't seen the mechanics. That's one part of the pit lane I haven't been to this weekend so far. But the Wochenspiegel RT race team looking very good indeed, as that car in elegant isolation at the moment with Jochen Creventic. He's just dropped down to 3rd position as the pit stops have cycled through. Pierre Caffer's up into 4th. Car Collection and Tim Muller down to 5th. But that's all going to change because the CP Racing Mercedes, they did have a lap on the field, but I've just got to see. I'm pretty certain that they've dropped behind now because of it going back to green whilst they were on their way down to the fuel stop.
Yeah, my timing screen's saying they are actually still leading, which is quite surprising.
They've just got across the line now.
Yeah, so
they are still leading. Well, that's the advantage of having that lap that they had earlier on to the rest of the field. A puncture for Car Collection. Oh, this is huge. Tim Muller, that's why he's lost time. Left rear. Now, there's damage to the bodywork. Was that cause or effect? I don't know. He's coming down to Curve Jackie X now, Speaker's Corner. And he's got half the track to go to get that car home. Second in GT3 Am, just been passed by Pierre Caffer on that lap. The Code 60 is out again. Code 60 is out again. Now, Shane Lewis has just gone past the pits again, having had half a tank, so he's got a long way to go. Now, is this for debris on the track, or is there somebody else involved that we haven't seen? Oh dear, that is causing a lot of damage to the left rear. Remember doing a commentary with Stuart Hall at Silverstone for a 24-hour race there with Creventic. We were talking about getting a car home with a flat tyre, and I said, how fast did you know how to go? He said, or how slow? And he said, doesn't matter how slow you think you're going, it's still too fast. Which I thought was a great admission from a very talented driver in the shape of Stuart Hall. Very good fast bowler as well in cricket. Could have been a pro. Trained with Northampton County for a while.
Where is he these days?
Still driving for Rofco. Still turns out in a variety of their cars. Been doing some mentoring for the Gotha team. Now I can tell you Oh, no, I was about to say I can tell you what the problem was, because I thought the Wochenspiegel Ferrari had stopped on the Camel Straight. It's just going very slowly. That looks slower than 60k to me, Ben.
Bit foreshortened, isn't it? That's, I think, the reason why.
Oh, and it's because we've got marshals on the track picking up debris. And there's something to the left-hand side, to the driver's right, excuse me, coming down Camel Straight. That's where the tyre has gone. And that's at a very high-speed part of the circuit. So is there another car involved? I don't think so.
But the line is in the middle of the circuit. Remember that the tyre that has failed is the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So he was in the middle of the track. And we are maybe going to see something here.
He was on his own.
Gone on its own.
Tim Muller, and it was going down about halfway along the straight. He pulled into the middle of the road, and then it's gone. It was already going. It was moving around on the rim. That must have been interesting, going up Eau Rouge and over the top at Radillon. But it has spread carbon fibre shards along the middle third, from about the middle third to Les Combes.
Phoenix Racing have chosen to pit this time.
Smart.
And presumably gone straight to fuel
I'd
to
agree
get
with
it
that.
topped up.
I wonder if Shane Lewis will do that as well. Huge bits of debris being picked up by our hard-working marshals. Joe Bradley, who else has been in and what's been going on?
Well, the most significant car that came in was the number 18 Phoenix Audi, and that was all down to track position when that Code 60 came out. The team kind of sprung to life, but only to stand there on the white line and wave at Pierre Caffa as he drove straight past the pit garage, turned right and down to fueling. But that decision was made purely on the fact that the car was perfectly placed for an early pit stop when that Code 60 came out.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's answer a few questions. Hello on this is coming in on RSL Studio. Hashtag SPA-12H. Mickey Heth saying, why does the endurance pit lane have a row of cones down the centre, surely reducing the amount of space for drivers to manoeuvre their cars when the pit lane is busy? That is because the end of the endurance pit lane is actually the 8 fuel pumps. And so if you go to the right of that as you're going down, you're going into fuel, there's somebody standing there to either wave you in or pause you if there isn't a space. And that means that the fast lane at the bottom has got is clear, and you'll drive straight through if you're not going to fuel. The right-hand side, which is of course wider because it's the working pit apron, that has got enough room for 2 cars just about to get in, and that's where the fuel is. Joe Bradley has the car collection Audi. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Yes, I have. Tim Muller's made it back. It's only bodywork damage. Everything that matters is perfect. No issues whatsoever. Just noticed when they took the wheel off, all the suspension was fine.
Sure.
However, the wheel's coming back off, so someone's seen something.
Well, I can see the engine. I'm not supposed to be able to see the engine through the wheel arch.
That's just for prettiness. That's all it is. We're going to strap the bodywork to the rear sort of bumper area, but that should just stop it flapping around, really. All of that is just so for aesthetics. It's just to make the car look pretty. The main bits
What
are
about
all
the
intact.
under tray, Joe?
Under tray's fine. The diffuser, which is kind of like the bit that stands at 90 degrees to the ground, that's fine. Absolutely intact, so it's not going to have any effect whatsoever. All right, you know, somebody in a wind tunnel would probably find something to moan about. But right now, great job by Tim Muller, and I think very lucky. Tim, let's see if we can grab Tim and get a word. Tim, okay for a quick one? So, I think they call those moments character building.
Sorry? Again?
I think they call those moments character building.
Yeah, you know, luckily it was in the back and not in the front. I noticed it, I saw it in the display already, but I was not sure technical problem or not, and so I went ahead, and this was probably a mistake. I should have come in 1 lap before. Sorry for that.
We speculated that tyre was probably deflating through Eau Rouge. Did you feel anything in it?
No, I felt it in Blanchimont. So it started to become a little bit bumpy.
Okay. While I've got you, Tim,
Sorry?
While I have you in front of me, yesterday you had a great race with the Herbert Porsche, a car and a team that you've driven for. Was that insight of any help whatsoever to you when you were racing it?
I mean, we are very close friends. I love the Herbert team. I love Daniel. He's really a nice guy. We raced so much together. We spent so much time together in the box. But I mean, out there we are competitors, and I think I raced fair. I mean, I had to fight a little bit because here in the bus stop, he always had a better braking point. On all the other track, I kept the things under control, as you could have seen. But I mean, that's racing, and that's what we are here for. We want to have fun on the track, but we also want to give a nice show to the people outside here, right?
And that's exactly what you did. It was great to watch. Good news is the car's back out, the car collection Audi back out. Yeah. Not too much damage, only bodywork.
You saw it. It's damage in the back. It's a pity. I like also here the marshals that they gave it code 60. It's safe for everybody, for all the guys out there, and as well for me. So it's good. And Max is in the car now, so he will push.
Great stuff. Thanks, Tim.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Whoa, you see. I do like drivers who are honest. Nick Damon, who joins me now as Ben Constantinos has nipped off for a little bit of a top-up on his fuel levels. He went under green, so he will
have a full plate. Yes.
Yeah, he can have a full plate. I do like drivers who are prepared to tell us the full story. Yeah. You know, he'd seen it halfway around the previous lap on the tyre pressure monitor, but decided not to come in.
But he felt it at Blanchimont.
Flandre Blanchimont. I think if I'd felt it at Blanchimont, I might have been into the pit lane.
They are made of different stuff, and obviously they have experience of having these warnings being fake, haven't they? So they sit there going, oh, well, that wasn't actually a warning. It's proven not to be a problem. And then he perhaps second-guessed himself that perhaps it wasn't a problem at Blanchimont. Perhaps it was just me thinking the whole situation. But it has left us with a race that really is struggling to form a pattern.
Yes.
And therefore it's struggling for us to really work out, once you've unwound the stagger of all the drivers, with all the driving times, all the tyre freshness, all the fuel, who's actually winning. But that's the great thing about endurance racing, because we'll find out in 5 hours and 17 minutes.
The gap between first and second is 13.5 seconds. Shane Lewis, CP Racing, and Julius Adam Avicius for Juta Racing. And then there is another, let's call it 10 seconds, back to Jochen Krumbach. Those three are on the lead lap.
So the 71 has made up a lap, because it started a lap behind.
Correct.
So they have tactically played this well so far. They are an hour and 9 into their stint.
I think that's from not taking stops, but I can check that.
The only problem that is that when you do take a stop, you lose 2 laps again. So we then have to wait for like 3 more rounds to stop, see if that's a real lap they've made up through tactical cleverness or not.
Being out, the last time they were down the pit lane was right at the end of the first of the 3 Code 60s that we had today. That was 5 laps into the race. So they've been out for 52 minutes, but that 52 minutes is only 18 laps.
Right, so they've had only half a tank added to what they had to begin with.
Correct.
Because a half a tank's about, what, 40 minutes, just less, 38 minutes?
Yeah, let me just
they could have had quite a lot in there to begin with, obviously. So that's the mystery of the overnight delay, the overnight cessation of hostilities, is what you have in your tank you can continue to have. We don't always know what it is.
Well, I'm seeing that. They may have come in just as we went back to green. That's very difficult for me to check on this. So they might be in for a full stint here. But expect...
No, they're in the pit.
Oh, okay, so there you go. So out of second place, Julius Adam Avicius. So Joe Bradley will see that car going by him any second now. I would think that Julius will be jumping out of the number 71 Juta Racing car. It should be Andreas Gelzinis who jumps in to that. Tyres and driver being fitted, Mr. Bradley says. 5 hours and 14 minutes to go.
So they're going to drop off down to about 7th, aren't they? It's where they can come out still in front of Max Edelhoff after all the issues the car collection machine has had.
Yeah, they've been unlucky again this morning with their timings of their pit stops. I did think they might have stayed out when that first one came out, but they didn't. They chose to come in.
Yeah, I kind of got the impression that actually both the two leading cars, both the CP Racing and the WTM Racing, have been trying to play the Code 6s and try and play the tactics, but they've actually kind of just missed it twice, both of them.
Correct. It's as much, you know, if you can Mystic Meg the Code 60 and preempt it, that's brilliant. But the next best thing you can do is make the decision about coming in and at least getting part of your fueling done before you go back to green. If you come in under Code 60 and it goes green whilst you're trundling down to the fuel, you've really messed it up, because you're only getting half a tank and everybody else is back up to speed.
Yeah, so what's happened basically is Phoenix Racing, who led for a while by not coming in the pits, Pierre Caff has regained the lead lap, and he's only 28 minutes into his stint, and we know he has a full tank. And they have very cleverly used Michael Doppelmayer's hour of slowness, as we have one of the BMW 2 Series cars going off the track there. That's the 255. The orange. It's actually, when you get up closer, it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting metallic. It's almost got an orange peel look to the orange, in fact.
I see what you mean.
But not as you would have from a Vauxhall in the 1980s.
It was Benji Lesenes for the Kojimo. Was that the 225 or the 255? Did you say?
225, I think, wasn't it?
All right. 225 is. No,
255. It was right. Sorry,
255.
You're
okay.
absolutely correct. I've
Kogame
myself.
TLRT, Benji Lesenes in the Club Sport. 450 horsepower in those little M2s. I'd say more than adequate.
Certainly will pass any test I was going to give it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's going quite slow. I think he's just letting CP Racing pass, but
smart.
You know, I think there's a lot of these. I mean, the slowest car going round here is still very quick for me and Waters. You know, the cars at the back are doing. I'm trying to look for the slowest lap times. About 2:37, 2:38 for people who are actually up and rolling. And it's a difficult track, and then everyone seems to be enjoying the circuit. There's obviously a problem with that 255 when he's staying off the track, going wide, and I think it's not just because the cars go behind him faster. I think he's just doing it back.
At Eau Rouge, when we first saw him going wide at the early part of the lap, I wonder if he was doing that deliberately to stay out of people's way.
Yeah, I think he's sensed a problem.
Well, maybe he's got a tyre pressure warning.
Can't look flat, but yeah, possibly.
Not at all. Not at all,
Not at all, Carl. Very much a flat car.
Let's look at some of the class leaders before something else happens. At the front of the field, Shane Lewis leads overall and GT3 AM. He's being chased down by Jochen Krumbach. Last time around, a couple of seconds taken out of the CP Racing lead, but Jochen for WTM is leading GT3 Pro Am. GT3 in the pit lane, in fact, in fuel at the moment, is Jutta Racing in 4th. In 8th position, Antti Burri. We haven't talked about the Porsche Cup cars so much in terms of who's running where. Antti Burri for HRT leads the AM category, and Yannick Redount for Red Ant Racing is in 2nd position, and he's about 45 seconds further back. Then it's Glenn von Berlo, who leads the 991 class, the older Porsches. The 992 category, despite the failure to ignite this morning and losing a lap, Rick Breukers now, behind the wheel of Red Camel Jordan NL, the 909, is still leading the 992 category, although they have lost a couple of laps to the best of the 911 cars. I think that was what they were looking for, to be best of the Cup cars. But they're still just outside the top 11 overall. Other class leaders, GT4, Alfab Racing, lost the lead late on yesterday, but that was strategic. Daniel Roos back in the lead, 15th overall in the 400 yellow and blue McLaren. Ahead by 33 seconds of Team ACP Tangerine Associates, Wim Spinu for the 421 car. That car was having a bit of a scrap this morning, ended up in the gravel in a yellow flag zone when it was having a scrap with the Ginetta of Colin White Racing. So 1st and 2nd there is a little bit of a battle. GTX 911 Racing, Georg Goede, 719 Porsche, leading the GTX class in 19th position overall. Into TCR and TCX, Holmgaard are ahead of Nocker. That's a change since the restart. And they have Jonas Holmgaard driving the number 1 or 2. They're in 17th, well inside the top 20. That's a good run. And they are about 25 seconds ahead of the Knocker Racing team, the 104 in second. The TCX leader is Charlie Hollings in the Valuga Porsche Manthey Racing Club Sports GT4. They've had to widen the back of that just to get everything on. Yeah, absolutely. And he is in 27th position. The second place car is actually only about 20 seconds further back, and that is the BMW of Benji Lessens, who's in the pit lane now.
And I think lost that lead.
Correct. That's how that has changed over, Nick. So those are your class leaders at the moment. For those people who are just joining us, we had 5.5 hours of the race yesterday, and effectively we put all of the cars into Parc Fermé. So what we effectively did was neutralise the race at just before 6 o'clock last night. And if you think of it as a safety car coming out, we neutralised the race. The only thing that people weren't allowed to do was any work on the cars. And when we restarted this morning, it was the equivalent of having had a pass around, a wave by, and resetting the field into the classes.
With one exception.
Yeah.
You're allowed to change drivers.
With one exception, you were allowed to change drivers, but nothing else. So all the GT race cars were put at the front of the field, then the TCE cars were put behind them, and that's how we restarted. So this is a real race now. The lap gaps between stayed, anything else disappeared, just as if they'd closed up behind the safety car. Got a couple of GT Silver Porsches battling for position out on the circuit at the moment, and this is for 3rd and 4th in 992 ARM. Frederic Ancel for Porsche Lorient Racing in the 912, and John De Wilde for Speed Lover is just half a Porsche behind him. He pulls out, has a little look, decides against it.
The silver Porsche leading the silver Porsche?
Yes, of course. That is the standard supply colour.
Right.
That's
so
why it's called.
Gone with 2 stickers. Let's go.
Yeah, that's why. That,
I thought they come in white.
No, that boring white Porsches. You see, Porsche took Trustwell's jibes, the barbed jibes of Trustwell down through the decades, and they've decided for the 992 that all of the Cup cars would be supplied in silver. So it's called GT Silver, and you can have that on your Porsche road car.
So basically, they were celebrating the years 2002 to 2010 when every British car was silver for about 5 or 6 years.
Silver, a colour for people who can't decide what colour to have.
That's now grey, isn't it? Speaking of somebody who's chosen a grey car.
Well, I was just about to say it. And what colour is your car?
Because I'm not allowed to have blue.
Would you have had blue?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Nagaro blue.
You have to make a couple of concessions, don't you, when you're buying a very expensive car?
Nagaro blue on a RS4, I think, always looks good.
I've gone for the grey. if they ever get around to building it, of course, John. As it's currently going, it's like those I feel like the horse trying to catch something who's been led by the carrot in front of their nose, and you keep going, and it keeps getting further away.
It's battled down at La Source now between the two Porsches. Exactly even cars, of course. So it is the nut behind the wheel that's making the difference. The GT3 Cup cars wearing the Porsche 992 turbo bodywork with the intakes on the rear wheel arches. But other than that, it is the standard 992 body shape. All of the 992s, even the road cars, have the what used to be called the turbo body, the wide body look. Increased front track for the 992, the 8th iteration of Porsche's venerable top model. And about to get a 992.2, but now I'm being told that's been put off possibly as late as September before we see those cars, and not even any orders taken for the early part of next year for the street cars, for the road cars in 992.2.
We have issues because their wiring looms are made in Ukraine.
Pretty much all of the German premium manufacturers. Mercedes had to stop the E-Class, which is their most profligate and profitable car. BMW, Audi and Porsche have all had to change manufacturing of their wiring looms. What they have done is invested in moving the production out of Ukraine, but still using the Ukraine supplier, cool, which is very good. Porsche, I noticed, had donated a couple of tranches of €1 million battle carries on with Frederic Ancel. I mean, this is a Porsche Cup race in the middle of an endurance, isn't it? It's fantastic. These cars putting down laps that are very close to full GT3 times. They are a very competent race car. The new aero, and particularly the new rear wing, much more adjustable. So the team's having to get used to more things to play with. And they've got the Wochenspiegel Ferrari just coming up behind them at the moment as they go into the bus stop. And will they both see them? Oh, Ancel did not see the second place car of Jochen Krumbach, and now he's forced off the circuit by the second of those two cars. John de Wilde gave him room, Ancel didn't, and then John ushered him gently off the circuit. Said, excuse me, we're having a battle here. Can you not get involved? Well, thanks very much.
This is the problem. The actual speed, ultimate speed differential around this massive track of 145 seconds is only 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And most of that is in the twisty bits where it's hard to get past. On the straights, there's pretty much no advantage whatsoever being in a GT3, if any whatsoever.
Well, and the Cup cars are very quick in a straight line, because although they've got more aero than they used to have, they still don't have as much drag as the GT3 cars. So you saw the Ferrari going up to Radion and really being able to take more speed through Eau Rouge, and that translated into a pass. But it's not as if he just drove past the Cup car.
I think there may be a little bit of a breathe off there by Frederic Ancel, because he wanted the line. He's happy to let that happen because he's not going to lose the place to John de Wilde. But yeah, this is the issue. The GT3s, which are used to kind of going past stuff, when they get past, they come up to the Porsches. The Porsches are so quick going on the straight, and then also they've got good traction on the exits as well.
Thanks to facilities manager Jill and the rest of the team at the Porsche Experience Centre at Silverstone, the original Porsche Experience Centre, got the chance to sample a road-going GT3 around their closed circuit about a month ago. And competent. The car, not the driver, I would say.
That's a surprise, really.
I commented that if I was going to have one and drive it, I would need at least a day, possibly 2 days, just to get my confidence up.
Wouldn't you need a new back as well?
No, I never have
harsh, aren't they?
No, I didn't find it so bad. They've got the full carbon seats in, like the race seats that the Cup cars have. I've never had any issues with those. I'm rather long in body and short of leg, which is more of a problem on motorcycles than it is on cars.
That make you an excellent driver of historic Italian sports cars. They never expect anyone to have any long legs at all. Yeah.
It's more difficult on a motorcycle because it pushes my head up above the screen.
Oh, leg length actually for road going motorcycles is a major bonus. Obviously, it's not no size at all. It's a bonus for racing motorcycles, but being able to get your feet down on some of the larger bikes is quite useful.
Particularly when mine is 330 odd kilos or whatever it is.
That's one of the major disappointments, but the only disappointment this entire event, as we get down to 5 hours to go, is the fact there's a very, very, very nice looking Kawasaki and Ducati dealer just outside the front door, which we haven't been able to visit because it's always shut when we come out. I've been sitting lusting after Panigale V4s. As you know, whilst I have got old and decrepit and driving basically a sports tourer, I still want to be bent over like a mating tortoise. Any motorcycle I have. Always got him.
Big run by John de Wilde this time, and they'll be side by side heading towards Le Combe as they're gently climbing up the last part of the Kemmel Straight. Frederic Ancel is gone to the right-hand side, but he can't defend. That was a really lovely move. It's been coming for a couple of 3 laps, and the 9.79 Speed Lover Porsche goes up into 3rd place and a podium position in 992 AM, and that's inside the top dozen overall, as behind them now, Andreas Gelzinis. It was he who jumped into the Jutta Racing Audi. He's right there as well and had a grandstand view of that happening in his red and white Audi.
Also, Frederic Ancel not too chuffed about that, losing the place. I thought he'd go, right, okay, you're past, now we'll relax. But he's already thought about using that lapping Santalog Audi to try and force a mistake out of Jean de Wilde. So that's not finished yet, I don't think. As the lap is finished, the fantastic aerial drone shots being treated to all through the weekend here at Spa-Francorchamps. And get a view of the cars now down to the ground level again. We're looking at the car collection machine, the Audi, on a recovery drive after Tim Muller lost a tyre. He has a warning, but he said, nope, it's fine, and it went pop on the Kemmel Straight, taking out large parts of the rear bodywork. Though in fairness, we have seen Audi R8 lose that part of their bodywork on many occasions for various reasons. It never seems to affect the performance overall of the car. It's almost like that bit of the aerodynamics doesn't matter. You know, or and in some cases, I think they used to have kind of the previous version had a Leganti panel which seemed to fall out really regularly. And I'm not sure why that was.
There was a little button that he pressed that just pinked
the car was
off.
actually quicker with the panel falling out, but you only had to have it in at the start.
Yeah, Tim Muller did a very good job to do about half a lap. It was halfway down the Kemmel Straight, wasn't it, that the tyre finally gave up. And Joe Bradley reporting, and we have visual confirmation that the diffuser, the middle part of the diffuser, has not been touched. The two end plates of the middle part of the diffuser that are at right angles to the ground, still there. A tiny little bit behind the left rear wheel has gone missing, and quite a lot of the left rear wheel arch, which will be upsetting the airflow down the side of the car, maybe just bleeding it off rather than putting it over the rear wing on that side. But certainly the lack of damage to the diffuser, I think, will be the thing that the team will be happy about, because that does take a bit of changing.
And that is the new Evo 2 version. Now, this is a question for you.
Yeah.
Because they now really are polishing, you know, a diamond, aren't they, to improve?
Sharpening a razor blade.
Do you think they actually think about when bits fall off at this point?
Yes.
Think, okay, right. So we know we have a lot. We have accidents in the front left, and so we lose this. How do we mitigate, you know, the common accidents for a GT3 car during our Evo 2 version? A, making them easy to replace, and B, when they've gone, we'll limit the damage.
Do you remember all the TCR cars used to go side to side, and those box arches they had looked like angry penguins flapping around?
Yes, indeed.
All the new Evos of the VAG cars, so the Cupra and the Audi RS3 LMS, which are based on the on the same platform, the new wheel arches are designed differently, so that doesn't happen. The Evo 2 Audi R8 with the reverse swan neck rear wing, which is a thing of beauty in itself. So not only is the rear aerofoil now held on from above like a swan neck, but they've moved the mounting point behind the rear wing so it doesn't disturb the air onto the rear wing. That's what we're talking about here in GT3 cars, very advanced aerodynamics. But a lot of the changes on that car, talking to the guys at Audi Sport Customer Racing, were made, yes, for performance reasons, but also some detailed changes to make panels easier to change. So just 2 or 3 fasteners will pull off a wheel arch. Porsche did exactly the same on the RSR, the GTE car, and that will filter down to the new GT3, so that the 911 GT3R, their customers will get them the new Porsches next year, and the test mule was actually running here at Spa last week or the week before in urban camouflage kind of thing.
It makes sense. You are going to get bopped back to the same ultimate lap pace, so what you do is you make it easier to achieve that ultimate lap pace for the maximum number of laps in the car in its most number of conditions, but then you also make it more serviceable as well. That's the way to go.
Yes, he was. At Fania. Yeah. If that wasn't the cause of the spin, Joe, I think what he might have done is broken it when he was trying to get off the grass. But let's find out, shall we?
I mean, we love to win, but we love to race first. And if we can win the race, then it's nice. But racing is what we're here for. And today, that's the nice thing about the 12 hours of it's 2 days of racing, so it's 2 starts, it's 2 days of big fun. And these things happen. It's a mechanical sport. It didn't happen with us for quite a long time, but every now and then, well, it happens.
Yeah, it does. Hopefully, we'll see you back out there, guys.
Yes, you will. You will. No worries.
So highest best showing with Harry Hilton. Of course, they are running their 992 AM car with HRT Performance. Now, normally, of course, they're part of the Baz Kooten racing team, but Baz Kooten couldn't get a 992, so they had to rent one from HRT. So, you know, there is a shortage of these cars, and I think, as I mentioned to Gelly on the grid, that's the big change I've seen in the last couple of years, is that we have so many more Porsches on the grid in different formats than we ever had before.
Let's go back to Joe Bradley. I don't think everybody heard that interview with Guy Bessem. Can you just summarise what he said? That was the car that was beached on the exit of Fagnes a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, he said the radiator went first, which caused the spin, because the pouring water out the radiator on the tyres caused the spin, lose a grip, obviously. And he was trying to get the car back onto the track. Something in the transmission failed, whether it be a clutch or a gearbox failure. They're just getting to the bottom of that now. And what guys were saying was, or what I was saying to guys was, you know, this driver pairing, Guy Bessem and Harry Hilders, have been a part of this series. I think they've only missed one race since this series started, with the Dubai 24 Hours being the sole event, didn't it? And then it became a multi-round series. And these guys have been together in various cars. They started in TCR. I don't know whether they started in a Clio or something back in the very early days. But he said that we're going to continue. We're going to repair the car. They are doing that. The front of the car looks very much intact. The front bumper section, which is where the radiator is housed behind, that's back on the car. But the main body of work now is going on under the rear end, which is where the transmission is housed. So whether they've had to part the gearbox from the engine and to get to the clutch to just fathom out. And you know what? Sometimes it's a voyage of discovery, because you don't know where in that drivetrain the problem is. So you've got to basically take it all apart and put it all back together with potentially new parts, like a clutch plate or a pressure plate or whatever. And it might then be something else that you find. So, yeah, what Guy said was that they never give up and they're going to continue racing. Doesn't matter when they go back on track.
Thanks for doing that again, Joe. Sorry, finger trouble here.
Did you get overtime for that?
Yeah, finger trouble here, which prevented anybody hearing that. So, under 5 hours to go, and this intriguing battle in the Porsche Cup class for 992 cars continues to entertain.
It's 5 seconds between first and second now. Shane Lewis and Jochen Krumbach. Jochen must get out of the car in the next 29 minutes, because he's on an hour and 30. Shane Lewis just 37 minutes into his stint, and that stint was, I think, the half tank of fuel, wasn't it? The second time they got caught by a code 60 whilst they were in the pit lane. They weren't empty when they went in, because they had...
No. Charles had only done 36 minutes or 14 laps when he came in, and then Shane jumped in with a half tank.
And they had fuel anyway.
Yeah, they'd only done 5 laps at the start, but they were the least well-fueled of the running cars, because if you remember, they stopped with 45 minutes to go yesterday and put Shane into the car.
So they've probably still got half an hour worth of fuel in the car anyway. But yeah, so those are the first two now within a few seconds. Pierre Caffer, who's doing a fantastic job pulling the Phoenix racing machine back up the field. They've done they've had the stagger. They've had a couple of runs with Michael Doppelmayr, who is not as quick, but still very much part of the team. And cleverly, really, they put them out at the start, because that instantly gives you one lap behind the green flags. You burn off 12 minutes of your amateur driver.
Yep.
And then they thought all about a bit of code 60. There wasn't really very much in part one, but there's quite a lot in part two. So they've managed to lose as little time as possible whilst adjusting for how the teams are built up.
Yeah. There was a bit of code 60 yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was about half a lap, wasn't it? A lap.
It was cleared quite quickly when the Marcus Paltalla Porsche was rotated at La Source. And in fact, that car was moving before the field came around, but there was still a bit of sweeping up being done And they, in fact, went down the pit lane, if I remember rightly, to get away from it. It's
getting close to change for the lead here.
It is the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, second round of the European portion of the 24H series by Hankook. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh in the booth, Joe Bradley in the pit lane. Little bit of cloud just across the sun for a moment, just putting us into a bit of shadow on the front straight, but still plenty of sunshine around the rest of the circuit as the lead is now under 2 seconds. Shane Lewis, last time around at 26.8, he must be driving to a lap time.
And a window, yeah.
Yeah, Jochen Krumbach for WTM Racing. That's Wochenspiegel in the Ferrari. So it's AMG Mercedes versus Ferrari 488, their new car, new GT3 car.
296.
2.9, and they've gone back to the proper Ferrari numbering. So it's 2.9 because it's a 2.9 and it's a V6, so that's why it's a 6.
Excellent.
They always used to do that.
They need to get some more sensibility in their F1 car numbering, which is kind of take some numbers, throw them in the air and guess.
Traffic for the leader down at the bottom of the hill, and the leader's been held up by one of the BMWs, and here it comes, 3 wide. Krumbach goes down the inside and takes the lead. Nothing much that Shane Lewis could do there, was slightly stymied as he was heading through Stavelot and towards Blanchimont by the slower BMW, one of the Club Sport M2s. And Wochenspiegel team have gone through into the lead with 4 hours and 46.5 minutes to go. But Shane's still there as they come through the bus stop down towards La Source. The indicators on the top right of the windscreen changing over to reflect the new positions. 22 Wochenspiegel Ferrari leads the race.
Yeah, great movement there. Really, that's the way you get past someone easy. You finesse the car that's blocking in between. Got up the inside 3 wide, and again, Shane's clever enough not to fight this at the moment. It's a dramatic pass. It's great opportunities by Jochen Krumbach, but there's not going to be a fight. There's not going to be door banging because they know there's nearly 4 hours. There's 4 hours 45 minutes to go. There's many stops. There's a huge amount of taxis to play. And what Shane now is using, he's using the free speed of the aerodynamic hole being punched by the Ferrari up the Kemmel Straight.
I've got a feeling that Jochen, of course, came in, didn't he, and got full fuel just before the last full course. Yeah, got 3 minutes of fuel just before the last full course purple. So he will be, and he was only 12 laps into a stint anyway. So he's been out there for an hour and a half, an hour and...
hour 35.
Coming up on an hour 40, actually, no, a bit more than that, nearly an hour 50, because he started the race this morning. So he's been in the car for 1 hour and 43 minutes.
Yes, if you count the, before you take off, the pit stops, which don't count against drive time.
Really?
Yep, pit stops, your time in the pit lane does not count for your drive time.
Okay. Thank you. 4 hours, 44 minutes and 44 seconds just been elapsed. And let's have a look at some of the other class leaders. Jutta Racing leading GT3. Shane Lewis, having just lost the lead, still leads GT3 Arm. So 85 in GT3 Arm. Leader of the race is leading Pro Am. That's the 22 Ferrari. 3 class leaders in a row in 8th, 9th and 10th. Antti Perry for HRT Performance leading 992 Am in the 929. Glenn von Berlo for von Berlo Motorsport by Baz Kooten needs 991 class. That's a really good run by the older Porsche Cup car. 992, Rick Breukers, Red Camel, Jordans.NL, the 909 in 10th position now and leading their class. McLaren, Alfab Racing, Daniel Roos in the number 400, the smallest team with the least amount of equipment, 15th overall and leading GT4. Thank you very much indeed. GTX, 911 Racing, Jörg Gode, 719 in 19th position, leading that class. Ahead at the top of DCX Porsche, 718 came in GT4 for GT4 for Valuga and Charlie Hollings, the 205 in 25th position. And those are the class leaders with just on 4 3/4 hours to go. And we're into a decent bit of green flag running here, which means we will be seeing some green flag pit stops in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to Ben Constantinos.
Epic cheek.
Epic cheek. Oh, really?
Oh.
Well, I might have to take that on then. I was considering doing a no-stop strategy this afternoon, but might have to take that on. I did yesterday.
They do have fantastic catering, this championship.
Well, that is, you've actually nothing to do with what's going on the track, but a couple of 3 seasons ago, just before the long code 60 of COVID, Creventic decided that they, in response, and they're always listening to people in the paddock, in response to their customers, the teams and drivers, they decided to really take a step up in what was going on inside the paddock. And as such, they introduced, as I said, it must be 3 years ago now, maybe, yeah, 3 seasons ago, introduced centralised catering in the paddock. And I remember being there 3 years ago at Mugello. That was my first opportunity. And you and I have been in many paddocks around the world, service areas and paddocks, and I would say it is right up there with the best. And the teams can buy into it, the drivers can buy into it. Obviously, we're being looked after there, as are the TV production. And considering how many people they are looking after, it's an extraordinary thing that is being trucked around Europe. Italian company this year that are doing it, which is I think the second iteration of this new catering atmosphere that we've got in the pit lane, and they're turning out, you know, 3 excellent meals a day. Breakfast from 7 o'clock in the morning, lunch and dinner.
We spoke about it in the first 6 hours, didn't we? About why they do the split format races and why the calendar is the way it is, and it is about looking after those drivers. And if you have an enjoyable weekend, then you come back, whether that be on the track or whether that be off the track. And sometimes, you know, the choice of where we go racing is influenced by the places that we go, so that people can have a nice time off track. And therefore, if you sign into the catering here at the track as one of the teams, and it is good, you are also going to have a positive feel and experience, even if your track experience might
that's a good point.
Might be only 2 hours of driving, and it could be an hour's worth behind a code 60. You never know. But if you've had a great meal, you're going to come back, and especially with your entourage of girlfriends, wives, kids who want to be looked after as well, and of course the team, it all adds to encouraging people to sign up.
And not everywhere is like here at Spa, where just down the road there's a relatively major conurbation at Spa, the Malmedy and Francorchamps, not too far away, where there are some very nice eateries, let's be brutally honest. That's not always the case at racetracks. Some of the newer ones in particular are deliberately put away from, placed away from centres of population. So to be able to have something before you leave the track on an evening in particular, and then just head back to your hotel, and you know the rest of your evenings your own, without having to worry about getting a restaurant table or anything like that. That just makes the whole, and it's the same thing in the morning. Will my hotel be doing on Saturday and Sunday morning, be doing breakfast at the right time for my mechanics or me to be able to get that before? That doesn't matter, let's just have it at the track. Starts at 7 o'clock, we're not on track till 10. Right, super, let's go straight there. I mean, it just takes out another level of logistics that you don't have to worry about.
And it contributes to the paddock atmosphere, which...
Totally agree with that.
There's so many championships that have kind of put cars on track to go racing, but forget about the paddock atmosphere, how it feels to be part of it. Because let's be honest, okay, not in the 24H series, you spend a lot of time racing, but there's a lot of championships where you spend a lot of time sitting in a paddock doing nothing and a very little amount of time racing. And if your paddock is atmosphere-less, then why would you sign up and spend all your money in that championship when you could come and have a great time here with a friendly paddock, with good food, with good racing, with plenty of track time at one of the best circuits in the world and a selection of the best circuits in the world? They're ticking all the boxes.
Interestingly, centralised catering is something that I've always seen in the US, in the IMSA paddock and the American Le Mans Series paddock. And I've always subscribed to the fact that atmosphere and eating in this, when you're breaking bread with somebody, and teams will mingle, drivers will mingle. If you've had a bad experience with a driver, it's really hard to still be annoyed with him if you're standing next to him in the queue for your cappuccino in the morning, or to get your bacon sandwich or whatever, because you've almost got to then speak to them and have a civil conversation, and things don't tend to fester. The other thing is, you know, I like to hear all the different accents, the different languages. There's an Italian team over there, there's a German team over there, there's some Brits over here, there's some French over here. It's fantastic, absolutely great. It kind of fell out of favour in Europe. I was talking about one of the last times when I was working here for Formula 1 TV years ago. Formula 3000 was still happening there. They had centralised catering in those days, and it kind of fell out of favour, and teams do their own thing, and drivers lock themselves away in motorhomes, even at relatively low levels, not I mean, up at F1 level, yes, of course, but even at relatively low levels, some of the support series. And I think you lose something from a paddock when that happens. And I'm delighted to see that Creventic have brought that back in the last 3 or 4 seasons. It also means that if I'm being honest, you quite often bump into people you want to have a chat with.
Great for us. Yeah, great for us. Yeah, I think the reason why it broke away from the centralised catering, because, you know, championships try to make a profit out of it, and you know, suddenly charging a huge amount of money for not very much deliverables. So then teams go, well, I'm not going to pay 60 euros a head. I'm going to go and do it myself. We can do it for cheaper, with bringing in our own team, with getting a local restaurant to come and supply. I've seen that quite often. But then, you know, there's a lot of that places a lot of demand on the local suppliers to be able to do that, to come in to do all they need to do. The smaller teams here, you might find a McLaren team who hardly have any tools, let alone a car and a race team. They probably have, you know, one of the wives, girlfriends, mothers doing. Well,
I haven't even seen a kettle in their pit lane, to be honest. So I'm not certain. Anyway,
back to racing.
The up and down of it is we enjoy it, and clearly so do the teams, and the increased numbers of entrants and teams involved.
It proves it, doesn't it?
It really kind of underlines it. If you want more details, by the way, on the 24H series by Hankook for 2022, then the website 24hseries.com, just search for that, you'll find it, and all the information you need. If you want to come and take part, it is really easy, and that's the other thing that Creventic do. Make life easy for you if you're a team, and if you are a team of just a few people, then you're very welcome to come here and compete. There'll be a class that you can get your car into, you'll have a bit of fun, you'll have a race with somebody. Got a race on the track at the moment between Bentley and McLaren, 2 great British marques. Check that, that's not the McLaren, that is the Audi. So 2 VAG brands, cousins I suppose you could say, the Bentley and the Audi R8. The number 6 is the Bentley, and that at the moment is Mark van der Aar, dropped down to 21st position after their brake disc issues. That Porsche battle that we were looking at earlier on, the 912, Frederick Ansel is into the pit lane and soaking up quite a long penalty. It was well over a minute when he came into the pit lane, and in fact it was exactly a minute, and he'll have to serve all of that.
Was this for a collision? I remember before going for lunch they got involved in something that we were commenting on. I can't. Oh, was it not this Porsche that forced the Mercedes off the track? I mean, he shouldn't get a 1 minute penalty for that, for sure, but...
Stand by caller. 912 track limits, no? That's
for a minute,
enough.
that would be a bit brutal, wouldn't it? 60 seconds, overtaking another car during code 60. There you go.
There you go. Well
done. Wasn't
spot.
quite the same, but yes, I think that was the car that ended up pushing the Mercedes off onto the grass as they came to the karting, the campus, and now serving that penalty. Oh, and stalling.
And restarting, and off he goes into the pit lane. Yeah, all the details of this race, live timing, program as well, downloadable program, you can flick through it. 24hseries.com. It's all free. Very good timing on there as well from timeservice.nl. And big thanks to Chris and the team from pitwall.live, who have equipped us with some additional bits and pieces this weekend. And using the timeservice.nl data feed, working with them to give the teams a little bit more information as well. And it tells us at the moment that Jochen Krumbach has stretched to 7.3 seconds ahead of Shane Lewis. Both cars been out for roughly the same amount of laps. Krumbach out for 23, Lewis out for 21, but Shane didn't get quite as much of the sin. And we've got a Porsche off. Porsche off and stopped. Hazard flashes are on. Well, you know, it's a Porsche driver, so that is fine. And that is that's the run down to Speaker's Corner, isn't it? It's coming out of, in fact, it's just beyond Speaker's Corner, because that's the new motorcycle cut through that is behind him.
Moving again, I think that's the 904. Philip Wills aboard that second Red Ant Porsche.
Yeah,
that
where they're sitting. They're 5th in GT3 992 AM and 19th position overall. It moved for a moment and then stopped. Now it's moving again. What buttons do you want me to press? All of them! Oh, hazard flashes have gone off now, and so have the lights. He's doing a hard reboot. He's turned everything off. Now he turns it back on again. The little 4 LED marker lights come on behind the headlights. Scramble for the pit lane, as you might imagine. Joe Bradley is down there. Lamborghini in for full service, Joe.
Everyone's in for full service, it looks like. Car collection, the 34 Audi, just gone straight through to fuel, whereas the WTS, the Bockenspiegel Team Monschau, WTM I should say, Ferrari is in for a driver change. And that's cars getting a full service. Not sure which of the drivers got in there, because I've just got to this car. But they're about finished here. And as ever, the part of the pit stop that takes the most time is bolting the driver in, would you believe? The car stands on its jacks now. We wait for the driver assist mechanic, just doing up the door net now. Just waiting for a gap in the traffic now, and then the Ferrari will be released to head down to fuel. Imagine though, John, that fueling is going to be massively crowded, because it seems that everyone in the world is down there.
Anticipating a potential code 60, which has just been called by race control. So those guys who've got in, Krumbach and Lewis were in from the front of the field. Car collection was in. Kaffer's just gone through.
Yeah, exactly. Just driven past our window, so chose not to. Whether he was on course to but couldn't because of code 60 very much depends on where you are around circuit, I suppose. He didn't have the opportunity to come into the pits, but Pierre Kaffer, last time, 50 minutes ago, we saw him in pit lane. And that was under the last code 60, so he may well not have got the full tank, although he did pit under green beforehand. Lots of work from Pierre Kaffer over the last hour and a half. I would have thought he could only do another 20 minutes before he has to pit.
Yeah.
So this shouldn't be this shouldn't take very long to recover this Porsche, and therefore we'll be perhaps looking at doing it under green flag conditions once this Porsche's recovered.
I think I might have dived in if I'd been Pierre there.
But maybe if he had, he was so far around the track that he couldn't come into the pits because the code 60 flew. He might have been on course to, but then decided not to because the code 60 came out.
Quick mention of BMW M2 number 255, that from Timor asking about that. 37 minutes, 39 minutes now in the pits. Steering issues for that car. Once we've cleared this pit stop schedule, we'll get Joe to go down and have a chat with them and see how it's going for the number 255, the Kogimo TLRT BMW. We saw it going slowly earlier on with, I think it was Sebastian Morales at the wheel, wasn't it?
Look
he was
how
keeping
busy it
out
is.
the way. And it was a steering issue for him. 2 pumps, 1 pump free down at the exit of the pits.
Yeah, so look, that third Cupra coming in there. is going to miss out. This Audi, oh no, look, you see, he's parked up, waiting. Huge amount of cars parked up. We've got the 499 up there as well. We've got EBM parked up, waiting to go into the fuel zone.
The problem now is that Audi that's come in
is blocking others.
Is blocking anybody behind going out. Let's take the opportunity to go to the leading cars pit. Jochen Krimbach took the lead on the track not so very long ago and is now with Joe Bradley.
That was a great opportunity that presented itself, Jochen, and you absolutely leapt past the Mercedes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly. So also with the Code 60 now, the luck what we need yesterday we didn't have, but today it is a little bit better. But anyway, at the beginning we were also not so happy with the Code 60, but we could, go fast lap time, so we could overtake the second and the first, and yeah, we are back in the race, and I hope that we can try pushing, keep pushing, and yeah, let's see.
How hard were you pushing when you were catching that Mercedes?
Honestly speaking, very hard, because I was still so angry from yesterday, not from anybody, but from our situations with the Code 16, and then also from the start, you know, after some laps were also Code 16, and this was not good for us. And yes, I try everything what I could, honestly speaking, but the car was good, and I think we did a good job so far.
Well, we enjoyed watching it, Jochen. We've gone green, so thank you for that. Thanks for talking. There's Jochen Krimbach there, just out of the Wochenspiegel Ferrari.
Yeah, he's absolutely right as well. They did have a bit of bad luck yesterday, and it's all about timing. Everything in life, good and bad, is just about timing, isn't it? The Porsche has been dragged out of the way. That was the Philip Wells Red Ant Racing number 904. This is the car that he shares with Kurt Henson. Just the pair of them in that car, the two Belgian drivers.
And of course, a lot of those teams were able to predict that Code 60, so came in before it actually flew, hence why they were so long in the fuel bowsers. And there's still cars queuing to get into the fuel stations. I think including, well, there's a Ligier in there, Lamborghini in there, CWS parked up, and it is very, very tight, isn't it? Especially when you've got Marshall's mechanics on both sides of the car. I don't think the 91 Porsche of Herbert Motorsport took fuel. I think they did do a pit stop, change drivers, so we've got Herring back aboard that car, but it says they were only in the fuel station for 30 seconds. Now, I think that means they avoided it. Yeah, exactly.
They drove past the fuel station. That's effectively the time they spend in the second part of the pit lane, isn't it? Not actually in the fuel area. There was a bit of a queue there. The problem is, once you've committed to going down to a fuel bay, that's why it's coned off. Once you've committed and you've gone past the 8th car in line, if somebody ahead of you takes that bay, then you have to stop. You're going to block the people in behind. If somebody behind you wants to get out, they're stuck until you go through. All tactical. All tactical. So Pierre Caffer leads for Phoenix Racing. He's just gone across the line. We're waiting for WTM and CP. Pierre didn't even trouble the pit lane. There was no thought of that number 18 Phoenix car coming in to the pits. Pierre's been out there 22 laps since he was last in the pits, and that was under the previous Code 60. He did 7 laps before that, which was a green flag pit stop when he got in. So 7 laps plus half a tank of fuel. He would have been pretty much brim full. So I reckon he's only got another maybe 10 minutes to go in that car. Maybe 10 minutes to go.
One of the main teams to be compromised by the fuel bowsers being full seems to be the Van Berlo Porsche, the 991, leader in class by quite some margin, but at the moment 9th in overall. Bart Van Hayden is now aboard that car, but it took them 7.5 minutes to complete their full stop. So that's basically 2 minutes wasted, perhaps, sitting waiting for a fuel bowser. So that's really, well, it's a lap, an extra lap.
Yeah.
Okay, for class, doesn't really matter, but that'll be a frustration once it all shakes out that they will have lost that amount of time.
So Pierre Caffer leads from Shane Lewis for CP Racing in second. The gap now 74 seconds, 1 minute and 14 seconds between first and second, and then another 16 seconds between CP and WTM. And the top three are on the lead lap. Daniel Alleman for Herberth. I think they've dropped off the lead lap again. Let's wait for that Herberth car to come through. It's the number 91 car. There's the 85. Ooh, it's tight. It is very tight indeed. And Daniel Alleman is in close competition with Max Edelhoff. Although they're a lap apart, but they're close together on the track as Pierre Caffer crests Radion and heads off up the Kemmel Straight.
Crucially, the 91 car was one of the cars that came into the pits after the Code 60. So the Code 60 was announced 1 hour 57:52 into the race, into this particular portion of the race, and they came in at 58:04. So they weren't able to do half a tank of fuel. They chose not to do any fuel at all, I think, but ultimately they missed out on the opportunity, whereas the 34, the 85, the 22, all were able to come into pit lane under green flag conditions and therefore fuel up fully.
The number 255 BMW M2, beautiful little cars. I really love these BMW M2s. Well, the Cogemos, I think that's how you say it, Cogemos entry. This car came into the pits just as I took over from Nick, so that was about, well, that was at 12:30, just before 12:30. And I was wondering, that car has not rejoined, so I've come back down to the pit. It was reported to me as a steering problem. Well, it's retired the car because of that steering problem, and basically what I'm getting from the team, a full and catastrophic power steering failure. I can only suggest that they haven't got a brand new power steering rack, all electronically assisted power steering on these cars. So whether or not the problem is the rack or indeed somewhere in the ECU, whatever it is though, the car is forlornly on its jacks in the garage. The team are out back packing away. Never a good sight.
Just over 4 hours and 20 minutes to go for the second of the European rounds of the Hankook 24-hour series for 2022. Hello everybody, if you are just joining us this Sunday afternoon, beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon, Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes region of Belgium, a track that should need no introduction to any motorsport fans, plying its trade for many years now across single-seaters, touring cars, the old Spa 24-hour touring car race. Now a GT race, single category GT race, of course, but I'm old enough to remember when it was a fantastic touring car race. And the classic, the Spa 6 Hours, recreate some of that into the darkness, which is a great thing to come and see. Two-wheeled motorcycle, two-wheel motor racing in the ship of motorcycles coming back here this year with a round of the World Endurance Championship for bikes, the Endurance World Championship, actually, EWC. It changed the letters around just a tiny bit. And but potential for Superbikes and MotoGP to come here as well. But sports cars and endurance racing really is its stock in trade.
And let's not also forget that the World Rallycross Championship comes here. No World Rally Championship this year, although they will be in Belgium. They're not coming to Spa because it's the same weekend. Oh, it's the weekend before F1 would be here, so F1 have the circuit blocked, so they won't do their third day around the area like they did last year. And there's also a round of the Endurance World Cycling Championship.
Yes.
Around the forests, not the Ardennes forest, as I've learnt most recently, but the forests around this area and part of the track.
So is this not the Ardennes region?
It's the Ardennes region, but it's not the Ardennes forest.
Okay.
The forest actually is much closer to or even uniquely in the French area.
Ah, okay.
According to Google Maps.
Well, this is an area that has swapped and changed down through the years, and in fact, old iteration of the circuit, as you went through Eau Rouge, you turned sharp left, went to a hairpin and then doubled back to the top of the hill, and that was called Customs House Corner because that was in fact a national border, and there was a border post there. In fact, I think it might, the remnants of it might still be in the trees back there and part of the old track. So it has been a fluid region, and if you look at place names around here, they are equally split between French-sounding place names, very German place names. Sankt Vith is down the road. Not Saint Vith, Sankt Vith with a K in it, as it would be in German. Very tight at La Source, and Lamborghini gets its nose taken off there as it was sticking it down the inside rather boldly.
Great view as well from our drone. Good, absolutely perfect timing from the director and the drone pilot there. The bit that you saw that looked like it was flying off the front of the Lamborghini was actually the shadow of the drone, I think. So the Lamborghini got away with not having its nose completely ripped off. That car many laps down after issues yesterday. And here's a replay of it once more. See?
Yeah, spot on.
It's the drone.
Well done. Yeah. Still third in its class. They had electrical problems early on and had to go through a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete and a reboot of some of the systems on board the 710 Lamborghini for Leipert Motorsports. It's Li Kerong behind the wheel. Kerong Lee, it should be, shouldn't it? Behind the wheel of that car, which has run faultlessly since it came back to the track, but it just lost an awful lot of ground very early on. The Super Trofeo, third in GTX, but those cars capable of very impressive lap times. By the way, one of the other cars that had problems yesterday, the BBR Cupra Leon competition, is now back up to 7th in TCR, and Kantadi Kuzuri has just put in that car's fastest lap, well, certainly of today, a 2:36.0. That team has won everything this season so far in TCR, so their run to the overall championship a little bit dented, but they decided, even after their incident when they lost the brakes yesterday coming into the bus stop, that they would continue to fight on.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
They've all flown over from Thailand to do this. So if you have the opportunity to carry on, you don't park it and say, oh, we're not going to score any points. They will score points anyway, because they will certainly complete enough laps to be point scorers. Just looking at the best TCE cars at 147 laps, and they're on 134. So they are 13 laps back, but by the time we get to the end of the race, that's only about 10%, isn't it? So
considering what happened to that car yesterday, the time that it took them to get out from between two bales of tyres, that's 26 minutes, isn't it? That's all that is, when you think about it.
Yeah, about half an hour,
it's about half an hour. Sorry, we have small children in the booth.
Just got distracted for a second.
The next generation of Constantinos commentary team.
Could you? Well, she's female, so she's got the opportunity.
Yeah. Don't open that can of worms, Ben. Really don't. Third generation broadcaster already.
Third and a half, because the old man's uncle was a commentator at the original Goodwood.
Really?
And Dad did and he did the lap charting when he was 16, 17. So
did not know that.
Was actually at Goodwood the day that Sterling had his crash, which was celebrated 60 years ago yesterday.
Which was an Easter weekend meeting, wasn't it? But obviously Easter is literally a movable feast. So good afternoon to Lola, who is now going to enjoy the rest of the afternoon with ear defenders, we should mention, because she's only very little. A very pleasant child.
They're about the size of her head. They're absolutely huge.
Very pleasant and affable child, so clearly taking after her mother, Ben.
Yes, no, it's certainly not coming from me, that's for sure.
in so many ways. 2 hours and 14 gone, 4 hours and 15 to go. We have to be off the track, engines silenced before 6 o'clock tonight, and that's why we've got this split session here over the last couple of days. Quite a few interesting lines being taken coming out of Puon by battling cars, including the number 71 Andreas Gelsinis, and the Lamborghini 710, which is just back out of the pits, isn't it? And a spin at La Source for the 701. This is the vortex, the bright orange vortex, now pushed up against the wall. This is how you warm your tyres up in sim racing.
Yeah.
Straight into the wall and flash it, because you can't wear the tyres out. You just,
that's another can of worms.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy in the sim racing world about dragging brakes and nosing into the world and spinning around. This was the car that had to have the right-hand side door sealed up. It wasn't working too well earlier on. That's a picture for the family album right there, Ben, of your little one. Now, the reverse gear, finding the reverse gear seems to be a bit difficult. One of the things you should always ask when you get in a race car is where and how do I find reverse gear? Do I have to press an interlock? And all of these things you learn to ask, like, is the pin out of the fire extinguisher? It comes through experience. And one of my first races, I got turned around and didn't know where reverse was.
The other thing is, you don't have necessarily much vision on what's coming around the corner. So
you've got to watch the marshals.
Yeah, they don't seem to be giving him much
no, they are.
direction. Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, go, go, go.
Interestingly, how many people we've seen do that over the last couple of days here.
Leaving it out to La Source. Oh, it's so easy.
Yeah, but rarely do we see people parked up like that on the inside barrier.
It's a much quicker corner than people give it credit for.
Well, I wonder whether it's the gravel trap on the outside that means people are now pinching.
Shying away from it. Right. It's like golfers, when people say, oh, look at that par 3, you've got to hit it over the water. The good golfers will say, what water?
Yes, exactly.
You don't look at the water. You're not thinking about the water. Don't think about gravel. If you're thinking about the gravel and you're looking at the gravel, as motorcyclists, you'll go where your eyes are. If you're looking at the hole in the road, you'll fall into the hole in the road. Simple as.
Mountain biking the same.
Yep. So the 701 is back underway, and there was a little bit of jigging and poking to get the first gear, and 19th position for that car in class, or in division, should I say.
Yeah, so that is 21st overall, second in GTX.
So it was Philippe Bonnell then in the Vortex V8.
Which
second
is the one
in
that
GTX, by the way.
That wasn't written off and then
rebuilt. Which is back out, though. That car is back out again, isn't it?
It is.
Saw that this morning.
And there's a third one in the paddock.
Yeah. We could have had a go, Ben. If only.
I'm not sure I would.
If you're going to be there, you want to be in first. Put it that way.
There we go, yeah.
Bagsy first go. Nick would always get first because he's always fastest at shouting shotgun. Always. Yeah.
I'm not sure no, hang on. I'm quite surprised at how little gravel there is on the track.
Yes, I agree with that.
These guys have not been dipping their wheels into the gravel and dragging it back up that much. It's really quite impressive. Here is Pierre Caffa, leader of our race by 3/4 of a lap over the CP Racing Mercedes. There is only 5 seconds between Shane Lewis and Daniel Kilowitz. That has been actually coming down quite considerably because Daniel is the proest of those drivers.
Is that a new word?
Well, I feel as though it's the most polite way of putting it. I always find it difficult.
Experienced.
Well, yes, yeah, all using proper words.
No, because that might not actually be true, because the other guy could have done not more races, just not as fast.
Yeah. Herbert Motorsport in the fuel zone. So we were speculating when they last pitted, which was under code 60, had they fueled. I think the answer is now no, because after just 15 minutes, Daniel Alleman brings the car into the pits. He does not stop at his pit box and goes straight down to fueling area, which is going to compromise them a lot as we're under green flag conditions.
I mean, Herbert not running right at the front, but they are, of course, leading their class, which is GT3 AM, and because the team has lost its 2 hot shoes. You only have the Renau brothers, who are both, as they would admit, quicker than Rolf or Dan Alleman. They've picked up the services of Jürgen Harling, who's been one of the better guys when they were running 2 cars. Jürgen Harling's headed to lead the 92 car with her 2 cars in there. But I think winning their class is going to be a major achievement, because they are running with much more of an AM range.
Shane Lewis there scaring Max Edelhoff off the racing line, putting another lap on him. Car collection 34, down in 5th position now and quite a distance between themselves and Herbert, although they will be going up to 4th, I imagine, with Herbert in pits right now. And the other person in the pits is Joe Bradley.
I am, and at the 701, the Vortex that we saw spun, half spun I should say, with its nose into the wall, that's made its way back to the pits. It looks perfect. The Phoenix Audi, more importantly, is in. The number 8 Audi into the pits for a driver change and wheels, and just being pulled past. This is the 904. Yeah, it's the 904 Porsche just getting towed in behind me. So all action in the pits, and the Phoenix Audi in for what looks like a scheduled stop. Driver changing tyres going on this car, and it's in from the lead, I believe, guys. So that car just handing the lead back to the Ferrari and the Mercedes to battle it out.
Done 30 laps, Pierre Caffer aboard that car, and actually Pierre had done another 7 laps before that. So in total, Pierre in the car for an hour and 40 odd minutes. We expect that car will need a proper full service and full tank of fuel when it gets down to the fuel bays, which shouldn't have too many cars in them, so that should be an easy one to achieve. And therefore, we will have the Mercedes of CP Racing back up into the lead of the race.
And of course, one of the exciting things, or one of the nth level degree of things we used to have with Creventic, was that they teams would have a favourite fuel pump.
Oh, really?
Because they would actually go down there during the previous days. They would test the fuel pumps, work out which one was the fastest flowing. Because these are just like standard fuel pumps from Tesco's, just on the back of a van and put down there. And because they were microscopically different, and they would work out which was the fastest one, and they would always try and get to pump 3 or pump 4 or pump 2. But unfortunately, Creventic, as they did, worked out what was going on and put restrictors on them. So they all fill at exactly the same rate now. Because sometimes you can have 2 restrictors on your pipe, because sometimes there is a second restrictor which actually reduces the fuel flow speed. So you've got so they've evened up all of the pumps to begin with, and then if you are a GT3 car which only needs to get 90 litres for a full fill, or if you're a Merc 30, 110 litres for a full fill, they make sure that takes the same amount of time with a second car-specific sub restrictor.
Well,
because they're trying to make it as fair as possible and as complicated as possible for us.
Well, that's interesting. 904 being towed directly to the fuel bay.
I guess it ran out of fuel then.
Therefore, that's what was one of the issues.
So they've not. There's a number of cars that haven't been towed to the fuel bay and had to do the push of shame. So I'm kind of surprised that they obviously must have known in advance that it needs to get the fuel. Hopefully that'll fire up again, because to get it back again could be a nightmare.
904 was the car that we saw beached, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. That was a different 978. The interesting thing is that this is the first time I can remember having these fueling issues with cars running out on track and cars need to fuel up in the pits. So
because it's such a long lap?
It's a long lap. I think it's an awkward fuel fill, so you try and avoid it as much as you can. They haven't taken as many opportunities as you pointed out, Ben, in Code 60. It doesn't quite make as much sense because of the length of the pit lane. So I think there's kind of a point here where perhaps we'll be a little bit more greedy on fuel, as Paul Trustwell described the problems that the Red Camel Jordans had.
Remember yesterday, Red Ant were ignoring Code 60s. They were just fueling when they needed fuel. Their strategy seemed to be, we have a plan, we stick to the plan, it doesn't matter what's happening around us. And that seemed to elevate the 903 car up into the top 3 position. There it is, up into the top 3, because some teams had done 5 or 6 stops and they had only done 2. Well, that last stint for 904 was an hour and 48 minutes before it ground to a halt.
And obviously about 2 minutes too long.
But clearly, I mean, that was an optimistic 37 minutes. So
back for the lead, back right on now as they come up through Eau Rouge.
Oh, yes.
Shane Lewis ahead of Daniel Kalowitz. They both become first and second because of Pierre Caffer and the Phoenix Racing team stopping. Not quite sure who's taken over Pierre's car yet. And this is the fight for the lead up the Kemmel Straight. And we saw, just about half an hour ago, this lead changed again, but that time it was Jürgen Kronbach going past Shane Lewis, and again, Shane just doesn't fight it too hard. He knows there's 4 hours to go. They're on different strategies.
Ish, because they both pitted roughly an hour ago. The Ferrari pitted just over an hour ago, and the Mercedes pitted just under an hour ago. They got about the same amount of fuel when they did pit. So I'm speculating that they are actually on a similar strategy. So that could have been a legit
Well, what we didn't see was what we did see in qualifying. All the 3 qualifying drivers for the Ferrari were actually quicker than just about every other driver on the field, and they had an overall aggregate advantage across 3 drivers of 3 seconds. So that car was 3 seconds that quicker. We've not seen that play out. They're currently, after 7 hours of running, 8 hours of running almost, just a 0.3 of a second ahead. And I'd have thought it'd be 2 laps ahead by now, 3 laps ahead. And they've talked about all code 6s and everything else, but it is the same for everybody. And with the number of code 6s we've had, that does even it out, because you've had just 2. Well, those 2 could both fall against you. We've had 8. No, some are going to be on your side, some are going to be against you. So
I think some people can have better luck than others, that's for sure. And certainly if you find yourself pitting just after a code 60 has been thrown versus just before, then that is going to compromise the speed of the cars out on track and how much fuel you've got in. For instance, both of these 2 cars pitted under not the last code 60, but the one before. The one pitted the Ferrari pitted before the code 60 was thrown, and the Mercedes pitted in the code 60. So actually they might be on different strategies in terms of the amount of fuel that's in the car.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly WTM have themselves stated they've enjoyed today more as far as where the luck's thrown, but even so, they've not that often shown the massive speed advantage, but they do, going from Friday's running, have a ground speed advantage on everyone else, but it's not been able to be experienced. And in many ways, the most impressive car for me has been the Phoenix Racing team, because they've made up for having a proper, real, genuine amateur in their car, who, as you said, was costing them 10 seconds a lap. And I think slightly changed their strategy as well. But the one of the cars that is recovering from big problems is the Audi 34 car collection with Joe.
Actually, Nick, you mentioned the 18 Phoenix Audi and the strategy that they've deployed on that car in this race so far. That was going to be my option on the Spirit of the Race Award, purely down to those race tactics. Staying in Audi land, though, and reporting on the number 34 car collection car, in for a drive change, Max Edelhoff will hand over to Hans-Dr. Kirchhoff, I should say. And the Audi R8 still sporting that damage on the left rear, not causing that car too much of a performance deficiency, purely aesthetic. Just kick that down.
I don't know.
Do you think so? Is it causing that car a bit of a straight line deficiency? It's just about to leave. It's still got the stickers on those brand new Hankook tyres, so that car will make its way to fueling. So has it had a bit of an effect on its lap times, has it, guys?
I don't think so. I think we've kind of had this situation before where Audi shed bits of bodywork at the rear, and you think, oh, that's it, they've done. Aero's gone, and the car is exactly the same speed as it was. Obviously, it's not a benefit, but I don't think it's the massive disaster you think it is when you see other aero-based cars with bits of bodywork falling off. The point about it, as you made very clearly, Joe, is that the diffuser is still there and we're working, getting any underbody aerodynamics that could be, and the wing is working, and those are the key things that provide the main elements of downforce. Yes, not having that left rear wing is going to be slightly affecting some of the airflow, but it's at the back of the car, and it's after the air's being worked everywhere else. It's not the same as losing the front of the car, where it's destroying the airflow across the whole of the car. It's just how it leads. So it might be a tiny bit draggier, but overall it doesn't even have a major impact, and they are when they came in 4th place.
Average lap time on the previous stint for that car was a 26-27, and then the average lap time for that last stint was a 29. So I think they are losing a little bit of time because of that, especially as it was Max Edelhoff aboard that car for the last stint, and I don't know, it just looks there's so much air that shouldn't be going into the engine that is. It just looks as though it can't be right.
Not perfect,
fall back
but
into
not
pits.
necessarily having a problem.
This is a surprise. We just saw these guys fueling. Why are they in again? Go on, Joe. Before we go to Joe, let's have a look at the results so far then, with WTM Racing ahead of CP Racing by just a couple of seconds at the moment. Phoenix in 3rd spot with Car Collections, Audi 4th with that sporting damage. Herbert in 5th position, and then Jutta in 6th. HRT Performance is the second best of our 911s, and then Santalok at the 26th Audi in 8th position. Done in 9th. Red Ant Racing is the best of our 992 category cars, with Van Berlo, the best of the earlier generation machine. Red Camel Jordan in 11th position, Speed Lover 12th. EBM with all kinds of stories in 13th position, and then Porsche Laurent 14th. Team ACP, best of the GT4s and best of the GTXs is 909th. Best of our second best in GT4, although I think probably best in GT4 is our Swedish McLaren, up there 17th overall. And then in GT-AM, we've got the Bentley in 18th. 19th position, the second of our older generation Porsches, and then the Vortex GTX 701, second in class. M4 GT4 of Vedek down in 21st. CWS Engineering in their GT4 Ginetta 22nd. West End Racing's Cayman 23rd, and Red Ant Racing's 904 we just saw in the pits in 24th. And then third in GTX is Leopard's Hurricane Super Trofeo, that's way down after issues earlier on. Issues also for the Audi R8 LMS GT4 of Car Collection. NKPP we saw stranded out on circuit. Vortex 702 with a big rebuild yesterday, and then 2 retirements so far. The Mercedes GT4 of Bagheera and RD Sainz Lamborghini ending its day in the wall at Eau Rouge.
And now let's look at the TCE standing. So leading overall, it's 104 Knocker Racing TCR Golf, just ahead of the Holmgard Motorsport Golf GTR. So 2 Golfs at the front. The Golfs do very, very well in Creventic Racing. That's second overall. Third, this is the leading TCX, Brad Lewis and the Valunga 205 team. And then we have the 105, third place in TCR. With the third Golf, it's Golf. And GSR Motorsport, fourth in the class, third in the class. And then the 1, 2, 3 rail equipped by Tokar Sport, another one of the TCRs. The TCR's 4 of the top 5, but for once, that's a Cupra. Another Cupra follows it, the 151 Baporo Motorsport car. That's Johan Wiens and Jaime Font in 6th. In 7th in the TCE race, but in 6th in TCR. It's the first of the RS3s. That's a Wolf Power Racing, which of course had that problem this morning with Yasmin Pricing at the wheel. And then the recovering BBR TCR, that's the Leon competition car. That's the all-Thai team who have won the first 2 rounds and are coming from a massive off-an accident, huge repairs yesterday. 9th in TCE, second in class in the GT4 CS, that's the GTX class, is the 225 PRV team, and then it's X-Swift Racing in 10th, the 221, the 255, the MSCS Racing M2, that's in 11th. In 12th, it's the 117 PCR Sport TCR. In 13th, it's WC Motorsport with their E46 M3. Then APO Sport, the much troubled Ginetta G55 is in 14th. And then AC Motorsport, the car no longer with us after a big accident yesterday, is car number 15.
That's it then for our leaderboard, with 4 hours still remaining here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's the second part of our 12-hour race, which is round 3 of the Creventic series for 2022. And still plenty to decipher and work out what's going on circuit. We were about to go down to Joe Bradley in the pits. Why not? Let's do that now. Good. Thanks, Joe.
Let's take Joe now, shall we?
I'm still here, waiting patiently after the standings to bring myself up to speed. We were talking, guys, I'm sure you still remember, about the 904, the Red Ant Porsche, that had been brought in on the back of a tow rope. Now, this is very, very heads-up driving from the driver at the wheel of that car at that time, because he told the recovery truck, don't tow me to the garage, tow me to the fueling, because I'm out of fuel, is my assumption from that. Having taken on, that's why we saw it get towed past the garage and then around the corner and down the fueling.
Joe, don't try that with an AA guy, because he'll charge you an extra 10 quid for that. He'll not taking the garage, taking the fuel when he's broken down.
Well, he did. Well, it's been well worth these extra 15 or 25 quid in his back pocket, because what then we saw when Ben shouted, hey, the 904's back in the pits. Well, it was, but it's come back into the pits having taken on its fuel because it needed tyres. He wasn't able to take on tyres first because he'd run out of fuel. So we've had a few cars being out of fuel on pit road, and then we've got that massive anomaly of we're not allowed under the regulations to refuel the cars in the garage or on the pit apron. So, forgot to mention, you're not allowed to push your car all the way along the pit road and then turn right at the source down the hill. So it's quite an anomaly, and it's been by pure magic that the cars we've seen have somehow fired up, and I don't know what they've done, but
Yes,
somehow
there's been
fired up.
magic.
Bit of magic from the, from somewhere. I'm not really sure.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot.
I've got a little bit more to tell you.
But we have to see the highlights of the first 8 hours first, but then we'll come straight back to you
All
for
right,
everything
more
else
to
you've got
tell
to
you.
because I want to see big pictures first of highlights. Well, certainly an action-packed second part of the race, but far more important that Joe has more to tell us.
Well, I've got something to tell you, but I need some information from you guys. Do you remember the Wolf Power Audi?
Yes.
With Priesick at the wheel. That car went off. I take it that car's back into the race. They did recover that car.
Yeah, they went back in pretty quickly, actually. They didn't lose that many laps. They're 5th in class still.
Fabian Dance is in the car at the moment.
Well, anybody who's familiar with the Creventic 24H series will be familiar with the Wolf Power name being in partnership with Autorama AG. Well, that partnership has come to an end. Wolf Power now finding their feet and standing on their own 2 feet. But Autorama AG are coming back to the series. And they're coming back to the series, I believe, at Hockenheim for the 12-hour race there next month. And they're coming back to the GT4 class. I want to ask you guys, what car do you think they're bringing?
Is it a different one we haven't seen before, one of the ones we currently got?
No, we've got them and we've had them. So nothing too out of the...
Mercedes, then?
Yay! Nick wins.
I'm good at these questions. I even get rally questions right when I ask them, which is very rare. Thank you, Joe. Just checking, are you finished for now?
For now I am, until I get more information.
Fantastic.
That was from the horse's mouth, from Steph Tanner, who's messaged me that information about Hockenheim.
Cheers, man.
We've emptied Joe's tank for the moment. He'll start refilling it.
Very much.
So 13 seconds the gap now between the Ferrari and the Mercedes at the head of our field, really showing how much Daniel Kvyat is able to stretch his legs in that Ferrari. He was the fastest man in qualifying, if you remember, did a 2:18. Yep. He's doing 2:21s now, but Shane Lewis on the last lap did a 2:27. Okay, everyone's got traffic to contend with, but it does seem as though there's decent gaps developing between those two cars at this point. And it's really those two for the lead, because Phoenix Racing are at least another lap down, I think, with Ella Earhart, who I apologise profusely. I called him a her yesterday.
I did hear that yesterday.
And it's not Ella, is it? It's Aaliyah.
Aaliyah. Well, Aaliyah, it's not quite as bad as it looks for Phoenix, because they've done a full service and driver change a few minutes ago.
Sure.
Actually, his current stint run is 13 minutes, so it's 13 minutes ago, whereas Daniel Kelowitz has been in for half an hour and Shane Lewis has been in for an hour and a half. So Phoenix, say, on this recovery drive, let's say recovery, that's very unfair, on this tactical drive where they put themselves at a tactical disadvantage at the start by running their least quick driver, and they then put the faster guys in. And of course, Phoenix have won more than one event in the Creventic calendar over the last 2 or 3 years, so they know what they're doing. And of course, they are in second place in Pro-Am. We have GT3, GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 Am. Leading GT3 overall actually is our 5th place runners, which is currently, which is due to racing, which is Andreas Gelzinas in their Audi. They're in the GT3 class on its own, and those classes are defined by your driver makeup.
Yeah, but they haven't really had any competition in that class since the very beginning, because EBM is their only other car in the fully pro GT3 category, and they had a bit of a mare from the outset, really. Still running, but down in 12th position, so what's that, 5-6 laps behind their competitor? Yeah, 5 laps. So because we've only got a couple of cars in each of the categories, everyone wins a prize.
Well, yes, we have a Pro-Am leading and an Am second. So, you know, both of them currently are winning and getting the maximum points because you get the points within your class. Yes, I think WTM are now doing what we thought they would do from minute one back in yesterday morning, and they're pulling out 3 or 4 seconds a lap. Kelowitz actually, though, isn't the fastest driver of the entire event. That actually is held by the Santaloc Racing driver, who put in a 2:21.446. That is Simon Gachet, who is actually the fastest driver, or was the fastest driver on the track. Actually, at that time yesterday.
Yeah, Simon was. I don't think we saw Simon yesterday.
No, the fastest lap was yesterday.
He did do a stint, okay, because he was very, very fast this morning and getting Santaloc back onto terms with the rest around them. One team we haven't really spoken too much about is the very best of our 992 cars. Now that Red Camel made that kind of fundamental error of ignoring trusses.
Greedy.
Round goes Voltex.
That's facing the wrong way, coming out of the hairpin onto the start-finish straight, but he hasn't got to get reversed, he's just drifting backwards.
Yeah, don't ever ignore Paul Trustwell.
No.
That's the lesson for Red Camel. They've
or let him cook your chicken.
Oh, really?
Never let him cook your chicken. That's
yes, of course, Portimao. And so Red Camel dropping out of the lead of the race by a couple of laps, a lead of the 992 race, and that's promoted HRT Performance to the lead. Antti Burri doing a lot of driving yesterday in that car. Jim Rautonen is aboard that now, and we were accosted by one of their wives last night because we were their favourite commentator, but not getting their husband's name right.
Yeah, I kind of think they misidentified me at that point. Oh, he's wearing the shirt, he'll do.
Well, I mean, they're all quite relatively easy. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, yeah.
Yeah, but I kind of feel that your World Rally background helps you with
does a lot.
Scandinavian names.
Absolutely.
Effectively, if you cut, all you need to know is how to say Sebastian, and then also how to say several Scandinavian names. That's it.
But like Kimi Räikkönen's always been pronounced wrong because it's not it's Räikkönen. All you have to do is really kind of, if you put a bit of an accent on it, helps you a lot.
You need to have one a bit relaxed. Like Danny Ricciardo.
It's not Danny Ricciardo, is it?
It's Danny Ricciardo, we're saying. We're saying Ricciardo. He ignores
He says
that
Ricciardo.
I know, but it's not. He's just done that. He's anglicised his name just to make it easier for everybody because he's a happy-go-lucky chappy. So, I think everyone should do that. Because basically, otherwise I'm murdering names left, right and centre by Car Collection running now in 6th, Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff. They are currently moving, sort of drifting. They're looking to get into 3rd place, or 4th place overall. Obviously, Dr. Johannes is less quick than the other two drivers. And of course, interesting with Car Collection, they've kind of stripped down the number of drivers this year, because normally it was a 5-driver lineup, including Elmer Grimm, the world's tallest driver, and yes, a genuine descendant of Mr. Grimm's fairy tales.
Really?
Yep.
No.
He had a helmet a couple of years ago which had the Grimm's fairy tales on it.
He's actually on the car and on the dashboard still.
And of course that Max Edelhoff's dad actually used to race as well, but he's now doing team manager work. So I think a couple of teams have decided with this kind of very even split, which we had the last couple of races, like 5.5, 6.5, rather than the really odd ones, 3 and 9. It does mean you just don't need as many drivers. So they have cut down. I don't think doing a 3 and 9, you'd see many people doing it two-handed. But we've got a few two-handed races. It kind of splits in. It's like doing 2 6-hour races, which are very easy to do with two drivers if you've got the finance and the desire. But trying to do 9 hours with two non-professional drivers is difficult. So, it does throw up these anomalies, doesn't it?
Does mean the cost is shared by less.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but I mean, some of these teams that's not really an issue.
Maybe it doesn't really matter.
Really an issue. I mean, it's absolutely at the forefront of your mind as you attempt to get your racing career going again at some point. But for the rest of us, you go, money, who knows?
Car Collection running Audis across the board in sports car racing, running a couple in SRO championships as well, and backed by Trésor. They have an ex-World Touring Car driver in that lineup with Hugo Valente. Perhaps could do with a little bit of more experience in the car. His first experience didn't go particularly well at Imola a couple of weeks ago. And there is there's a bit more damage to that car. There's a little plate that's behind the driver's head that has now popped out.
You know, it's slowly it's making it easier for the mechanics to strip it down the end of the race.
Well, absolutely, it's doing
Stripping
itself
down,
yeah. I mean, the amount of air that's getting into that engine bay that shouldn't be getting in.
Yeah, you're right. They've now got a waggly bit, haven't we?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
It's a special waggly bit.
Listen, Nick. It also looks like a single seater from the rear left. It's It's an open wheeler on 3 of them, and then one of them, and a closed wheel on the other.
Well, certainly it's got
3.
no engine cooling issues anymore because that engine's well open to the atmosphere.
That's absolutely true. I do think it's losing time. I know that. I mean, if I was an aerodynamicist, I would be very upset if that car wasn't losing time.
Yes,
because
I've wasted my time designing a wheel arch.
It's not just the exterior that's missing. It is that interior arch as well, which controls all the air that flies out off the wheel, through the brakes and all the rest of it. And that turbulence, I mean, ultimately could rip off the rear bumper at some point because it will be getting into the engine bay and then kind of escape the engine bay from places which shouldn't
there's
do.
a really big hole on the left-hand side it can get out.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, problem for, that's the 10th place car.
Van Berlo.
Van Berlo, yeah. Bert Van Helden.
Best of our 991 category cars. And gets back going again. So many people doing that. I think, as we were saying just before John left for lunch, I think it's the intimidation of the gravel trap. Before, if there was an issue, you'd run a little bit fast through that corner. You just open the steering wheel, off you go. Oh, he's been helped round, has he?
He's on. Yeah, that one's not actually him.
Whoa,
oh, wow, the 929. But that was an optimistic time at the inside when the 906 didn't see him. So yeah, that was our leader, Jim Bralteren, just going for the inside. I hate to bring this back, but that just reminded me of an iRacing shunt, where someone just comes up the inside and they can't see him on the run to the source. It's only 4X and a row. But I think you're actually right. It is much, much easier to get that wrong. I think, again, I don't want to say you're right twice in one sentence, because that hurts my heart. But I think as they come in, you're coming in tighter, and then you're still booting at the same point, and so the car goes, actually, I can't handle that steering angle and the power. And that's why they end up so close to the inner wall.
Well, what would usually happen is you just open the steering wheel, run off wide. Yeah. That's all good. I'm surprised, as I said earlier, that we haven't seen more people running off wide through understeer. And I'm sure when we have front-wheel drive touring car races here later on in the year, there'll be a lot of gravel on track where people accelerate early and go into a gravel trap like that. Hardly any tyre tracks on the left-hand side. Thank you, Nick. Enjoy your lunch. Oh.
So, 3 hours and 42 minutes still to go. And it's beginning to look a little clearer at the top of the standings with Wochenspiegel and CP battling it out. Daniel Kalvitz and Shane Lewis still under 20 seconds between them. Leah Earhart for Phoenix Racing in the Audi in 3rd position. Just waiting. Oh, there goes Kalvitz across the line. That was nice. Just passing one of the Porsches there as he went through. That heading down towards the new look Eau Rouge and Radeon with the huge grandstand and suites to drivers left. Wall's gone on the left-hand side at the bottom of the hill. That's going to be a heck of a viewing spot there when that is finished. And
you're not going to have that epic shot looking away as you go up Eau Rouge from on the ground as the cars shoot past the camera and then sweep up. We've seen it across all the different championships. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because the camera can't now be mounted on that curb. There is no wall. It used to be mounted on the wall, but now it can't be mounted there. So we're going to lose something from our coverage at Spa through no fault of any TV company whatsoever. Just there'll be no barrier to hide your camera behind any longer.
I understand why it's been done, and
as you say, vision helps a huge amount.
I also think, as I said earlier on, possibly a controversial view, although on Twitter at RSL_studio, hashtag Spa12H, that it has restored some challenge to Spa that was sadly missing for most drivers, and particularly for the lesser experienced drivers, because it was easy to make a mistake and not get away, and get away with it, rather. But it seems that many of you agree with me on that, which is, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised about, because those of you watching and listening here are students of the sport, as my colleague Jeremy Shaw would say, my IMSA Radio colleague. Next weekend, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for IMSA WeatherTech Pilot Challenge. We've also got Porsche Carrera Cup North America and Lamborghini Super Trofeo for you. And for the most part, those are in sound and vision for you. Over on IMSARadio.com and the IMSA live video button on there. Barely a free weekend now, which is great. Just have to find things to do during the week. That's the other thing. So we had a pit stop for the two leading cars round about 44 minutes ago. 44 minutes for Daniel Kylevitz, 48 minutes for Shane
Ferrari
Lewis.
slow, Ferrari slow.
Oh, that's the leader. Right rear puncture on the leading car coming into the bus stop. So that will have to be a trip down the pit lane. So Shane Lewis has gone through and taken the lead. Shane Lewis has gone through, taking the lead.
It happened in the last sector of the lap.
Kirchhoff has gone through, so he's getting a lap back on the leader, but he's, what, 3 laps down?
Actually, no, it happened in the middle sector of the lap. He lost 8 seconds in the middle sector of the lap, but then he's going to be very slow in this third sector.
He's in the pit lane now, I think. Joe Bradley is down there. We'll wait to hear from Joe if he turns up there. He is just getting into the pit lane. Joe Bradley, this is the leader with you. Drama.
Now, in comparison to the 34 Audi R8 of Car Collection, who came in with the other side deflated and bodywork was quite badly damaged. Literally 0 damage apparent on that Ferrari, and they've just quickly changed the wheel. Now, I think the reason for that is that puncture came late in the lap, so the tyre didn't exactly have much of a chance to delaminate and start lashing round and destroying bodywork. So that car already on its way down the pit lane. All right, this is unscheduled, but be able to top off the fuel and head on its way. So, in the scheme of things, not that much time. That has cost that car not that much delay, I would think.
So big drama then for Wochenspiegel, and that car in the pits. Some, what did I say? Just 46 minutes. Not that far away. They're about 10 minutes shy of what would be a normal stint.
Exactly.
So in terms of throwing them off kilter strategically, that's not so bad. It's hurt them losing time on the way in. They've lost something in the region of 55 seconds. There were 20 seconds to the good. They're at least now 35 seconds down when they crossed the line from Shane Lewis. Obviously, it's going to be worse than that for a while because they're going down into fuel now because they might as well fuel. And Joe, sorry, did you say whether Daniel got out of that car or not? Not sure.
There was no driver change. They very quickly changed the tyres, and then the car was back out straight away. Very quick.
He'll be able to do a full stint without getting near to his 2 hours, so that makes a lot of sense. Now this, again, this is going to dial some stagger and a bit of differential into the front of the field. The pistol grip into the fuel filler and being packed around by the team member there just to make sure nothing splashes out. Exactly the same as you would fill up your car leaving here today. Well, not you, obviously, because you plug into a 3-pin plug, don't you? Or you get your bicycle out and cycle a bit. Got those rollers.
I can even power somebody else's car if I wanted to.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well, providing it's another electric car.
It does reverse charge.
Does it, really?
Yeah, so if you'd run out of battery, I can plug into you and give you some of mine. Remarkable. Or charge a kettle.
Or charge a kettle. Get a cup of tea out of it when you need it. Yeah, that's what you need, an inverter, isn't it? So you can plug it in and have all your appliances running off it.
I mean, if it was a camper, it would be great if it was a camping vehicle because you could plug everything into the car.
Well, VW are doing that with the ID Buzz.
But you'd need a tow hook, and you can't put a tow hook on the car. Can't tow your camper van without a tow hook.
There's no electric vehicle at the moment that has a tow hook, is there? Because of the batteries being low down in the skateboard, so there's nothing to fasten it to. Yeah, as far as I'm aware. I think the new Cybertruck is meant to have one, the Tesla. So new leader, no electric power here. That's all internal combustion engine that's driving that CP racing car around, although sponsored by Battery Tender, who are trickle chargers. And now leading comfortably, but due in within, I would say, again, within the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. So they both pitted at the same time last time, and Daniel Kilvitz has been taking 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds out of Shane Lewis per lap through that last stint. He's lost a minute after having a puncture halfway around the lap, so all of that work undone again, but he can do it again on this next stint too.
And they are off kilter in terms of driver and tyre changes, because when Shane Lewis came in last time around, he changed tyres, but he stayed in the car, whereas when the Ferrari came in, the 22, let me just find that one.
Yeah, it's just below.
Yes, I had them in the same place. There was a slightly longer stop because when Daniel got into the car, that means they had to get out Jochen Krumbach. So it was a slightly longer time in the pit lane. Very little damage, if any damage, done to the bodywork of the Ferrari, which is running again. It's dropped down to 3rd position. Leah Earhart has gone through for Phoenix. So that there is a full lap now between Shane Lewis and the 2nd place Phoenix Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, and interestingly, Phoenix have been out for half an hour since their last pit stop, which was a full fuel. Remember, Pierre Caffer did an hour and 15 in that car before handing over to Elia Earhart. And that pit stop was under green flag conditions. So actually, looking pretty good for Phoenix as they are right now. We are probably owed a pit stop in the next half an hour, 40 minutes from them, but you would say the same, if not a bit more recent, from our leaders.
So interesting you say that, because whilst I was away enjoying the wonderful catering that we were talking about earlier on.
I was not wrong.
You were not wrong. Some what might be called forgotten cuts, beef cheeks, slow cooked beef cheeks for lunch on a Sunday. Do you get anything better than that? No is the answer. I was watching and listening, because we've got all of the timing and sound down there in the hospitality unit. And you're right what you say about Phoenix, because if they can get another half an hour out of that car, then they'll be down somewhere near 3 hours to go. 2 more stops for them.
Yeah.
And I reckon everybody else needs 3.
That's a good point. You start to work back from the end of our race now, yeah.
Yeah. Now, that assumes nothing else changed and everything else is equal, which, as Paul Trustwell will tell you, in endurance racing, any kind of racing, but particularly in endurance racing, seldom happens. Daniel Alleman's back behind the wheel of the 91 Herberth Porsche. It's the dark grey and checkerboard car. 4th place for Herberth, 174. He'll compete 175 next time around. So he's going to join the other 2 cars 1 lap off the lead when he comes back around here. So he is just 1 lap away from the leader.
And they're on a similar strategy to the Phoenix car. They're pitted within a lap of each other.
Okay. So again, we know that Porsche is pretty frugal. Sounds funny to say, although I'm getting great mileage out of mine.
Do you know what? One team we haven't really spoken too much about, Jutta Racing, who won the GT3 category at Mugello last time out. All Lithuanian team.
Yes.
Andreas Gelzinis in the pit lane right now in the 71 car. They run an Audi R8, and they've been there and thereabouts. You know,
have they ever?
I think it's easy for us to kind of not try and say their names and therefore maybe not mention them, but we've seen them up into 2nd position in today's race, and their strategy seems to be working out. They're quietly going about their business, finding themselves in 2nd, down to 6th, but they're there and there.
Championship of the Continents is Dubai, your best EU race, and Sebring. That's how that's made up. The European Championship is Mugello, Spa, Hockenheim, Portimao and Barcelona. At the moment in the Championship of the Continents, GT3 is being led by CP Racing on 32 points from MS7 by WRT, who aren't here, and WRT, who aren't here, in third. CP leads Car Collection Motorsport in the GT3 AM category, 46 to 37 from Car Collection. Pro-Am is ST Racing, not here. MP Motorsport, not here. And Duo Racing by Herbeth Motorsport, not here. But of course, if they've had good results in the first of the European Championship, I can understand.
The Duo's the Bentley, right?
No, Duo is the other Herbeth car, the 93.
Ah.
In the 991 category, Villy Motorsports by EB Motors leads from NKPP Racing by Baz Coote in the 991, and Red Ant Racing in third. HRT leads 992 from Red Ant and Red Camel. GTX Car Sport from Leipert from Vortex, 704, 710 from 701. None of the GT4s are here. TCR BBR with pretty much perfect score, 46, ahead of Wolf Power Autorama, the 116 car, and the 188. Both of those have had problems this weekend. In fact, all three of those have had problems this weekend. TCX Kokomo in second, they're here this weekend, so they could pick up a bit of championship leverage in the Championship of the Continents as well. The European Championship is your best scores from Mugello, Spa, Hockenheim, Portimao and Barcelona. So we're really only one race into that. So that Championship of the Continents is Dubai, and first race of Europe, which was Mugello a month ago. If you don't get a good race there, then you come back, you do another EU race, and then you head off to Sebring later on. So it's very nicely constructed, very well thought out. At RSL_studio, hashtag SPA-12H, if you want to get in touch with us. Another round of pit stops starting now. Jutta Racing came in and has gone to fuel.
I think the driver's a bit knackered. He's just got out the car there from the Cayman. Barely could stand up. Which car are we looking at here? Must be on the second page of our timing.
Stand by, caller. That's the PRV car, I think, the 225, which is in the pit lane. Yeah, that's the only Porsche in the pit lane at the moment, and confirmed by Nick Damon, who's taken over back in the pit lane. So Joe Bradley is off to vacuum up what's left of the beef cheeks. 116 still, or back running, I should say. That is the Wolf Power Racing car that we're talking about. Yasmin Preissig had a nasty-looking accident earlier on, which we still didn't get down to the bottom of. She brought the car back in after it had been recovered out of the gravel at Paul Frere, wasn't it? She'd gone sort of straight on at that point, but that looked a really weird accident. But out turning laps again, and Fabian Dan's behind the wheel, and they are 5th in TCR at the moment, so this is important for that championship standings. Nick Damon, down in the pit lane.
And we have the CP Racing car, the car that has come in the lead. Obviously, it's been in second place, in the lead in second place so far today, but the misfortune, tyre-wise, of the Ferrari and WRT has promoted them to the lead. But of course, it wasn't a massive offset for the Ferrari. Just really that minute they lost on the in-lap seems to be a major problem. But out has got Shane Lewis, in is getting Charles Putnam, and they are cleaning everything out. And again, the slowest part of this process is the driver reload, and they're off. And to my left, Red Ant Racing in 903 have also done a full service and been driver trained. The 225 is about to leave, and long in the distance, that sky blue BMW M3, which is about 27 years old, WEC car, that is back in the pits again. They have run better today, in fairness. But yes, that is certainly a car that has seen many, many racetracks over many, many years.
It's the 339 that Nick was talking about there in the pit lane. It was brought in by Georg Haynes. Oh, actually, sorry, that's just George. There's just a spot on my entry list rather than an accent, as I thought it was. All English crewed team. David Cox, Adam Sharp and George Haynes. car had some electrical issues yesterday. It just cut out running down past the old pits and had to be recovered, and they got it back. They sorted it out and sent it back out again. Sitting at the moment 5th in class. Only covered 109 laps.
Have they been moved classes then? Because they were in their own class, weren't they yesterday?
I think they've been put into the TCX class so that they've got something to race against. So they're 70 laps down on the overall leader, but you're looking at 14 laps, so half an hour behind the Kokomo TLRT BMW, which is a much newer car. That's the BMW M2 Club Sport. So that's what they'll be looking at. In fact, 3 TCX cars in the pits at the moment because the 225 PRV is in the pit lane as well. That's the 3rd place car.
We're looking at the GT4 iteration of the Audi R8, run by Car Collection 499, and aboard that car is Andres Bakarud, the world and European Rallycross champion, who won his European Rallycross Championship here at Spa at the end of October on his 30th birthday as well. Nice weekend. Always has a great crowd of people behind him, and as Nick found out yesterday, just a massive enthusiast and affable chap. Surprised at how long he gets to sit in a car and do laps in an endurance race, because of course the polar opposite of an endurance race is a rallycross race, which takes about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
They do 4 laps maximum, and that's it, one of which is slightly longer than the other 3 because they have a joker lap, and then you're done. They don't even get much practice, but now he gets a couple of hours to sit in an Audi R8.
He was loving it yesterday when we interviewed him. Let's go to Nick Damon for more from the pit lane.
With Shane Lewis, fresh out of the CP Racing 85. Shane, you were very much enjoying what we spoke to you yesterday. I expect you're very much enjoying it today.
Oh, I always enjoy driving this AMG Mercedes here at Spa, for sure. A little different, stint for me this time around. We started Charles, and man, he is just such a bullet in the car. He's so dang good, so we were kind of saving him for today, and he did everything he was supposed to do. I picked up after there, and I got to be honest that I don't know if the rest of the competitors drank too much of that beer tasting last night, but traffic flow was a little strange today. I'll just say that it was a little bit more work than normal. I don't know if you guys got a shot of that tire that came in, but I knew it for quite a while that I had this vibration, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Now, on 2 occasions, the WRT Ferrari got past you on the track. You didn't really seem to be fighting it.
No, I wasn't fighting it, but I will be honest with you that I was footing it. I mean, that car is really fast. I'm not taking anything away from the drivers. The drivers are excellent in the car, but I got to say that we'll just say that that particular car seems a little bit too fast.
So is that fast in a straight line or quick around the corners, or?
Everywhere. So, yeah, the answer would be absolutely positively everywhere. So, I mean, our AMG is awesome. That's got a great balance. We get, for the long run, it is a little discouraging when a guy walks you that hard, braking, low speed, high speed. Oh, yeah, all of the places. But it's all good.
So we had a chat about tyre degradation yesterday. I mean, has it been worse today? Obviously, it's earlier in the day and the track's rubbered in, so it's kind of yin and yang, those two things, aren't they?
No, but I'll tell you what's really interesting. Even though I had that blister on the tire, when the cloud cover came over in certain areas of the track just for a couple of corners, I knew the difference in those corners. Like we don't want it to rain, of course, but if the clouds come in, it's unbelievable. Just a little bit of track temperature, the tire cleans right up and it's back fast again. So cloud cover, if you look at different parts of the race, I'm looking over your shoulder and I see a couple parts that are like, you got clouds over there and sunshine over here. I can tell you where there's going to be grip and not.
So are you going to be doing a cloud dance rather than a rain dance?
Yeah, cloud dance, no rain, man, no rain.
Shane, thanks, man, well done.
Thank you guys, appreciate you.
Great to hear from Shane Lewis. American team who've been a part of Creventic for a very, very long time. Watched them in American competition as well, but came over to Europe a few years ago and decided that they were going to do the championship here. See them at the Nürburgring and 1 or 2 other events as well, but once the Hankook 24-hour series established itself here in Europe, they signed up to it. Regulars at Dubai as well. And of course they'll be at Sebring at the end of the season on home ground. And despite the logistical issues, not of Creventic's making. Bad weather, travel and shipping difficulties. We still managed to get that 24-hour race off last year, even with the bad weather that we had at the track. Not unusual at Sebring. And we had a fantastic event, and we'll be back there the end of November to round off the season and the Championship of the Continents. And Nick, you were at Sebring last year, and you'd not been to Sebring before. Obviously, I have. It's a great old racetrack. Oh, hello! In comes the 116
Autorama car. It had enough problems before. Now it's just it's whack its pit marker. But they are, as you are, they are turning laps after that disappointing start of the day where they lost about 10 laps, 11 laps at the start. Fabian Dance getting out. He's already got out, in fact, and it's going to be Mr. Menden getting in because it's not Yasmin pricing. Yeah, the Sebring event was amazing because the amount of work that was done to get the thing on. The containers didn't arrive until after dark on Friday, and we were going to start the race by Saturday, sort of early, sort of lunchtime. But it was Sebring's amazing. It's fantastic. One of the knock-on effects from the lack of any ability to race the cars because they weren't there was the taxi rides were extended to about 4.5 hours. So I've done so many laps there in my Kia hire car. It's great. I'm both in the light and the dark. And my one feeling from that is one of the sponsors of the Creventic series, or the partners in the iRacing, their track modelling's blooming good. That's exactly like the track is exactly like it looks on iRacing.
You'd never know that Nick does sim racing, would you? He never mentions it.
Hardly ever.
Oh,
no, say something
Bentley.
About it.
Bentley at La Source, and it's the car. No, it's not. It's the Santa Look Audi, and we've got cars having to pick through. I think that was the 91 Herberth car picking their way through the middle of that. Bentley is stalled facing roughly the right direction. Santa Look with engine running but can't turn around facing the wrong direction. Little bit of a fumble there at La Source.
Yeah, I think the Bentley going down the inside of the Audi, and Audi turned in, much like we saw earlier on from the two Porsches. 929 was Jim Routenen. Went down, got squeezed actually onto the curb. There is a great view from the drone of the challenge that both of them need to face, because Bentley needs to go backwards. Santalock's got an opportunity to turn around. All good, but Bentley does need to go backwards before it can go forwards, and it has a bit more damage to that front left corner. It's already had
the
two or
bonnet's
three.
sticking up as well, Ben.
Yeah.
As well. And the problem is he can't just pull forward because there's gravel in front of the 6 now. Border Racing Team, Baudard, Bob Herbert and Mark Van Aert.
I mean, he's trying to give himself some space reversing backwards, but you're reversing into the racing line there, so we need to be very, very careful. And he is literally creeping his way back. Every time he does it, another car comes. Here we go again,
It was
down
the
the
Bentley
inside.
going down the inside.
Yeah.
And, well, I've got to say, as much as I like Bob, I think that was a little bit of an ambitious lunge.
They were so far apart from each other, though. The Sansalot car was on the racing line on the far outside. We probably would have had no idea that the Bentley was there.
Sitting on the left-hand side of the car, the Bentley's coming from your blind spot. And I know it's a big car, but even so...
Got to make yourself known when you do a move like that.
Sometimes you've got to get closer to the car, actually, so that they can see you in the peripheral vision.
Kind of make them move.
Yeah.
Move out of their slipstream so the driver knows that you've disappeared and therefore can assume you're down the inside.
The Bentley engine is still running, that 4-litre V8 with the twin turbochargers.
I think if he can get some lock on, he might be okay now. What you don't want to do is have a go and then end up stuck in the gravel, that's for sure.
What I don't understand is why he's not been able to go back the way he wants to. It's almost as if the car doesn't want to reverse.
Oh, we've got code 60.
I think we have to. It's been 2 or 3 goes from Bob to get that car to go backwards, and it's gone backwards a bit and then ground to a halt. So, well, this is very useful for the cars at the... no, they've just stopped, haven't they? So
well, no, car collection in the pit lane already. So
did Herberth come in?
No.
Because they're due in. Nick Damon, car collection came in before that code 60. Sorry, Nick, wait 1 second.
They just trundled down the pit lane, and I'm not sure whether that was cause or effect of the spin. I'm quite surprised, like most of us, that Bob couldn't get the car going. Must be an issue in some way. But yeah, so they just came down, I think, because Dr. Johannes needed to get a top up to make his 2 hours, and that's worked brilliantly for them. Now, in the penalty box we now have the leader in TCE, I think, and TCR, which is the knocker car, the 104. That's solving a penalty. That penalty is ticking away, and I think you've also got a couple of cars also coming in. The Herbeth car is in, by the way.
Yeah.
Herbeth car is in.
That's spot
full
on.
service and driver.
That's
because only half a tank now.
Yeah.
54 minutes that car had been out. It came in after just 6 laps for Daniel Alleman, which we never got to the bottom of because that.
No, it's because he pitted under code 60, and there was no fuel bay available.
Oh yes, he
so
drove through.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, very good, Ben. Thank you. So he's been out for really an hour and 15 minutes, pretty much, an hour and 10 minutes.
Leader in TCR.
And we've got the Ferrari in. The 22 Ferrari is in. As is the 26 Audi that got involved in that kerfuffle up at La Source.
What's going on here?
So there's a few cars.
I think he's done the gearbox. I think there's a transmission issue because when it was jumping back, is that another clutch that's gone? It was jumping back and stopping, jumping back and stopping. The car's going to have. This is the Bentley we're talking about. Bob got it back far. Herbert, got it back far enough to get round, and then as he's tried to pull forward, steering damage. I'm betting that there's left front steering arm damage where he went down the inside of the Santaloc Audi and he couldn't get the lock on. I've just noticed that the left-hand front wheel wasn't actually turned. So I'm guessing that that's steering damage. So they're going to drop further back. They're going to drop outside the top 20 here after a good run earlier on. But Tim? Oh, sorry, Nick?
The Ferrari stop was not just standard. I've turned around to look at it, having been watching the penalty box, and they were still there with some work going on in the footwell. So they've come in and then they've done a little bit of looky reparo, probably an extra 20 seconds at their stop whilst they were doing that. So I'll try and find out why that happened, but they have continued their issues following on from that puncture a while ago.
Wonder whether we will see the 18 Phoenix Racing in.
Yes, we will. I can see Pierre Caffa with the green driver helper gilet on, getting into the car will be. He's bringing a fresh. Oh, he's got his seat in front of him. So basically, it's not Pierre, and it's not.
Elliot's in the car.
Elliot's in the car. It's Creventic.
Creventic, the Polish driver. That's Patrick,
who's actually using Pierre Caffa's seat. He's got a big Caffa written in the back, so Pierre is going to walk in with it. Here comes the car. Rolling up to it, Ella Earhart, who Ben has discovered is a man today, is about to hop out.
He found that out yesterday, actually.
I did apologise.
Ask Hal.
Yes.
Yeah. And Caffa puts his seat in first, and now in gets Patrick. Very nice black and gold helmet, JPS-like. Tyres going in. These are brand new sticker tyres, as they would sit if I was being Shea Adam in the IMSA pit lane.
I love the way Pierre Caffa is always there to help the driver change. And to signify that he isn't an extra person. That's why he wears the green gilet. Go ahead, Nick.
Can't get a gear. Finally got one. So that was an extra 6 or 7 seconds, which didn't need to happen there as well.
Nick, that might be crucial down at the pumps.
Yes. Actually, following in the 102, the Sonax-sponsored Golf has come in for a full service as well. Here comes the 61, the oft-delayed GT3 Porsche.
That Sonax Golf is second in class to the Knocker Racing team, who came in just before it and has gone down to fuel now.
Knocker served their penalties as well.
Yes,
I know
they did,
you like to keep a list of this. Right, lots of cars are now coming in at this point. So my expectation is there's going to be a traffic jam at the fuel pump very, very soon. We've got the Red Campbell Jordans in, we've got the 499, that was the Audi which has been run by Car Collection, which had the overheating issue a couple of hours ago.
That's the GT4 car, which is about to start up again.
And yes, basically we've seen a lot of machines coming in. I'd be interested, I'm sure you've got eyes on the fuel pumps, but now they should be full.
And the Bentley is proving somewhat recalcitrant to go onto the flatbed, and it's all down to the left front steering arm and suspension. A jaunty angle and a wheel that does not want to stay straight. And normally when you pull a car backwards, the caster on the front end pulls the wheel straight.
But I think more than that,
if
the front end is hitting the ground because the angle of the...
yeah, they need a bit of wood, don't they?
You need less angle on there on the flatbed, yeah.
Normally, if you've broken your steering arm and your suspension's still there, because of the way your suspension sits, your wheels, the caster angle, like pushing a supermarket trolley, the direction of flow will always put the wheels straight. Well, when you tow a car backwards, it should put the wheels straight because of the caster angle on a car. The fact that that's not doing that would suggest to me that the suspension damage, not just steering arm damage. And by the way, I think I hold the unofficial world record for being towed backwards in a car with a broken steering arm. I once had to be towed 6 miles through a town centre.
So crucially, the people we haven't seen, because we've seen a lot of people in the pits, we haven't seen CP Racing Mercedes because of they pitted 13 minutes ago. We also haven't seen Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff because they were in the pits when this Code 60 was thrown. So back out on circuit and having done a absolutely full to the brim should be good for car collection.
2 pumps free. 3 pumps free now, but there's a car coming down the hill to take up the second pump from the end. We're going to be about a minute to... In fact, there it is. Under a minute to the end of the Code 60. As soon as the flatbed started rolling. So that car is going out through the gate at La Source onto the outside of the circuit. But, of course, there are access roads, so it will come back. It will be recovered back to the pit lane. Here come Red Camel for their fuel. And following those guys in is the 5th place TCR car. Out goes Herbert. Now they've got a problem here because that TCR is going to have to pull in front of it. That's the 1-2-3 car of Jorge Belloc Ruiz, really equipped by Totcar. We're back to green. So Herbert going in for their half tank just as we get back to green. Same exact issue for the bright orange Porsche of Jordan's Red Camel.
Yeah, so that's not fallen particularly well for them. We're going to also, I don't think too many people got caught up by traffic at the fuel pumps this time. It did seem as though there was a steady flow, unlike the last time we were there, where there was everyone came in at the same time and found themselves at the same point waiting for a fuel stop. But 904 didn't pit, as we've seen all weekend from Red Ant. They don't seem to pit when they need to. They don't seem to pit when they are told to by the situation on track. They just do it when they need to. And so Red Ant's staying out.
There are 2 schools of thought on this. Herbert have oft been the team that every single opportunity to come into the pits under purple they've taken. The issue here at Spa is the length of the lap, and even possibly more than that, something that Ben mentioned earlier on, is the length of the pit lane, because you've got to go all the way down the F1 pit lane and then all the way down the endurance pit lane before you get fuel. So even if you don't stop at your own pit, it's almost, is it nearly 2 minutes? Did you say it was a kilometre? And so it's nearly 2 minutes just to drive through, isn't it? It's about 1:20 something.
60. They do 60 kilometres an hour, so it's 1 minute exactly.
Okay.
If you don't stop anywhere.
If you don't stop anywhere.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. But is it 60 clicks in the pit lane? Isn't it 40 clicks in the pit lane? Yeah. So maybe I was right at 1:20. Phoenix Racing have gone through in the lead. Patrick Kapinski, waiting to see what the gap is to Charles Putman. And Kapinski already through and having completed 184 laps. CP Racing will come through any second now. So this is the dark, very dark grey, almost black Audi. Got it at the Camel Straight now. It's got the bright yellow flashes on the front and the side and the wing mirrors. You also see it's the leader by having 001 on it. It has clouded over a little bit, not too threatening, these clouds, but this is what Shane Lewis was saying earlier on when we were interviewing him out of the CP Racing number 85 AMG. Soon as the sun goes behind the clouds, the grip comes back to the circuit immediately, just drops the circuit temperature, the track temperature a wee bit. Still no sign of that 85 car coming to the line. That was it, wasn't it? Just going through? Yes, it is. So there's Charles Putman, a minute and 2 seconds, call it a minute and 3 seconds. More problems at La Source, and another driver who have gone tight to the inside wall. There's quite a compression there, and that's unsettled the Ligier, and a wee spin there, but very quickly recovered.
Car Collection Motorsport pitting before we had the Code 60. Of course, we won't see the effect of that until the end of these stints, where all of the other cars around will have got half a tank. And I would say that actually the 85 car, who we didn't pit during Code 60, will find himself in a similar situation, because they had been out they have been out for 18 minutes. So they've already used up 18 minutes of fuel.
Yeah.
They might have a bit more than the rest around, but not a huge amount more.
3 cars on the lead lap at the front of the field. Phoenix Racing by, call it 63 seconds. Then there's another 30 seconds back to WTM from CP, who are in second. First car off the lead lap is Herbeth Motorsport. Ralph Bond is back behind the wheel of that. And he's only got, let's see. No, I think he might have a lap. Yes, he does. He has a lap on Car Collection in 5th position. Right to Nyan for HRT, the 929 is the best of the 992 Cup cars, and he is almost another lap further back. He is 1 sector away from being another lap further back. Ian McCarthy tweeting at RSL Studio using the hashtag SPA-12H. Love the CP Racing crew. Post-crash interviews aside, I don't think I've ever heard a disappointed American at Spa. Seems to be an important bucket list track for non-Europeans. Must surely be in the top 3 with the Nordschleife and Le Mans. Ooh, there's something to discuss. Bucket list tracks in Europe for non-Europeans.
Americans have got some incredible tracks.
So extraordinary tracks.
When you know, you know. But Spa has to be one that is similar in character.
I think any driver, European or not. I'm always amazed at how many Europeans want to come to Silverstone, because they see it as, you know, the home of the British Grand Prix. That's my local track. And maybe I take it for granted a little bit too much, because I drive past it so many times. Brands Hatch, Grand Prix circuit, Donington, national circuit, the loop, I think, breaks up the flow of it. We're quite lucky in the UK. Alton Park's a great circuit to race. But European circuits then, bucket list circuits for those outside Europe. Lots of drivers love Barcelona. Again, Formula One connotations, and it is a really good track for endurance racing. I wonder what the changes to that circuit will do. I think that'll make it an even better track for endurance racing, because it takes a big stop away. Means 1 fewer overtaking places.
I'm going to throw a weird one in here.
Yeah.
Brno.
Yeah, Brno.
Great characters.
I liked Brno. I wish we could still race on the road circuit there.
Well, yeah.
We drove around that. That's how it doesn't quite exist as it used to do.
I like Budapest, but I would go there on a holiday, not necessarily go racing around the track. But Brno as a racetrack has a little bit of the, you know, outside of the circuit's quite fun, but also the circuit looks fantastic to drive.
Yeah. Needs a resurface now.
If it was a Formula One track, I think loads of people want to go, but people don't know about it, so they might not necessarily decide that would be a track to tick.
Ring? Red Bull Ring, sorry.
To drive on?
It's a bit short, isn't it? Particularly for this type of racing. There was talk of this series going there a couple or 3 years ago, just before COVID, and
this series is going to go to the Rhine circuit in Alsace.
Yes,
which
that's been on the cards for a wee while, actually.
WTCR going there this year. adding to the...
That's the little short track with the, it's got lots of trees in the middle, isn't it?
Back in the pit lane.
List of random French tracks that WTCR are choosing to go to.
Nick, you've got Phoenix Racing back in the pit lane.
Bentley. The Bentley is back.
Sorry, the Bentley is back, sorry.
The Bentley. It sounds like a slogan, doesn't it? It's not really. The Bentley is back. However, it's back in pieces. Getting off the low loader proving no easier than before. So we can grab a quick word with Bob, who's just viewing the... Oh. So, Bob, what happened?
I was behind one of the Audis, I think 4 seconds faster. He got blue flags half the track, and bus stop was beside him. He threw the door, and here I was already past him, and he even decided to close the door and didn't leave 1 centimeter. So we had contact.
And is it the steering that's broken, or was it a gearbox problem?
No, we think the steering is broken. Yeah.
Fixable before the end of the race?
Well, let's see how much damage it is, because also with trailering they cause some damage, so let's see.
Oh dear, thanks Bob. Yeah, it's a problem with it. The real problem going to La Source, if you're going to go up the inside, the person being overtaken has to cooperate, and there was no cooperation there.
Yeah, but Nick, as we spoke about, did the guy actually even know that the Bentley was there? I mean, it's a difficult one, but I think he was just too far across. He was being
about field
too nice.
division, correct? Yeah. If you go all the way up the white line, the guy's not going to see you. You've got to almost be on his rear 3/4. In fact, right behind him, and then pull out.
We've got a code 60.
Code 60, and into the pit lane. Nick Damon can tell us why.
The 702 has gone full Lavargi.
Ah,
the nose section, the glass fibre section at the front of the car, is no longer attached to the 702. Apparently, it's at the exit of Fania, so it's fallen off. Realistically, we have seen them patching these cars, never ending. They're not using enough duct tape. They decided to go for rivets, see what happens. You need
Is that the
more
O2 or the O1?
Excellent question. It's the O2, which has been more in the wars. Actually, he's got a massive gouge out the front of the car. I'm not sure if Seb can show this. So basically, if you're watching on radio...
Has he been attacked by a shark?
On the right-hand side, so you've got the underflow and the stripper. It looks like he's effectively... Do you know what it looks like he's done? It looks like he's gone one over those speed bumps way too quickly. It's ripped the bottom of the car off, so they kind of escape a car park without paying. There's some bits of foam, so if you want to know what's in between the various layers of glass fibre, there's foam. Mechanically, for once, the actual metally bits seem okay.
Somebody looked like they had a loom in their hand as well.
Yeah,
What, to weave some new bodywork?
Yes, exactly right. Jethro Tull. I think that damage is being done by the nose section coming off, Nick. It's completely split the hasps on the back, what would have been the back edge of that front clamshell section over the front of the car. It's a mid-engine car, of course, so there's no engine under there. Under a minute to go before we go back to green. And I think it sort of tipped, it will have tipped forward and he'll have almost run over it. And that's what's done the damage there. Now, what caused that in the first place, I'm not sure. Did he run into somebody? Did that loosen it off? I'm not sure. Ben?
Knocker Racing taking advantage of this code 60 to come into the pits. They were obviously located well on the track, straight into the pits, straight down to the fuel station now. So that's our leader in TCR, getting themselves very much into a one more stop to the end of the race kind of thing as we go back to green flag racing. Some of our teams not responding as quickly as others. So Knocker need to get themselves out. They've only been in the pits for 2 minutes. So if they're doing a full stop, they're going to be in there for a bit longer. But are they under pressure from anybody? Maybe Holmgaard close enough to take advantage of this, and we might see a change.
The 91 Herberth car's just gone across the line. No, it hasn't. My apologies. Now I've got the sun in my eyes while I'm watching it, and I'm also trying to work out how black that cloud is. Nick Damon, let's go back down to you while I'm going to prepare a weather report.
Excellent. There's definitely been some sort of impact on the Vortex on the front right, because the mounting plates holding this under tray supporting device, that's all I can think to call it, are severely bent backwards. I'm just checking that's not a design feature, and it's not the same on the other side. So it's had a big clunk on this area here. This is front of the front wheel. In fact, it's pushed right back onto the wheel on the right-hand side. So again, cause and effect can be difficult, but you would say that's some sort of accident. There's also elements of evidence in the front of this whatever we're going to call it, nozzle section, of previous attempts to bodge up holes with tie wrap stroke rivets. So I think basically, eventually, the bodywork on this car became more patches than bodywork and just gave up.
Patches, I'm depending on you, son. In the pit lane for that 702 Vortex, its teammate car continues on and is just going round La Combe at the moment. In 20th position in the hands of Lionel Amorouche. Lionel in second place in GTX and just a lap behind the leader in GTX, which is the GT3 Cup MR Manthey racing car of 9 und 11 Racing. Martin Schluttler behind the wheel of the 719. 19th and 20th, those two cars. And it really is number 9, then UND, then the number 11, and Racing. So the 9 und 11 is the German bit, and then Racing. So I'm reading it as it is on the entry list. It's not for effect, I promise.
Good livery, though.
Very good livery on that car. Very good livery on that car.
Curious to see if we did have a change in TCR leader. I feel as though we might have done. It's not only the TCR leader, it's the TCE leader in total, because Knocker Racing coming into the pits and that pit stop took them 2 minutes and 47 seconds. And I wonder whether they are ahead or behind Holmgar Motorsport in the 102 Volkswagen Golf. It was between those two for TCE honours, with the next TCR car a couple of laps back, which is again the Volkswagen of GSR. So it is definitely a day for Volkswagens and TCR cars. Best of the TCX machines is the Veluga Porsche 918 Cayman. Philelis part of that team, and that's down in 22nd overall.
Under 2 hours to go now. That sort of slipped away rather quickly.
That's our best GT4, by the way, just coming through our shop.
It's the ACP Tangerine car.
Yeah, Stephen Thomas aboard that car. Every time I look at the timing screen, it seems like he's in that car. I'm sure he has other drivers, but...
It's funny how those things happen.
Who is going to be the one that's going to come out on top? Because we've seen that BMW at points leading, and we've seen the McLaren leading quite often as well. It's just going to be how it all shakes out for them, I think.
What number's the BMW?
421.
Right, let's put them on my list of cars to watch. 421. And what number is the McLaren? That is
400.
Oh yes, of course it is. Thank you. There, that one is. So Daniel Roos has been in that car 25 minutes, and the McLaren, and the BMW 421. Where's that gone? Yeah, 25 minutes. So those guys are pretty much identical.
Oh, wow.
In terms of their pit. So that's an actual...
So ACP Tangerine are ahead now.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
They restarted ahead this morning. Remember, there was that change in the last hour or so last night. ACP seemed to have led... excuse me, Alphab Racing seemed to have led with that Macca pretty much all day yesterday. And whether it was strategy that went wrong or something that they were trying to play out, but it's balanced itself out today. And so we've had the 400, that was only its third pit stop today, 26 minutes, call it 27 minutes ago, whilst the 421 has had 4 pit stops, but is still in the lead. And yet they are both 7 laps into their stint, so it could not be any closer there in terms of how many laps they've been out of the pit lane.
So, and in the TCR battle we were talking about, that is now just 24 seconds between the two of them on track. The 104 Knocker does still lead, but did do an extra stop under that last code 60, so did come in and top off the tanks, whereby the 102 did not do that. Weirdly, really, because the 104 only did 4 laps between the 2 code 60s, but got that code 60 fuel stop in, and so we'll have a bit more fuel to go to the end. The question would be, I suppose, whether 102, number one, has the pace to get close to them, and 2 will need 2 stops or 1.
Nick Damon, are my eyes and the tinted top of the comms box windows deceiving me here, or are we getting a little more cloud? It's not massively dark, but it's certainly, the temperature seems to have dropped, and we are getting a bit more cloud, aren't we?
Now, if I cast your mind back to about 20 past 11 local time this morning, I believe I promised you no rain.
Yes.
Right, anyway, so there's a really dark cloud coming over. A couple of them. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think, as it says, I don't think it is going to rain, but coming over from that very venerable old grandstand on the start-finish straight, the one with the corrugated iron roof, is a lot of cloud and dark as well. But there are large areas of blue soon, so I reckon there's an outside chance of a scattered shower. But my guess is that we'll just have these very variable track temperature.
The other thing that I've noticed is that at ground level, and I accept that it's not necessarily the same where the clouds are and where the weather is coming from, but at ground level, the wind has shifted 180 degrees from yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday on the front straight, you had the wind behind you heading into La Source. Today, it's in your face heading down there. So that is a complete change in direction of the wind, Nick.
Yep, it has. It's now giving you extra downforce coming into La Source, so there's no excuse for looping it like everyone has been. But let me just stare at the sky for a second. Work out the directions of the main clouds are actually effectively right 90 degrees opposite that. So they're going towards the track, effectively over the start-finish, so they're going that way. So coming
from behind the main grandstand.
Yeah. So basically, where you're looking out onto the track and be in your face. Yeah. That's the high-level cloud. Low-level wind, and it is quite blustery. It's up and down, but when it really kicks on, you're going, wow, that's going to be definitely affecting the aero of all the cars.
Stick Damon down in the pit lane.
I think we've got battle for second again. CP Racing and WTM Racing together on track. Just going into the second sector of the lap. Charles Putman aboard CP Racing's Mercedes GT3 with Jochen Krumbach in the Ferrari. And it may well have already swapped around, because when they came across the line, there was 0.3 of a second between them. And no, there is still 0.3 of a second between them in the middle sector of the lap, as we ride on board with the 5th position Car Collection Motorsport, Janis Kirchhoff.
Yeah, on lap 189, he's about to finish, which will take him onto the same lap as the Herbeth Motorsport. Oh no, actually he's a lap behind, isn't he? Yeah, he's a lap behind the Herbeth Motorsport car.
Yeah.
So I reckon that it's only the top 3 again on the lead lap. But as you say, the WTM Jochen Krumbach driven Ferrari now just 0.3 of a second behind the second place car.
Yeah, and it's swapped in the middle sector of the lap there.
Yeah.
So Ferrari now ahead of Mercedes somewhere in the middle sector of the lap. And they are on a similar strategy, if I remember correctly, because of the latest code 60s that we had. It's only CP Racing didn't pit, did they? Charlie Putman's been in that car for 35 minutes.
Yeah, 11 laps, 35 minutes, and Jochen Krumbach's been in for 25 minutes or 8 laps. That's the difference. New front end going on. No, that's the other. The other Vortex in the pit lane.
That one's already had a new front end, I think.
New side panels, new back ends, new everything. That was rebuilt, that car.
Ferrari and Mercedes come across the line, and it is Ferrari ahead by a couple of seconds now. It was a slow lap from Charles Putman, probably because he was pushed offline by being overtaken. As we ride on board now with the McLaren, the only McLaren in our field. We had good entertainment yesterday watching on board this car, and they are second in the GT4 class.
They were talking yesterday, when we were talking to the team yesterday of the number 400. They are pretty low on numbers there. Daniel Roos and Eric Behrens, just the two drivers, and I think there's only about 3 other people running that car. They're doing a cracking job, but he was saying how well balanced it is, and when we do get the opportunity to follow that car on board, it is almost, and I'm saying this, no detriment meant here at all, it is almost like they are out for a Sunday drive in a road car, because it's so smooth. All their inputs are very good. Let's go back down to Nick, where we have another front bodywork problem for a Vortex, Nick.
Well, do you remember the question you raised about 2 hours ago when it was noted that these cars are riveted together rather than anything else?
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to get in the passenger door? Well, the answer is you just undo the rivets and open the passenger door. So, and then it means that they have more problems with, they're having real body location problems. They've now got again, you can see this front right side of this massive nose piece, which was lost by the sister car, is now being looked at. So obviously they probably decided that it is a fatiguing situation. You know, the actual proper clips, you recognise from normal, though, the kind of the over clips that you get normally in all sorts of panels for prototype racing cars, those have long since perished on the right-hand side. The left-hand side they're trying to fix now. But it is, again, more and more rivet plates are going in. They're screwing them in as well.
Except I think he's just stripped the ones on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm not quite, do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when I'm trying to put something like a shelf up in plasterboard, and I just end up with a big spinning hole and a shelf that doesn't hang properly.
Roll plugs, love.
Yeah,
Roll plugs.
Yeah, but those roll plugs are actually shaped like screws, and they're supposed to be miracles. Never work. Never works. Get a man in, I say. Right, the other half's coming off now. I think they are genuinely concerned about the location of the bodywork.
Yeah, I agree.
Using the other one, but that's not why the car came in. The car came in due to some form of electrical drive problem. That's why they plugged the computer in. So they've got mechanical issues, and there's a man shining a light. It looks like onto around the gearbox actuation area. So it's all going slightly wrong for Vortex this time. I do get the impression, I know we had a conversation about somebody in one of the other races not being very good at lifing parts, and I just feel that certainly as far as the bodywork is concerned, they've perhaps stretched the life of it a bit too much.
Okay, Nick, thank you.
I think I've said it already, I feel sorry for the car. I really do. And its friend that's sitting out the back, and its brother that's out on track also shedding bits. They do have a hard life in the 24 series. Great to have the team constantly bringing the French brand back to the track and battling through the various issues that they have every single event they come to. But if I was the car, I'd feel sad. McLaren into the pits from second position in GT4.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, because we thought we were on the same strategy as the BMW, didn't we?
Yeah, they haven't been out all that long. That's the 400 McLaren coming in. That car's only been out for 11 laps. That
garage, going into the garage.
Oh, Nick Damon says into the garage.
It's a way away, so Seb and I will get there as fast as we can.
Speak to you on Tuesday. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, they are almost at pit out, actually. Meantime, burning some of their penalty. The GSR Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, which was third in its division and its class, sitting quite quietly at the moment. Countdown clock goes to 0, and it is allowed down through the pit lane. Well, that's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works in GT4 then. If the Alfa McLaren is in trouble, the next GT4 car down is the Videc Racing BMW M4 GT4.
Who's having a smoke?
Samantha Tan. That's the McLaren. That's the McLaren pit, I think. Down at the end of pit lane, Nick, we've got some kind of vapour.
I can smell, because I've got within Seb's running, professional cameraman. I'm just sashaying with slightly increased velocity.
Amble, love, just amble.
Oh, blimey, that stinks.
What, is that
What's
clutch?
gone up? Something's gone up.
Is it clutch?
No, it's coming out the back of the car. It smells more like engine oil, to be honest.
Oh, really?
So they've got a fire extinguisher there. I'm not sure there's actually a fire.
All of the team are there.
Yeah,
That's all 4 of them.
7 of them, yes, including both the drivers. That smells really badly. Oh, they have had a bit of they've had a go at it. They've had obviously a bit of fire, a bit of foam everywhere.
That's the bloke on your right. What's happened?
He's running away from me. He knew what was going to happen. This is not very healthy. He's come round again. Let's see if I can find someone to ask. Here, I have one of the team members. I've got 20% of the team coming forward. Silly question, because you've got a fire extinguisher. What's happened?
Yeah, it's going too fast, I think. That may be a problem. No, I don't know exactly. We smaller turbo leakage, so we try to go on, but doesn't the right decision, sadly.
And is it basically what's happened is the oil seal of the turbo gone and that's caught fire?
Yeah, something like that. So, too sad. We had good speed, looked nice, and had fun.
You're doing a fantastic job, guys. Love you. Are you going to come back for Hockenheim?
Not Hockenheim, but we will be back, and we will be extremely fast and nice looking again.
Fantastic, thanks you. That's exactly the right word. The Alfab team, the Swedish team, who have run so well, but eventually a mechanical gremlin takes them out.
I love the priorities.
Yeah.
Look good and be fast. And they were fast, and I thought they were going to win the GT4 category for so often. You see, if they had a few more mates to bring along, they might be able to get the car back out on circuit and do a fix. But unfortunately, it does sound as though, from the tone, that that is it.
Spares.
Well, I did mention that earlier. I just want to point out to the listeners and the viewers, I did mention the lack of any obvious bits of car to replace.
I mean, realistically, if they've done that, what's wrong, which they say is wrong, it's very hot and unpleasant, but it's only a 45-minute swap to swap a turbo out. So let's say an hour, and it's obviously a toss-up now with 3 hours to go. But even so, yeah. Well, yeah, they've done a great job, and they look really good. Just walking past the number 6 car, by the way, the Bentley, that is not looking like it's getting any attempt to get it back on the track for the actual event.
So what you're saying, Nick, is in the last 20 minutes or so, it's not been good for British manufacturers, has it?
No. Must say, I do like, they've got the bonnet off the Bentley, and the engine installation is fantastic. It's so low.
And so far back.
It's so low and so far back, and I'd love that carbon plenum on my engine, because that looks fantastic. I've got a little bit excited about seeing that engine installation, to be honest.
Do you want to slip away to a dark corner, then we'll come back?
I may have to.
Well, back to you later, Nick.
Take the bodywork off and, yes.
Yeah, stick that in the Hyundai Bayonne on the way home.
Talking of the...
He's strapped onto his RS7 on Tuesday.
The reason why the Bentley is in the pits and naked is that it was assaulted by the Santalok Audi. Well, no, they made contact, didn't they?
Yeah.
And Bob Herbert was very critical of the Santalok Audi, that it turned in on him. Well, stewards have decided that is the case, because they've got a 30-second penalty, Santalok, for the contact between the two. I think, as we have speculated, if they spoke to the Santalok driver, that he might well say, yeah, but I couldn't see.
And he was going for a gap that was getting smaller. Oh, now, was that a problem for another left rear problem for the Ferrari number 22? No, it's still at speed. I saw a puff of smoke coming from the left-hand side. Maybe just ran over some dirt on the track as he was heading up towards Blanchimont.
16 seconds to the good now over CP Racing's Charles Putman, having passed him a few laps ago, so able to get that pace in the Ferrari. 224s. Actually, it's Charles Putman who's struggling a little bit, maybe at the end of his stint now. 228 was his last lap. Ralph Bone's been really impressive in 4th position in that Herbert Porsche, consistently banging in the 24s and 23s. And although a long way back from the Mercedes, 2 minutes back at the moment, looking to try and get him onto the class-leading pace, because he is second in class in the GT3 AM, and the Mercedes is our leader in GT3 AM.
CP Racing, yeah. 1 minute, check that, 22 22 seconds behind second place at the moment. Nick Dimon.
Yeah, sorry, just wandering down from Dead Car Alley at the top of British Tears from the top of the pit lane. Just seen the 151, which is the Vaporo Motorsport Cupra. That's been in the pits. It's a Spanish car. That's been in the pits for a while. And they have replaced a front right upright.
Just 1 second, Nick. We've got the 910 Porsche 991 Cup car with Pablo Buguera for E2P Racing, pointing in the wrong direction at Le Combe. He's driven onto the blue runoff in the middle of the area, and the blue, red and white car working from the top down is now pointing back in the right direction. The 4-litre flat six engine is propelling him down the hill. Sorry, Nick, go on.
Yeah, this 151, they've obviously had a problem at the front right of the car because they've replaced the whole upright and hub section. So that's currently coming towards the halfway through, just getting to the end of the removal of the old one with a fresh one just next to them. So not sure when that came in. You'll know how many minutes it's been in there, but it's a bit of a major wangle.
What car was that? Did you say the one?
151.
That was Jamme Font who brought the Vaporo Motorsport in. They're in 6th at the moment. They've been in just over 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes, let's call it.
Oh, that's good. I didn't miss him coming in. That's good news. I was talking up the other end, talking Swedish.
As you do. Meatballs?
Well, I'd say something now, but then Ben will say I'm referencing iRacing too much again.
Moving on then. So through goes the leader. There's the second place car. Also going past us. So there's 1 minute and 25 between first and second now. And in about another 20 seconds time, Charles Putman will come across the start-finish line. The top three still on the lead lap. First car off the lead lap is the 91 Herbert Porsche in 4th. In the classes, let's run these down for you. 992 AM, HRT Performance, quietly going about their business in the 929. They're up to 6th position. Jim Raitanayan is behind the wheel of that car at the moment. They've done 192 laps. The second place in that clap is Bert Redon for Red Ant Racing. They've done 191, so there's a bit of a lead there. Oh, in fact, he's just pitted. Jim's just come into the pits. So that could change around if Bert doesn't follow in. Other class leaders, the 992 full pro class, Ivo Breukers still holding down a top 10 position in the 909. And he's about 40 seconds ahead of the Fontbello Motorsport, who are the 991 category leaders. It's a really good run for that car. That's the older version of the car. Same engine and transmission, but very different chassis, bodywork and aero. They're 11th overall. GT4, Tangerine Associates, Team ACP, BMW M4 GT4. Samantha Tan Racing took the first international, in fact, the first victory for the M4 GT4 last time out, backed up by a class victory in IMSA by Paul Miller Racing. Are we going to make it 3 major races in a row that the GT4 has won? What I did see was I think they won the GT4 category at the Nürburgring as well. Actually, it was the GT3, wasn't it, that Sam Tan and Paul Miller won in. So scratch the last 30 seconds of your life. I'll just go back to what I was doing best, which is reading off the leaders. 15th position for Stephen Thomas and Team ACP.
Pit stop for our leading 992 car. Jim Rautanen bringing the HRT Performance Porsche in from 7th, and that should be its last stop with 2.5 hours to go. I reckon they could do one. Sorry, they can do one more. Yeah. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I kind of knew what you were saying. Yeah.
In the fuel zone now is a decent couple of decent lap ahead of the 903 Bert Redant Racing 992. They haven't been really paying attention to the code 60, so he's due in actually in the next 15-20 minutes. Still will have 2 pit stops to go, so they are on comparable strategies.
Bit of damage to the right front headlight on the 909. This is the bright orange and black Porsche of the Breukers family outing. I do like the way the three-letter identifiers are just the names of the guys, because it's Ivo, Luc, and is it Ivo at the wheel at the minute of that? Yes, it is. And Rick, R-I-K. So IVO, LUK, and RIC are the three identifiers. Coming down through campus now, karting, and then on to Curve Paul Frere, onto the run to Blanchimont. Tortured sound of a flat six through Blanchimont. Oh, big lift there. Oh, he's got really bad understeer through Blanchimont, and I mean really bad. Now, that was the car they had to replace.
Did they replace it?
Well, surely they did. Surely they replaced the front under splitter, the little rubber thing, the red camel car. They did it at the last pit stop. Just today, I'm being told. Wow. Well, they're still having a lot of understeer on that car through La Source and gaining momentum as they head down with no grandstands now on the left-hand side. That's a different view of La Source as well. Front headlamp cover missing. Trying not to put too much lock on as they go up the hill. That was flat in fifth and trying not to scrub up too much speed. You saw the engine note starting to drop as you put in a little bit of lock, and then the hill starts to slow you down.
All right, Evo should have new tyres on that car by the looks of its pit stop, but 40 minutes ago, so 14 laps put onto those tyres. Maybe they are not quite at their best, because I feel as though the rear is a little loose there. It didn't look particularly comfortable through Eau Rouge. As you say, big understeer through Blanchimont. So perhaps using its tyres quite a lot in that, because those cars can do an hour and 20 on fuel.
I wonder if he was getting a little bit of rear end moving around going into Blanchimont, which is what made him lift. And that will tend to, because he came right off quite quickly. That really unsettles the Porsches. Better to keep a little bit of a trailing throttle on and balance the car with your left foot on the brake rather than come off. You can provoke a lift-off oversteer on that, but that did seem to be lift-off understeer, which is, that's nasty. That's just nasty, is basically what it comes down to.
They are still leading their class, 909.
Yeah, not the best 992 Cup car, though, which I think is what they were going for. But not a million miles away. They're only, what, a couple of laps away from the GT2 Ham. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen has just gone out of the pit lane in the 929 HRT performance car. That is the best of the GT3 Cup cars. These 992s getting very, very popular. Just can't get hold of them because they are still relatively new, just the second year of them being used in Porsche Carrera Cup and Super Cup.
They are the only 992 in pro category, aren't they? So that's how they're leading their class.
Right, okay. So they are definitely going for top 992. Yeah. I still think that's a fabulous run. If you're talking about the Cup cars, the 991 in 11th place is great. Let's have a look at the TCR category with 2.5 hours to go. Third position at the moment, the 1, 2, 3. Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre for Real Equipe by Totcar is just 6 seconds back from making it up to 19th, but that's a GT4 car, so where's the next car ahead? That will be a couple of laps ahead. It's the two Volkswagen Golfs who are leading. Holmgaard in second position, and Roy Edlund behind the wheel of the number 102. And they're sitting in 17th position, and he's about a minute behind the overall leader. That's the Sodax red, white, and grey car, red, white, black, and grey car in second. And our leader is the Knocker Racing team. They've just gone across the line in front of me and down towards turn 1. That's the dark grey, really, and shades of green and grey. Just gone through La Source. And that is Sten Dolan Pirimagli. Very striking, those Golfs. Always look a bit taller, a bit higher than some of the other TCRs. It's something to do with the proportions of the car, and I don't know why that they seem to look a little more chunky than the Leons, the Seat Cupras.
And yet they're the same floor plan
Same
completely.
Same floor as the Audis as well, of course.
Yeah.
Built in the same factory, all built in the Seat competition factory. All three versions of that.
Although I understand, drive completely differently.
The Audi in particular, with it being a booted car, has very different aerodynamic characteristics. Audi deliberately chose to have the 4-door car rather than the 5-door car. TCR regulations say you have to have a 4 or 5-door car. Audi's the 4-door car with the boot. Pretty much everything else out there, other than the Hyundai Veloster, are 5 doors. The Hyundai Veloster looks like it's got 3 doors on one because it's only got 1 door on one side, but it's got 2 doors on the other in the hatchback, so it sneaks in having 4 doors. BMW 303 still trucking on now.
That's my nomination for Spirit of the Race.
Absolutely agree.
I mean, only because it even
339,
turned up.
excuse me. 339, not 303.
As I say, I remember commentating on this car many moons ago. Probably this very car, when it used to be black. And
looks good in the light blue with the black roof.
Bringing it here with cars 20 years younger. The boys are just here to have a nice, good time, and they've had their issues, they've had their woes, and they're still going around.
But they're ahead of 2 cars in the TCX category. Now, all right, they've had problems, but that's not the point. They're still running. They've had their own problems. They're still pushing on, and it is Adam Sharp behind the wheel of that car at the moment. I really like that. PCP Sport Cupra, 8th in class. 11th in its division. That's the TCE division. This is the white, blue, and bright yellow on the back. Down towards Eau Rouge.
Nice livery on that. I like the grey.
Yeah, I like it. I like that stripe. But do you see what I mean about the Cupra? You know, ultimately it's a 5-door hatchback, the same as the Golf, but
it looks longer.
The proportions,
as well.
It looks lower and it looks longer.
I think it's got quite a long nose to it. There's a lot going on in front of the front wheels.
You call it long nose. Is that one of the very new ones? The latest ones?
You can only tell by the rear end.
Yeah, exactly. In the pit lane, number 26 is the Sandlot Racing car. It's just soaked up a penalty.
That's the penalty for assaulting the Bentley.
Oh, they did get called on that, did they?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
30-second penalty, which has now been taken, so that will clear.
Yeah,
interestingly,
absolutely right.
Herbert and Car Collection also have penalties to serve when they next come into the pits as well.
Yeah, also the 9.7. So 2 of the cars that we've been watching in the Porsche classes, 979 and 912, both 10-second time penalties for track limits.
Speed Lover's got 30 seconds on its tally.
Oh, well, that's the most recent then. And what's the 912 the Lorient car got then?
10.
Well, that's just had that. Also, the 910's got a 10-second penalty for track infringement. So now with this totting up, we've had quite a few. It looks to me as though the Car Collection number 34 still got an outstanding penalty as well. Is that tally on your screen? That was track infringements as well.
Yeah, that's been there a while. So 91 and 34. And out onto the track comes the 151 after its fixes.
This is another one of the Cupras. Nick Damon's been watching a few stops. Quite a few people going straight through down to fuel and maybe double stinting tyres, Nick, which I'm quite surprised about.
Well, it is definitely cooler out here now. Yeah, the cloud cover, just cover, not rain, cloud cover and the wind has taken the temperature out. So we've seen a number of cars coming, as you say, about 50-50 service and stops. You know, for example, we saw the Colin White car. That came in mainly because they had to get a computer plugged in. But yeah, it's been a kind of a very quiet. I was trying to work out what happened, whether there was a code 60 an hour ago, because it's got terribly quiet in the pits.
When was the last code 60? It ended 3 hours and 32 into this. So yes, over an hour since we last had a Code 60.
So should get very
Hour
lively
and 10
at some
minutes,
point.
yeah. Spot on.
Not many people responded to that one though, Nick. It was the one that finished 3 hours and 21 into this race, which was the one where we saw most of the flurry of pit stops. Do you remember that was the Bentley, and then we had a short one for, can't remember what the last one was for.
The last one was for the retrieval of the bonnet,
yes,
of the front clamshell, from the Vortex. And so Patrick Krupinski works his way through traffic at the top of the hill at Slickom. Malmedy now heading back down the hill. Good to see Marcus Menden at the wheel of Wolf Power Racing's Audi. 6th in division, 5th in class. That was the car that we never really did get down to the bottom of what happened to Yasmin Preissig.
Whatever happened, it didn't have a major effect on the
Well, the gravel
car,
trap, I think, did its job, and for the most part, big slide for him, as we say that, going through Pouhon. And the gravel trap, as I said, did its job. For the most part, stopped the car getting to the tyre barriers. There is a little bit of yellow paint from the wrapped tyre bundles on driver's left. TCX leader going across the line in front of us now, the Veluga Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. That's a 982 shaped car. So that would be the cars that in road trim would have the 4-cylinder engines other than the very high-powered ones. Obviously with the 4-litre flat 6 in that one.
So we are expecting to see a lot of pit stops very soon. I think Nick needs to be ready. Most people have been out on track 50-odd minutes.
499 is the first one.
And there is a man with a helmet. Wooty.
Pierre Caffer.
Pierre Caffer.
That's Pierre Caffer. That's a.
So he's not. That's interesting. He's not going to do the last stint, I wouldn't have thought, unless he does the next 2 and a bit hours. That seems to be a big ask.
He can only do 2 hours.
Yes, exactly. So he won't do, yeah.
Nick Tierman.
And sorry, here comes the Phoenix car, flashing its headlights. I don't know what he's flashing for, because they know who they are. So Patrick, I must get this pronunciation right. It's Patrick Krupinski brings the machine in all black with a very small Ravenol sticker, Phoenix Racing, and Ella Earhart now is on the driver assist green gilet work, and in he goes, pops him in. This is the car that has worked its way at the front. It's been really, really interesting to see what happens when the stagger unwinds, because I can't work out who's actually in the lead, to be honest. When you take into account that the CP have got their least quick driver at the moment, they've got fast drivers to come. The Ferrari is the fastest car, but they've not had the best luck. And away it goes. Good stand to stop that one. They've got that one turned around really quickly. So good stop from Phoenix. Example of that is the 499 car, which is the car collection Audi in GT4. That came in before by quite some time and is still here now. Always got a leak. That's why there's a leak on the GT4. It won't be the air conditioning, it shouldn't be. Just underneath the rear of the car, and points it out.
Was that the car that had the radiator changed earlier on?
Yeah, that's a good point there. There's some consternation and there's some gunk. And they go, we need Joe here now to taste the gunk, don't we? Hang on. That's foamy water. That is soap. That's just soap.
Oh, so it's coolant then, isn't it?
Someone's cleaned something too ambitiously. It's just soap. That's all it is.
You've got
another puncture for the Ferrari. The Ferrari's just come with a puncture, the 22 car. WRT in from probably what was net the lead. Another puncture, this time rear right. WTM. Sorry, I've got the wrong sports car team. So, Wochenspiegel Racing doing all 4 tyres. Driver staying on board. You'll be able to see how much time he lost on that in that in lap. Out 54 minutes, so around the 2 hours. So the question is, what was the time of that in lap? It should be about 2:30, 2:34. Oh, and behind me here, I told you it'll kick off, didn't I? Here come Herberth, they go through as well. So that's the 91 car. Ralph Bond was on board. I was too busy looking at the Ferrari, couldn't see who got out.
I'm pretty certain, Nick, that Daniel Kravitz had exactly the same issue at the end of one of his stints.
Was it the rear right that time as well?
Yeah, with Daniel, yeah.
Okay, because I couldn't remember if it was rear left or rear right. But yes. So anyway, that has gone slightly strange, and we have. So yeah, what was his in-lap time?
2:40.
So he only lost about 7 seconds that puncture.
It happened in the last sector of the lap for sure, because his first 2 sectors were on point.
And was that left or right, did you say, Nick?
That was rear right.
Yeah, same tyre.
Okay, same tyre. Yeah. That's very interesting. Thanks, Nick. So another set of pit stops. This is going to be very tight to get home on one more stop, isn't it? It's going to leave you about an hour and 14 minutes for a GT3 car. And I'm not sure that's going to be tight. An hour and 14, one more stop. Need a little bit of code 60, I reckon. So now we've got to see who stops latest. And it could well be CP Racing, who are still in with a shout here. An hour and 7 and 24 laps for Charles Putman at the moment. They've easily been doing an hour. There was a little bit of code 60 in that. Full green has been about an hour, just under an hour.
Remarkable.
No, in terms of the stint lengths. If you've been full green, then it just on or under an hour, not much more than that. If you've had a bit of code 60, you can stretch a few extra laps. And of course, the mere fact that this is a 4 mile, 7 kilometre circuit, a code 60 lap, single lap, is much, much longer in terms of time here. So that adds on. At RSL_studio, as we're heading into the last 2 hours of the race.
Got to have Charlie Putman coming in soon. He's been out an hour and 10 minutes. So when we talk about can we do 2 hours and 13 in the Mercedes, yes you can. Yellow flags at turn 5 suggests that there's an issue somewhere around turn 6, which is not a turn, and in fact it gets withdrawn. So somebody stopped on the Kemmel Straight and has got going again. Turn 6 is that little kink in the Kemmel Straight that makes it not actually a straight.
Although racing drivers will tell you that if you don't have to brake,
it's not a corner.
It's not a corner.
Ooh.
It's a straight.
Controversial. Charles Putman came through, did not come into the pits, so they can do at least an hour and 10, an hour and 12 in that Mercedes. So that's certainly one more stop for them when they do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or 2 more stops because they owe us one now.
Yeah, there was one now. Yeah. This one and one more. It's a question of whether everybody can do. I thought earlier on that Shane didn't say this, but I thought they were saving. I thought they were saving fuel with Shane earlier on. He was still driving quickly. He's the quickest driver in that car, I reckon. But I said to you, I thought he was driving to a time to try and extend that stint. And I do think that he was doing that deliberately to open up the strategy to the end of the race. And don't forget, if we do get a code 60 for a full lap, that's a 7-minute lap that you're talking about.
Saving.
It's 40 in the pit lane. I'm not going to Joe Bradley who's joined us in the booth here. It is 40 in the pit lane, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. So it's just over a minute, a little bit over a minute and 20 seconds to transit the whole pit lane without stopping.
Car Collection are going to have to come into the pits in the next 10-15 minutes, not necessarily because they need to refuel, but more because Jochen Krumbach is coming up on his 2-hour mark. They have a little penalty to serve when he does so, but he's done an hour and 45 in that car, separated
they've just
by 2
been
stops.
in, actually.
No, they haven't. Not yet. Not Car Collection.
Oh, sorry, looking at the wrong car. Car Collection is 34, isn't it? I looked up CRU, and there's obviously somebody else who's a CRU.
Yes, weirdly, Krumbach is CIR.
Was that not Kirchhoff then? In that car?
Maybe.
There is a discrepancy.
Oh, Krumbach's in the Ferrari, of course.
Yeah. Kirchhoff.
Getting myself all confused.
So
that's why it's confusing, because it actually isn't true.
Yeah. Don't, at this stage of the race, don't be throwing things like that at me, because I struggle when I'm in full flow. Johannes Kerkhoff has done an hour and 2 minutes here and 44 minutes on his previous stint. So, yeah, he's got to come in, as you say, within the next 10 or 15 minutes. Again, the problem is, if you get too close, if you think, right, we'll have one more lap, and just as you go across the line and you missed the pit commit and you've got 5 minutes left, you think, well, I can do it in 2 minutes, that'll leave us 2 minutes. And then the code 60 comes out, all of a sudden you've got 7 minutes to get back around, and you're 2 minutes over your time.
Yeah. Yes, good point. You can get caught out. And we did hear somebody get caught out yesterday, didn't they? But that was because they hadn't switched the ID.
There was that made a mistake in the team. That was Marcus Paltala. I think. No, it wasn't Marcus Paltala. It was the other.
Anti-Burry.
It was Anti-Burry. That was the other Finnish team. Correct. I made that mistake yesterday, the other way around. So consistent, if nothing else, Hindhoff. 85. Charles Putman leads then, having completed 205 laps. Pierre Caffer reinstalled into Phoenix Racing, but can't quite go to the end from where he joined the car. So they'll be looking for Pierre to drive flat out and empty the tank, do another tank, and get out, I think, with about half an hour to go.
Who's going to finish that car then if Pierre can't? Because he can't do more than 2 hours. They need to give the car...
Calvit, I would say.
Well, no, Pierre Caffer...
sorry. I'm in the wrong car again. I'm doing your thing. I would say Elliot Earhart.
I feel like he's done a lot today.
Well, you can look that up.
Yes. It's just knowing how to look it up, with being clever with his data.
Still learning pitwall.live.
We're still
Thanks,
learning,
Chris.
because it's so good and there's so much to play with.
The good news is you can do a replay when you get home and play with it even more.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There's your Monday and Tuesday sorted. Right, we're coming down to 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. Couple of pit stops for some of the cars, maybe just one more. Let's see how this plays out as we come into the final 2 hours and 7 minutes. Live from Spa-Francorchamps. It is the 12 hours of Spa. 24 hours, Hankook 24-hour series, second European round. Joe Bradley and Nick Damon in the pits. And it's Ben Constanduras and John Hindhoff to the end of the race. Putman then. Oh, now this is interesting. Pierre Caffer's just done that car's fastest lap of the day, 2:22.687. That's a mere 7 and nope, that's pretty much exactly 8 seconds quicker than CP Racing. So Pierre Caffer in the number 18 has been set to stun, and basically they won't be holding back anything on Pierre. If they're going to win this, they've got to make up the time. Pierre cannot go to the end. So even if they've got the fuel to go at the end, they've got 2 more pit stops. There's one for Pierre and then...
one?
Well, it depends. If Pierre stays in, they'd have to stop twice. If they get close enough for somebody else to go on the fuel, then Pierre has to get out, if you see what I mean.
Pierre has to get out anyway, because he can't go to the end.
Correct. So there's no point in leaving him for a second stint and then bringing the car in with 15 or 20 minutes to go.
Well, hang on a second. If they own... We know that CP Racing owe us a pit stop soon, so
Correct.
they need to do 2.
This one and one more. Yeah.
Phoenix only needs to do 1 more.
Let me check that.
Because Pierre Caffer's only just got into the car, so they owe us 1 more stop.
Pierre, yeah.
So that puts Phoenix ahead of CP just in pit stops, because it takes 4 or 5 minutes to do a pit stop.
When did Pierre get into the car?
Just now. We just saw it on the screen.
Yeah, so he's been in for When did the stint start? He's been in for 8 minutes.
Yeah. So he has to get out.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have to get out.
Yeah, because he can't do 2 hours. He can't do more than 2 hours.
We've only got 2 hours and 5 minutes left.
Yes, we can't do more than 2 hours. We has to get out before the end of the race. Yeah.
Okay. Nick Damon.
Stuff.
Say again, Nick, sorry, we missed the first of that.
Very quickly, when you're comparing stuff, don't forget they're in different classes, therefore there is more fuel per...
Sorry, lost you there, Nick.
Hang on.
Step outside. Love.
I just need to... I need Seb to lift the camera up for reception. Don't forget they're in different classes. So there is a bigger refuel for CP Racing in the AM class
Very good point.
than there is for the
That
others
is a very good point.
in the Pro class. So I'm not totally certain that Phoenix can avoid a splash. Because we're asking them to do, because we've already been there 7 or 8 minutes, and we're asking them to do a long run. So it's much, much easier for CP to do it on 2 rather than just 1. But yeah, it may be, but it's much closer for Phoenix.
Yeah, I agree with that, because that means that Kafa exited the pit lane. Thanks, Nick, and well reminded. Kafa exited the pit lane with about 2 hours and 15 minutes to go.
And earlier on, Pierre did a stint of 30 laps, which is 1 hour and 15.
Yeah, but that had...
there was a little bit of code 60 at the very beginning.
60.
Oh, there was in the middle, yes. So that stretched it. That would have stretched it a bit, yeah.
So that's 7 or 8 minutes at least there. I still say, rule of thumb round here, where you're on throttle so much, is an hour for the pro cars.
Yeah.
And the Pro-Am cars. The AM cars, as Nick's rightly reminding us, gets a little more fuel.
Hence why Charles Putman is 1 hour and 18 into a almost completely green flag stint.
Correct.
I know he had a code 60 as well. But.
Yeah, but they had done earlier on in the race, the 85 has done more than a 1 hour stint. And they're getting down to only 2 hours to go now.
Yeah, yeah.
So they will be able to do it with just one more after the one that they owe us. Yes, I still think it's going to be close on a splash for Phoenix, and we know that Pierre can't go to the end. So what do you do? Give Pierre a full tank of fuel and some new tyres when he comes in the next time, when there's going to be about an hour and, let's say, an hour and 20 minutes to go, an hour and 15 minutes to go, and then bail him out. Hope there's a code 60, bail him out with 20 minutes to go.
What about the Ferrari? Are we forgetting the Ferrari that's been there and thereabouts throughout the whole race?
Right.
WTM should surely be able to be at the sharp end when we get to the end of this race. They came in 10 minutes ago, so I don't think that they can do it in 1. I think they would need to, much like the Audi, do a little splash and dash or hope for a code 60 before the end.
It's the longest stint that they've done in the 22. They've only been doing mid-20s in that car. 24 laps is the longest stint that they've done, and that did have some...
But that was affected by, look, they all came in at code 60
and
at that
they
point.
have been also, it's slightly skewed by how the teams have been reacting to code 60s. This is not over, is it? The mere fact that with all the information we have at our fingertips here, that we can't work out definitively what is going on here. None of the teams are going to tell us what they think. What times is Pierre Kafa doing at the moment? 2:21, that's another fastest lap for that car. All right, so that says to me that in this stint, at least, Pierre is not saving fuel. Pierre is going hard to try and get the gap down, which is just under 1 minute and 50 seconds between himself and Charles Putman, and to stretch from everybody else at the end.
We're also at a stop by Car Collection, the 34. They have been out now. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff has been out for 1 hour and 10.
Yeah.
So we should be seeing them coming to the pits as the two Red Ants run together. 903 and 904. 903 being second position, 30 seconds back from HRT Performance, and running similar lap time to two of them. But that is for the lead of 992.
Last 2 hours of this race, with strategy as well as pace to decide this one. Here's how it stands. We'll start with TCE, the touring car endurance part of the race. Knocker Racing for VW, lead from Holmgaard Motorsports, and then Really Keep by Top Car Sport are in third position. And that leading Knocker Racing team has completed 194, same as Holmgaard. It's 64 seconds between first and second. Really Keep is a little further back. In fourth, it's GSR and another Golf GTI, then Valuga. Best of the TCX cars ahead of Wolfpower Racing, Audi RS. That's a good comeback from them, you know. They're back into fifth place points for TCR. That will be good for the championship for them. BBR, again, good run. Many, many laps down, but running in sixth in TCR. Baporo is in seventh position in TCR, eighth in TCE. Second in TCX is the Ligier of Swift Racing. Third in TCX, the PRV TCX Porsche. That is the 225 car. And going through some cars who've had some issues. PCR Sport in 11th overall in TCE. 12th Kogamore in that M2 Club Sport. WEC Motorsport now climbed up to 13th in class and ahead of APO Sport now. So Cox, Sharp and Haynes still running. The APO Sport car is out. The AC Motorsport car is back running. Again, the 1.8. No, not running. No, that was the one that went out yesterday. Sorry, I'm confusing that with the 1.16. At the sharp end of the field in GT3 Am leader is CP Racing, and their lead overall. Phoenix is the best of GT3 Pro-Ams in second, and third is the second of the GT Pro-Ams, WTM Racing, and those three cars are still on the lead lap just. Yes, as WTM will come to the end of the lap in just a moment's time. Car Collection Motorsport in fourth, Herbert and Porsche in fifth, Jutta in sixth, Santalot Racing Team in seventh, HRT Performance lead 992 Am, and this is the best of the Porsche Cup cars ahead of the 992 903 car, second in its class. EBM second in its class. Red Camel Jordans leading its class for the 992 Pros. Van Berlo leading the Gen 2 991 class in 12th. I still think that's a cracking run for them. Lorient Porsche, the 912 is 13th, third in class, 979. Speed Lover, fourth in class. Team ACP Tangerine leads GT4 ahead of 9 und 11 Racing in the best of the GTXs. E2P in 17th is second in their class. The Vortex is second in GTX, the 701 that is. Then it's Colin White's CWS GT4. They're second in their class, which is the GT4. Vitec, Westland Racing, Red Ant Racing in 22nd. Leipert running brilliantly after that electrical problem yesterday. If only they hadn't had that, they'd have been right at the sharp end. Still third in GTX. Alfab and the McLaren had been leading and holding down a good second, but they've had a problem in the engine compartment of that car. We think it was a turbo seal, oil seal that went. 499 Car Collection in 25th. 26th, the Bentley is out after contact. 928 NKPP. GT3 Cup car is in 27th. 28th, the 702 Walking Wounded Vortex. Bugera ZM with their problems, and in 30th position the Huracan that went out yesterday after hitting the wall at Eau Rouge.
Significant pit stops. Let's go down to Nick.
Yeah, about as significant as you get, really. We've had the leader in. Charles Putnam got out, Charles Espinal got in. Quick, solid stop, whooping and hollering from Shane Lewis at the end of it. We've also had the Car Collection machine in. Tim Muller's got in, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff's got out. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Charles. He's just switching. Charles, quick word. He needs to get his patches on. So it says Hankook in 24-hour series. He's he's gone for the hat. He's gone for the hat. Charles, 2 hours to go. You're leading the race. That must be a bit of a pleasant surprise.
Oh, it's always good when you're up front. Yeah, even if you know, in these endurance races, things can change with the strategy. But yeah, it felt really good to be up there.
Yeah, I mean, it seems out there. Have they calmed down? Because the people we talked to earlier today say that everyone had kind of forgotten their road manners today.
No road manners.
Well, for the traffic you're passing.
Well, no, I think we're all driving okay. I've been watching the car on the films, and I think we've stayed pretty clean. We've had some complaints about a couple of the Porsche Cup cars. They're really fast. You know, those new generation cars are really quick, but they're quick in a different way than we are. So the guys have to give us a little respect if we're going to be able to play nice together. So we had little complaints, I think, against a couple of them, and Charles may have been a little bit nasty about the way he came back through them. I don't know.
Couple of hours to go. You've now got one more stop to make. Can you win?
You know, I think the Ferrari's got an awful lot of pace for us. Maybe with the Audi we have a race. I'm not confident that we can overcome the Ferrari without some help from the racing gods, but you know, you get that sometimes, so we'll see.
Thanks, Charles. Yeah, we think the Ferrari might have to split. It's had 2 punches already, so you can't get much more help, can you?
Well, that is a lot of help, yeah. And, you know, we run a couple of things conservative to try to take care of those tires, but still, you can get those punctures when you did nothing wrong. It's just debris on the track. But I got to say, our crew, our strategist has just been phenomenal. He's done a great job this weekend, thanks to Chris and our engineer, the whole crew. We said, look, we got to go out as hard as we can go this whole race, show everything we got. And they did their part. We're trying to hold it up and do our part for them. So far, so good. We'll see how it comes.
Great stuff, Charles. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
More pit stops to decide this race then. And in comes the 116. Jasmin Preissig had the problem earlier on with this car. She's about to get back into the machine. Out gets Marcus Menden. Nick Damon is down there, still bearing some scars on the left-hand side. The driver's front end there with the yellow paint from, I think, the tyre stacks. And there was a nice little rubber mark just behind the front door as well, Nick, on that 116.
Yeah, they've also got a kind of a red marks, I think, also from the tyre stack. I think it went in both ends of the tyre stack. The back has red, the front has yellow, so you can work out which way round it was. The side has damage, but Jasmin's getting back in the car, this time with a brand new set of boots. Certainly the front. I think they may, again, be doing the concept the rear just keeps exhaust off the ground. And a good stop and a good recovery drive after some difficult program. In comes the Red Ant 903. That's coming in for a full service. It's about to get a bit quicker because the sun's come over. It's clouded over for a few minutes, so watch out for some blistering times.
The outgoing driver of that car was unceremoniously dumped on the floor. Interestingly, by a man in a yellow bib rather than a man with a green bib. I don't know if that's significant. We have heard something. Oh, here we go. Here's a replay. Get out of the way.
Oh, now that wasn't the driver assistant. The driver assistant is on the other side, but there's nobody else working on the car. The driver assistant is the additional person allowed, and there was some pointing going on from the pit official there onto the right-hand side of the car. So, Nick, you might want to have a wee look down there and speak to that pit official at the 116 and see what he was pointing out on the right-hand side of the car. I've had somebody do that to me when I was trying to get out of a car. It's most unsettling when you've got a way to get out the car and somebody tries to help you. And it's you know exactly what you're going to do, and then somebody thinks they're helping you and they're not really helping you at all.
I wonder whether he was struggling a little bit with the belts. Nick? Oh no, Nick's setting himself up. We do have gravel at turn 12. Somebody went off around the Fagnes area, Pouhans area, sorry, and we saw a little yellow flag whilst we were going through the highlights, and now the car, whoever it was, because we didn't get a chance to see, has spread gravel around the exit of Pouhans. So not a particularly fun place to have a slippery surface, but that is what we have. And so drivers need to be careful around that particular area. There is a shot of it, as you can see. Gravel actually quite far away from the edge of the circuit on this one particular occasion around there. And so whoever went off a long way.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? The Marshals don't have the debris on track, stuff on track that shouldn't be on the track, flags out, which are the ones that look like the Catalan flag, the yellow and red stripes.
The Marshals we're seeing here is for turn 13, which is what we're seeing in the foreground. 12 is the background, so that we're not quite getting a chance to see the Marshals. As you say, they should be flying that, flying the Catalan flag.
Same colour as the curbs here, actually.
Yes.
Red and yellow. Rubbish on the track. Something on the track that shouldn't be there. We often could say it's a slippery surface flag, and that is sort of correct, but I'm always taken to task by particularly post commanders, and hello to all Marshals, by the way. I'm very honoured to be an ambassador for the British Motor Racing Marshals Club. It basically means something is on the track that shouldn't be there. It could be debris, it could be fluid of some description, could be a bit of a car. Nick Tierman has gone back to the 116 Wolf Power Racing Audi pit. It was Fabian Danzu, the Swiss driver, Hofswies, who got out of the car. Jasmin Preissig that got in. He was unceremoniously moved away from trying to install the new driver, Nick.
Marcus Menden, why were you ripped out of the car?
Sorry, please.
Why were you torn out of the car?
Normally it's my job to fix the other driver's belt, but Mr. Kemp thought I'm not quick enough, so he just pulled me away.
So you're basically going to be sacked from driver assistance, are you?
Yeah, but I love it. That's why I love these guys, because they're doing things like this.
How's the car going? You had that problem at the start of today. How's it been going since then?
Yeah, wonderful. The car is brilliant, but unfortunately we are not able to get these laps back. So I think we lost about 8 laps, and it was a bit stupid that they put in the code 60 so late. It was really dangerous. So they leave the cars for 3 more laps without code 60. And it was very short that other cars crash into our car. So, and that means we lost as well more time because they do not make code 60. But at all, it's a lot of fun to drive here all the time.
Did Jasmine tell you what happened, why she ended up in that gravel?
No, she got, there is a Golf in our class. It's a GSR Golf. He's normally much slower than we. But after the start, he touched her, the car, he drove her to the back 2 times. So the first time she was able to correct, but the second time she flew away, and it's unbelievable. We don't know why they do this.
Bad luck. I hope you haven't got any bruises, by the way.
Yep, thanks. Cheers.
That's Marcus Menden, who was the driver assisting the driver, but not assisting him fast enough, so he was assisted onto the ground.
And it sounds like Jasmin Preissig was assisted into the gravel.
Yeah, interesting. You know, we said she had quite a lot of damage in the side of the car. Yeah. I think that one of the 2 other cars that fell off in sympathy, one of them actually hit the car. Hence the reason she's got such a long amount of damage, light damage, on the left-hand bodywork.
And we speculated the reason why the code 60 didn't come out quicker was because, as you remember, if you were with us during the prototype race, we did have a snatch vehicle failure, and therefore there is 1 vehicle less around the back end of that circuit. And it might have been that they actually didn't have a vehicle to recover her, so they might as well have gone a little bit deep there. Might as well have just carried on racing for a little bit longer until there was the possibility of getting the vehicle on circuit. Once the vehicle goes on circuit, then you throw the code 60. Possibly. We don't know that's for sure, but certainly my first time seeing a snatch vehicle break down on track.
And have to be recovered by another vehicle. Yeah.
Too many snatches in one sentence.
The Manitou was a man of don't, I'm afraid. Jasmin Preissig going a little deep there, as Ben said, was Jasmin Preissig going in that 116, missing her braking point just slightly, going into the bus stop, but kept it on the track. Meantime, Cupra 117, the white and shades of blue top cable car.
That's weird, because that was grey.
PCR. Yeah.
Is there another one that's got a grey front? Because
no, it just depends what the light is like.
Yeah.
That's the PCR Sport car. That's been well up in its class as well. Nick Damon, go ahead.
TR might be the entry. It's actually the dog spar car.
The dog.
That's the best thing ever. It's a dog spar car. I was very pleased that I intercepted Ben's family on the way up from dinner, so I got to see the lovely dog again, which is marvellous, Jumbo.
Oh, dog. Oh, the dog, right.
Dog. Oh, the wife and children, fine, but dogs, that's more more of a fun thing to see. Actually, they were having some.
Is there a spa there for them, Nick? Because Jumbo's in the car.
Well, there's a kind of a tent. It could be a dog spa, possibly, or a little pampering area. But that wasn't the smoothest of stops. They've got some overheating problems at the front of the brakes. They also were having a very, very long look at the rear left, but it could just be that it's running towards the end of the race, make sure everything's okay, and then get the final 2 hours with as little incident as possible.
Thanks, Nick. Well done for picking up Marcus as well. Well, not literally, he did that himself, but you know what I mean. On the pit lane apron. Now, front of field, Pierre Caffa pushing on. We've had the pit stop for CP and WTM. So where's WTM? Are they just ahead of Caffa? Are they still just on the lead lap? I think they are. Coming down the hill at the moment and through Stavolo, heading back towards the start-finish line. Yeah, they're just going to come back on the lead lap. Meantime, Pierre Caffa, who leads, he is still coming down the hill towards Pouhon. In fact, through Pouhon, the first of the double gauche.
By the way, through the last couple of moments' excitement, we did see Red Ant 903 come into pit lane, doing their usual, ignoring code 60s and just doing their thing. Their stint was an hour and a half long, which is what they've been running to throughout the race, about an hour and a half. Unfortunately, however, they pitted with an hour and 55 minutes to go. So they are on course, if they continue ignoring everything, to still need to do a little splash and dash at the end. And that is going to hurt their battle between themselves and HRT Performance, who they are 2 laps back from for the lead of 992 AM.
Right. Here's, this is back of the envelope kind of arithmetic and working out. So follow along here, dear listener and viewer, as E2P Racing come in from second in the 991 class. Good run for them as well in the blue, red, yellow and white Porsche. One of the older Cup cars. I've always liked the engine cover on that car. Underneath the rear window, there's a nice scallop where the air comes off the rear window and into the engine compartment. Top of the shop is Pierre Caffa for Phoenix Racing. He has been in the car half an hour, as has Jochen Krumbach, who's been out of the pits half an hour. Krumbach has actually been in the car for just under an hour and a half. So when he comes in next time, Jochen will have to get out of the car. Pierre can continue for about another hour and a half in that car, but that would only get him to round about 30 minutes to go. So then he would have to get out. So that's going to be a tough call for Phoenix, and I don't think they can go on just one more pit stop. Esplanade, Charles Esplanade in the 85, he has just got into the car some 12 minutes ago. That car can easily make it on one further stop. In fact, they might not even need their full fuel load when they stop next time around. The full allowance that they can take, Ben, because they are allowed more fuel being NAMCAR. They could possibly do a timed stop and do a slightly different strategy than they've been doing. I reckon they've been using all their fuel allowance up until now to give them a shorter last stop. Now, the question is, do you leave Charles in the car at that point, or do you put somebody else in?
Well, hang on, you don't even need to stop at the box. Surely you can, the tyres will do that kind of length.
They were saying they couldn't double stint tyres, remember, and Shane was saying he was getting blisters on them when it was hot on the left rear.
Yeah, okay.
so maybe not. But I still think that CP are well in the hunt here.
This could be helping things.
This is the Wecox Claims Group, WEC, light blue, BMW E46. Now this is at the exit of the pits.
They just come
right
out
at the
pits?
top of the hill. Yeah, I think so. Well, they stopped at Eau Rouge at the end of a pit lane, and now they've stopped at the actual exit of the pit lane at the top of Radion, with just under 100 minutes to go. It's Adam Sharp behind the wheel.
No, he hasn't come out of the pits there. He's just stopped there.
Get in.
He's got it going again.
This is that car is temperamental. It's got a real character, this BMW E46. It just keeps giving everybody a little heart attack. That's twice now that it's gone completely dead stick. The first time it took all the electrics out, they couldn't even radio in.
Yes. Clearly, that's why they love it so much, and they keep campaigning it, and they haven't upgraded it. And they just wheel it out the garage. The boys down there at... it used to be called something else, the team. Before it was WEC. They had a different name to the team. I can't remember what it was now. But as a team, they've been racing together for years. You used to see a few more of the Cox sons racing that car. Well, John's desperate for some rain before we finish here at Spa.
I'm not desperate for some rain. I'm just keeping an eye on because it's Spa and we haven't had a single drop of rain since we arrived on Thursday.
It is true.
And in fact, it's been pretty dry around these parts for some time. The rest of Europe this weekend, every other motorsport event has had torrential rain at various parts, some of them right the way through their events. And here we are at Spa. That hasn't happened. WEC car hasn't got that far.
Oh, no.
That is Lacombe.
Yeah, he's
just on the exit at Malmedy.
Pretty safe place, but because he's on the inside there, but at the same time, you can't put marshals out there to try and help. Could this be...
It is Adam Sharp at the wheel of that car, isn't it? Yes, it is, yeah.
He's been out there for an hour. So is it running a little low on fuel? Audi Santaloc comes into the pit lane with Pieve Pack. He can't go to the end on that, so they need 2 more stops, or 1.5 stops anyway.
Yeah. So then the question:
are we going to see a code 60 here to recover the WEC BMW though?
Possibly. Nick Damon is down with the 26 Santaloc Audi.
Yeah, it's Oliver Estevez getting into the car. Full service for the Santaloc car, which of course has been blisteringly quick with the right driver on board. The right driver, of course, being Simon Gachet. But doesn't seem to really have featured that high up the rest of the time. So I'm not sure whether it's had minor issues or the leaders in the pits.
In the pits. This is a response.
Well, Phoenix in the pit. I assume they're leading. Phoenix now coming down for a fuel-only stop.
And Herbert too. This is a response to the fact that there is a stationary car
totally agree.
Out there, and they're just banking on perhaps a code 60 being thrown.
Phoenix fuel-only. Herbert full service.
That is because the 91. Yeah, Ralph's been in that car for an hour and 33, so they'll get Ralph out now so that whoever gets in can go to the end.
That is what's happened, John. They've got Ralph out and they're fueling up. They won't get to the end on 1 tank full.
And they're not going to get a code 60 either, because the WEC BMW, WEC Team BMW, has been pulled backwards by the marshals.
In fairness, if you can get it, if you have to stop once and a splash anyway, then it doesn't really matter how you break it up.
Yeah.
So as long as they've got enough tank space to get a full fill in this time, then it makes no difference if you stop minutes out, 40 minutes out, whatever it is.
Yes and no. If you knew that was going to be a code 60, yes, but I don't think they've done themselves any favours, because they've got an hour and 36 to go and they still have to stop again. If they'd waited until there was an actual code 60, they might have changed what they had to do.
I think that the Phoenix car had to stop twice anyway.
Yeah, no, I do.
So
absolutely
you stop
agree.
now and fill it up, you've still got to stop once more. So you've lost nothing, but you're just taking a gamble. You get a cheap one if the Code 60 was called.
One thing it does do is it allows Pierre Caffer to stay in that car for another hour.
Yeah, it allows him to do his full 2-hour stint.
Yeah, he'll go another hour in that car. That'll take it to 35 minutes to go, and then he'll get out. I think. I don't think they'll risk him going over the 2 hours.
It's going to put the Ferrari in the lead.
Yes, it will for Joachim Krumbach. He's been in that car, the number 22, by the way, for an hour and a half as well. As Caffer did not take an awful lot of fuel there.
Yeah, it was quite short, wasn't it?
So
didn't brim it, that's for sure.
Well, no, maybe they did brim it, but they were quite well off for fuel.
Hang on, now we've got a yellow flag down at karting at campus. And that is more significant. We do have a camera down there, so he'll be hunting and searching as to why.
It looks like WTM and the Ferrari have got to take the driver ready to in that car. Nick Damon is there, down at Wochenspiegel. Are they expecting to come in? An hour and 34. Tight for them. They'll not be able to do it.
Oh, yellow flag's been cleared. So again, the potential for a code 60 goes away again.
Isn't this extraordinary that we are 10.5 hours into a 12-hour race and people are literally on their toes, on their blocks, as if it was the start of the Olympic Games 100 metres final to spring into action if a code 60 comes out. I still think it's advantage to CP. They are third in the division, which is the GT. They are leading their class. The class is important to them, but they would love an overall victory. They're on the overall podium right now, but an overall victory for that American team, they would be absolutely brimming with excitement.
Into the pits, the leader from TCR, the 104, and that will be its last stop. I think the TCR guys can do an hour and a half, and so timed well. We do have debris on circuit at turn 15 where someone has had a mishap. We don't know exactly what that is, just trying to kind of analyse the times through that second sector of the circuit to work out who might have had an issue. Either way, whatever happened, it is clear again. We're back to green flag, so the 104 pits under green flag conditions, much like the 18 at the head of our field.
1 hour 20 was that stint for the leading TCR car, and that did have a little
104 on dollies.
Oh, that's drama. Nick Damon with the leader in TCR.
Is about to go onto dollies and about to go back into the garage. Now, there's no evidence of any problem. This car looks as clean as it's ever looked, but they've put the dollies under it. They're manhandling it now. How much of a lead have they got over the second car?
It was only about a minute, I think.
Well, no, they've had a problem. They've had an accident at the front. They have had a problem at the front.
Left front.
Wow, they've had a big accident.
They've run into the back of someone, haven't they?
Off camera. That's a big accident off camera.
They've run into the back of something, haven't they?
Yeah.
So now we have to look.
Dean, wasn't it, in the car?
Now we've got to look for somebody, Nick, who has damage a flat damage at the rear. That was Sten Dorian Plimargel.
That's going to be hard to get going. They possibly could tape it up again, but it's right into the intercooler and everything else. So, wow.
Second in TCR's Holmgaard Motorsport. There are a couple of laps. There'll be one lap back when they cross the line this time. Magnus Holmgaard at the wheel of that car. And that is the 102.
I can see the driver who got out of the car, and he is sitting, he's on his knees in the position of I can't believe what I've done. See if I can get, I've described this, if I can get the driver on camera for the people who got the stream, but I think you could probably imagine. Does anyone remember when Mika Hakkinen lost it at Imola and hid behind the trees to cry?
Yeah.
It's that exact same position the driver back there is in, Steen. Steen was my cameraman in F1. I've literally gone back to the year 1999. So Seb there, the 44, you can see he's absolutely shocked with himself.
That is Sten Dorian Margel.
So the other drivers are just here. I don't think I'll be getting a word from Steam for a while. I think he has a lot more communing with his disappointment to do first. But that is a big thump. And as you say, John, he's thumped someone, but I don't think he's thumped anything barrier-wise because he's not picked up any yellow paint or any red paint. So my guess is that has been a lump into a car somewhere.
We haven't seen that part of the circuit. We do have a camera over there, but I'm wondering whether he's run wide. Being a front-wheel drive car, the rear wheels jump around and it spits you into the inside of a corner. If you've just gone a little bit too deep through the gravel trap, as I was saying, on old tyres, on a front-wheel drive car, understeer, really hard to control. It's a thing that you always do through the second part of Fagnes. And maybe now that there's a gravel trap there, he's run a little bit wide, the car is bumped, and he's spat onto the left-hand side there, which will be concrete barrier, so you won't have any paint to talk about. And it would have been a flat clonk into the wall.
It is absolutely straight on flat on the front.
Yeah, it is.
As if he just tail-ended, rear-ended somebody, or as...
Yeah,
okay, it was another car, but I don't know what car it was.
Oh, wow.
His teammate says it was another car. It wasn't going off the track.
Right, okay. So that was misjudgment under braking.
Oh, he's hit that in a hell of a whack. Look at the damage he's done to the front of the sort of the metal structure bumper. That was a pretty big closing speed, that's for sure.
Yeah, but hang on then, who's
driving around with a rear end of the car hanging off?
Well, there we are.
Yeah, we've not seen anyone else with huge rear end damage. It's a bit kind of mysterious, a bit like we had yesterday with the Mercedes crashing into the Audi, and from what we saw, we couldn't actually see any damage to the Audi. But the Mercedes was absolutely destroyed.
We're inside, you know, the last 100 minutes of the race, and that's a leader in class that has gone astray. So drama again. Nick and Joe will try and pick up some of the leaders in the other categories as well.
I would literally pass the torch to Joe now.
Are you?
Yes, he has.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, so we're following this Audi around to the part of the circuit where the accident happened, waiting for the next corner. Here, this is the area in which the accidents happened. So have a look to see if we can find any debris around here. There's tyre barriers there. A little slide through 15. And yeah, there is some marks in the gravel through between 14 and 15, but no evidence.
That was Yasmin, wasn't it, earlier on?
Well, no, Yasmin went off to the barrier on the left. There was another one that came back onto the track, but there was no bits of bodywork knocking about. As Alicia goes round at turn 1 again.
I seem to think we've seen that happen before.
Yeah, just a few times.
Yeah. I do like the look of those Ligiers. I think it's a very pretty car.
It's as though somebody's made a Ferrari body shell for a Mazda and stuck it on their Mazda MX-5 and gone, I've got a Ferrari, look at me.
We've got a Ligier. It's more important.
Well, and it's a bit more Lotus Esprit on the backy.
I think the rear lights are from a Peugeot, actually.
Really?
They've got those claw-like rear lights that the 508s utilise so well.
Oh, very French. You know how Ligier make all their money? They build cars microcars for people who don't have driving licenses in France.
16-year-olds, isn't it?
Very dangerous vehicles on the French roads.
There's Axiom do the same. That's another one of them.
They have like lawnmower engines, basically. And they do a maximum of 50 kilometers an hour.
Yep.
Closing speed.
Which is like the new Citroen Ami electric car. It's the same thing.
Okay.
That only does 27 miles an hour, which is 50k, isn't it? And it has a range of about 47 miles or something. But they are only 5,000, 6,000 euros. Or you can rent them for £1 a week or something. Cheaper than a mobile phone. But for around town, if that's all you need, that's all you need. Said you're going to drive across Europe in it. Although Jim McGill drove one back from Holland to Ireland. Or to the UK, actually. I don't think it's quite made it to Ireland yet. It was in... oh, no, yes, it did. He managed to get it over, didn't he? Yeah. Much respect. So, at the front of the field, Jochen Krumbach leads with just under 90 minutes to go. And he last went by and stopped the stopwatches at 2 minutes 24.0. Pierre Caffer in second 2:23.686 last time around. So not an awful lot to choose between first and second at the moment. So Jochen in the Wochenspiegel Ferrari, which was the fastest qualifier, wasn't it, the Wochenspiegel? That seems like a million years ago when we did qualifying on Friday.
And 1 second per driver faster.
Yes.
As well. It wasn't just a little bit faster.
Yeah, the qualifying here done in 3 15-minute sessions and 3 drivers taking part, and then those 3 times average to get the grid set up. And the Wochenspiegel car coming out very much as the favourites. Didn't finish the race yesterday at the front of the field, and it's going to be touch and go. I think possibly overreaching for that car to be able to get to the end on just one more stop. This is the 22 Ferrari we're talking about. Krumbach's coming up to the end of the amount of time that he can do. He's done about 1 hour and 40 minutes now, so he can potentially do 20 minutes on his time. Probably maybe only 10 minutes, 4 or 5 more laps on his fuel. It'll all depend what was in the tank that Daniel Kylvitz left when they came in and topped off during not the last Code 60, but the one prior to that. But I can't imagine that they've got very much more to do. Maybe 10 minutes, as I say. But that is going to put Jochen Krumbach very close to his 2 hours. That is the key stat here in the Creventic series, the Hankook 24-hour series, is that you can only do 2 hours at a time in the car. That doesn't count the time you spend in the pit lane or getting fueled up, but 2 hours on the track.
Here's something remarkable. Second in GT4 now.
Yeah.
The Ginetta.
Yeah, absolutely.
CWS.
Yeah.
4 laps back, okay, from Magnus Holmgaard in his own Volkswagen Golf TCR team, but basically a lap ahead of Hakinsari in the Veldeck BMW M4 GT4.
Yeah.
Is the Ginetta G56.
Yeah.
Mike Simpson aboard, pumping in the lap times. One of the men responsible for the development of most of the Ginettas that have been built over the last 10 years. But they are also not that far away from GT honours generally. There's a GTX car ahead, but that's a different class. And
207 laps completed by Team ACP in the GT4, and they're on 203. So as you say,
4 to 5 laps.
Four laps, just under 4 laps between them. Well, you know, that's...
Considering the Saturday they had.
That's 8 minutes, isn't it?
Not bad at all.
We've got a flatbed in the pit lane, delivering what back?
Oh, WEC.
Oh, yeah. So they'll get that car back out.
Yeah, exactly.
I will guarantee you right now, if that car is fixable, it will get out and take the flag. And to me, I think Ben and I have already got those penciled in for the spirit of the race. It might yet be Ginetta and CWS could nick that from them.
Yeah.
It's not about how they finish, and it's nominated by the broadcast team. So we'll talk to Nick and to Joe about it as well. What we're looking for in time-honoured Radio Show Limited style is the team who have contributed the most to the spirit of endurance. Hashtag this is endurance. Off-track excursion for the left rear Hankook of the number 85 Charles Esplanade CP Racing Mercedes, as he had to go 3 wide coming onto the Kemmel Straight, passing slower GT and a TCR car at the same time. He knows he's in a race here. That 85 car stopped 32 minutes ago. That's when Charles Putman got out. And that left Charles Esplanade with just under 2 hours to go, so he can go to the end. Joe Bradley, who's down in the pit lane, I've been watching the clouds, but I can only watch them from afar. And I've got a tinted top to the commentary box, which makes everything look a little bit darker. But I fancy that it's getting a bit more breezy and the temperature's dropping.
The temperature's definitely dropping, and I've gone for a coat option.
Oh, have you?
It is a bit chilly, yes. And
Right.
I'm from the north of England. So
Well, that's
how
good
chilly
news
it
for the
is.
tyres if the temperature's dropping, and the sun is behind cloud more than it's out of the cloud.
I've just been walking down the pit lane, and I definitely felt a drop of something on my head. And I looked up, and there isn't any hospitality suites up there. So it could only be rain, and if Seb points his camera at that cloud, it looked, oh, there's another bit. Oh, we've got a little bit of a splash here, everybody. Honestly, there's just a drop landed on my hand. It's ever so slight. Whether it'll come down, I do not know. But it's, hey, add water. They say, for excitement, just add water.
Yeah, Joe Bradley and Seb, our intrepid cameraman down in the pit lane. Thanks for his work as well this weekend, as well as the rest of our colleagues at 0221 021. It's been Rob on duty up in London with the audio side of our broadcast.
Leader in 992 just in the pits, 929, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen for the HRT performance team, and they have slightly stretched their advantage over the last couple of laps over the Red Ant team. Now this will be their last pit stop as well. Red Ant did their last pit stop a few moments ago, so then we'll have a real idea of that battle in 992. They're both also in the AM class as well, so we have the opportunity for different pace of drivers getting into that car. And there is HRT with a full service. Used tyres going on by the looks of things.
Possibly a set that was used in qualifying lately.
Yep. No stickers. No stickered reds. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who's been watching the pit stop. HRT leave, and Joe, who have you got?
I've got Andreas Gelzinas. Andreas, the duty team, I don't want to sort of say too much because you are heading the class. We've got drops of rain. Will that affect anybody particularly apart from your driver?
Not really. We are quite in a difficult position because we lost out quite a lot of time because of code 60. We missed it just by a few laps, I think 3 times today. So that's where we have a 4-lap gap to the leaders. So if it rains, I think it good for us because it leaves a chance for something to happen, something to change. Because in perfect conditions, no rain, I think it's impossible to catch the top 3.
You are still at the front of your class. Is that any consolation, or would you prefer to be with the leaders?
We prefer to be with the leaders better because I think the second place GT3 car is far away from us. So we prefer to be in the top 3. It's our goal of competing in this 24 series.
Of course, you guys have won before, haven't you? You've won races. When we came to Spa, we saw the changes that had occurred at the track, here at the track, and the gravel traps have been brought closer to the curbing. Has that affected how you drive the Spa circuit?
Actually, for me personally, it's first time here, but I think you need to be more careful, and also you cannot. It's not really about the track limits, but about the mistakes. So I think for me the gravel it's like better because if it's track limits, it's not really pure racing. So personally, I didn't touch the gravel, but we had a few offs of the track, but we did get lucky to drive out. But I think the changes are good, especially the barriers at Eau Rouge are much far away. You have more place for mistake. So I think better.
Well, John, I found Andreas here, a driver that actually agrees with you. He likes the challenge of not going off and over the track limits. Thank you, Andreas. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Leading that car, the Jutta Racing, excuse me, is the GT3 leader. and sitting in, let me see, the sixth position overall.
Now, Kari-Pekka Leksonen was the driver that got out of that car. I don't think he is now in that car, sharing it with Antti Buri, and we've seen Jim Rautanen in that car. So I think Antti Buri will be getting in there to put some fast laps in for the end of the race. I could be wrong, but the red suit was certainly the driver getting out. And so it's all fueled, good to go. Aaron 15. We will see that name tag update once he leaves pit lane. And it is 929 versus 903 for 992 honours. How many different numbers do you need? I think it will be advantage Redount once Antti Buri gets out on circuit. Well, let's see. But Redount just been so French about their pit stops, haven't they? I don't care about anything else. I'm just going to do my pit stops when I need to do my pit stops.
And he should be able to go the end from there.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But, and so is Redount.
Okay. Yeah. So it's Antti Buri in 7th position when he came in against Yannick Redon for the potentially for the best 992 and for the 992 AM category.
Yeah.
I still think that's extraordinary that a Cup car, several Cup cars are in the top 10. And we've had very little reliability issues from the Cup cars.
Mm-hmm.
They've just run
and run. Other than if you would take out the kind of Vortex thing, most cars have had a really good run of things.
That's true. Very uncharacteristic failure for we thought it was a clutch that had gone on. Which car was that?
Well, we had the McLaren steaming, didn't we? Then that was a turbo.
Yeah. And we also had the issue with one of the Porsches that spun and then the clutch went coming out of.
That was the NKPP. They were trying to fix that, weren't they?
Yeah, they were trying to fix that. We're going to try and have a word with some of the other teams who are leading their classes as we're coming down towards the last hour, and that's what Joe Bradley's doing now in the pit lane. Which class are you looking at now, Joe?
Well, we're at the end of the TCR class, and Roy Edlund, the only Norwegian and a Danish team, but I think for this weekend you're Danish, yeah, right?
Yeah. Right now I'm almost Danish. Yeah.
You guys have just taken over the lead of TCR. It's always a sad thing to see a competitor take damage like that, but hey, a win's a win, I suppose.
Of course, I feel sorry for Noka. If the race quits like this, they give us a good fight, and it's always best to finish it out on the track. But as you say, a win is a win, and we have been waiting for a podium and a win for a long time now. So fingers crossed. There's some time left, and we'll just have to keep the car running and keep it on track, and we'll see.
So there's a couple of things that will probably be on the team's mind. How far or how close to the finish can you guys get on your current fuel?
I'm not sure. We will probably have to fuel one more time, but we'll see. It's all about saving fuel and saving tires now for Magnus, so fingers crossed.
And will Magnus stay in the car, or if you do pit, you'll change driver as well? I'm not sure about his time.
He's probably be in the car the race out. Yeah.
Spitting rain, you Scandinavians, as we call them, you're pretty good in the wet, you guys.
Yeah, I've been dancing the rain dance since I came here. So, but as in every other race, there should be either wet or fully dry. So we'll just hope it stays like this for the end of the race.
Okay, Roy, what is it about Scandinavian drivers? You guys are so good in the wet. Is it all that sort of 6 months of snow that you get in the winter?
Yeah, well, where I live, we don't have a proper winter. We have 4 degrees and rain for 6 months. So it's probably that.
So that's why you've been doing the rain dance?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you don't get it. Nothing personal.
No. Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Roy.
Thanks.
Yeah, they've inherited the lead in the Sonax 102, but they have been pushing all the way along. They've got a little bit of a gap back to the next TCR car, actually. Uncharacteristically, the Holmgard machine, who've been around TCR and in this championship for a very long time, they've completed 210 laps. Second in TCR is the Real Equipe by Todcar Cupra, and they've completed 206 laps. So they've got about 8 minutes, call it 10 minutes, I suppose, at their lap times between them. The WEC car is back in the pit lane. This is the BMW, the light blue BMW. It's being worked on, and I said that they would try and get that car back out again. This is the Wecox Claims Group machine, and Joe Bradley...
Joe just checked out his crotch.
Yeah, I did. Because there's 1, 2, 3 Coxes in this car, and this is Dave Cox. That's why I was checked. It says Dave Cox right there.
I'm the old fat one.
You're the old fat Cox, yeah. Dave, we have got to admire your team for keep on pushing. Oh, we fired.
It's just been one problem after another, but these guys seem to find it, so we're still going.
Get in the car. Time wasted.
So what was that? Was that a fuel pump problem there, Joe?
Who knows, mate? They've had, well, hang on. What we're doing here? Stack pump reset. Yeah, they've been, Dave was about to tell us, they've had a myriad of problems, haven't they? And mainly due to the engine cutting. So they've had problems with fuel pumps, probably needs renewing. I mean, there's an E46 BMW.
It's lovely.
There's loads of these in national racing.
Sure.
We should really be promoting everybody who's got an E46.
Come and race here.
Yeah, racing in the BMW Championship, wherever they are. Germany, Netherlands, Holland, Benelux, England. There's loads in England. Can you imagine about 20 of these on the grid just to bolster our grid? We've got a massive class.
I tell you what, if we got that, they could have their own class.
That's
I
what I mean.
guarantee you now.
The E46 class.
Yeah, just E46 class. Absolutely.
Ah, there it is. Look at this.
GT46.
So, this is the current issue. Now, that's a one-way valve in the fuel system. That's
Right.
as much as I'm going to say, because I can really get technical, but I don't want to.
Okay.
And that's failed. So this is just one after another, one thing after another.
Brilliant.
For this car. But you know what?
Can you give that back to the
car going?
Can you give that back to the engineer so they don't think it's a one that can work again?
Well, he's silly enough to give me it then, wasn't he?
Yeah. What I do like about that car, it's now light blue. It's playing various colours down through its life, but it's still got the M series red and 2 colours of blue stripes on, the motorsport stripes, and a bit like a couple of other. We were talking about the Martini stripes going on to your Ioniq 5 at some stage in the near future. You can't make a car look worse, no matter what the base colour is, by putting BMW M Sport stripes on a car or a motorbike. Exactly, they'd look fantastic on anything.
That's the kind of car that if you need a spare part, you just need to go to the car park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those.
Well, you say that in Dubai, when Baz Cowton was running one of these a few years ago, he actually went on the local BMW Owners Club. No, it wasn't Baz Cowton. It was... Oh, come on, Nick. Anyway, I'll tell the story. You remember who it was. He went on the local BMW UAE Owners Club Facebook site, and because the garages were all closed of the weekend, and it was absolutely unbelievable. They all turned out with bits and brought the cars
to come in
out.
for probably its last.
So at the front of the field. 205 Veluga car. That's a class leader. Class leader down at La Source, and it stopped.
They've been so good as well. We've almost not seen them since Nick interviewed Bradley Ellis at the very start of the race on Saturday afternoon, because they've been just doing their thing and just going around. They haven't really had any problems. Whatever happened there, they've reset the car and they're back underway again, leading TCX. They are 5th in TCE. But they are going again, and we've got a leader into pits, the Ferrari.
Go ahead, Joe.
Ferrari is in, and it looks like, who did that look like getting in the car? I think that was Leo Weiss getting in. So this is going to be, is this car's last one?
Should be. Can do it.
Really?
It's
It's going to be a bit tight, isn't it?
Well,
yeah.
by the time the fuel, Joe, it'll be just over an hour. So,
right.
Yes, it is tight.
Exceptionally efficient pit pit stop there. Brilliant.
And by
So,
the way, I
it is
remember...
going to be tight.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I remember it was Kurt Euser running a BMW. Nick Damon reminded me of that.
Yellow flags at Eau Rouge, or Radion, I should say. That doesn't tend to be something that can easily be fixed. Let's see if it disappears quickly. Could just be a spin.
It was a spin.
Hopefully it's just a spin.
It was a spin. I saw a car facing the wrong direction there. And it's the 912. It's the Lorient car. This is another car that's been right up at the sharp end of its category throughout the day. That's third in 992. Jean-Francois Demorge on his outlap has spun. And that means that Jean de Wilde in the Speed Lover car, when he comes through next time, we'll take another lap. He's got a few minutes in hand to hold on to second position, but he's right across the middle of the road at Le Combe.
Yeah, that's turn 5. That's turn 7, turn 8, not turn 5. Turn 5 is Eau Rouge. So unless that notification is incorrect, which I'm guessing it is.
If he started spinning at Eau Rouge and stopped there,
yeah.
That's a heck of an accident.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's see if we can pick up what's going on with one of the Porsches coming through there. Oh, my goodness. Coming through the final chicane with Luc Breukers. That's the engine you can hear behind me. 10th overall, the 909. And if we stay on board through Eau Rouge and Radion, we might get an idea of what has happened there. The Dutch-based team plunging down new tarmac at the bottom of the hill. It's been smoothed out. Now I can't see a yellow flag there. No. I think the yellow flag's gone, if it was there.
Yeah, so it is actually a yellow flag somewhere else then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Was that a yellow flag at the start of the Camel Straight at turn 6? No, it wasn't.
I suppose, depending on which thing you're looking at, there's a piece of bodywork flying around as well. But if you're looking at a different map, that turn 5 is here.
Okay, turn 5 is Le Combe. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And there are flags waving there because there's a Porsche in the middle of the road, or at least there was.
And we go code 60.
Had to. And you see, the problem is, and Pierre Caffer's come in just before the code 60. Jochen Krumbach in as well.
Was already in the fueling bay.
Okay. And the thing is, with the gravel on driver's right there, he couldn't just pull straight through there, Jean-Francois. On his outlap, he couldn't pull straight through. Now, who lost the bodywork? That came off the BMW. That's one of the M2s, isn't it? That threw the bodywork off.
I think Pierre Caffer got in before that code 60 was thrown, so he can
Correct.
get that filled. He will have driver changed and
yes, correct.
Get it filled to the end of the race. But if anybody else goes in now, they will only get half a tank of fuel and therefore not be able to. So that's really played into the hands of Phoenix and Ferrari.
Massive, massive change in terms of how this race is swinging left and right. The momentum goes back towards Phoenix Racing. Now, this is a huge development, and this could rob CP Racing. Where are they on the track? They are heading through Eau Rouge and Blanchimont now, so they elected not to come in. Jean-Francois Demorge on his outlap, remember.
Interestingly, how many cars have stopped operating whilst they've had an innocuous spin and they haven't been able to restart again?
I think he couldn't find reverse.
Okay.
And I think what he didn't want to do was drive into gravel, which I totally understand. Doing a little bit of clean-up on the Camel Straight as well. We've had a couple of tyres that have gone down in that area and bodywork being sprayed around.
Yannick Redon came into the pits, but did he come into the pits before?
No, negative. Purple on the timing screen if you're watching, so that means he could only have half of his fuel.
That's not enough to get to the end, surely.
Well, it depends what he had in the tank, doesn't it? Let's have a look at the 903.
Oh, actually, I thought we'd
sent him to the end.
Yeah, I think we did, didn't we?
Yannick Redon in the 903.
Been out for 40 minutes.
Yeah, well, if he's topped up now, he can easily get to the end. If he's gone to full tank, I would have thought. Because normally those cars can do something in the region of
CP
30s.
Racing have come in.
Have they?
But we're about to go green flag racing, and surely that Porsche is clear
we
from the track.
haven't had the 1 minute sign yet.
Sure.
So if Charles comes in and basically now the question will be, do they stop and tyres? Joe Bradley, did he stop for tyres?
Yes.
And did he get out of the car?
Couldn't tell you.
Right, so there's new tyres to the end. So brand new tyres on the 85. The question will be, does he stop for fuel now, or does he just head straight out?
He needs fuel, right? What's
He,
going on here?
well, more bodywork, under tray being picked up. The 85 was last in for fuel. This is the CP racing car we're talking about. Was last in for fuel 51 minutes ago. So yes, they do need fuel to get it to the end.
We've got
damage to a barrier. Damage to a barrier here, and
some little kids from the kart track. So we must be down by karting.
Right. I wonder, and this is being chewed upon and thought about in the truck as well. Is this where the no-kart machine went in, nose into a barrier, and has bent the barrier? And this is the first opportunity. They are driving wooden wedges in behind the posts.
Doing great work there.
Great work, heaving on the 20-pound lump hammer. Nick Damon will appreciate this.
Where are we?
That is down at the bottom of the hill, isn't it?
We must be a long way on the exit of Stavelot. Because the kart track must be to our right, because all the kids are here.
Yeah, exactly right. Karting's just behind it.
So, but there's no gravel to fall off on. That's a very odd place to go off. On the inside there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Let's get to this interview before we go back green.
Yeah, Stephen Thomas, the SEP BMW car 421. You guys have got the prettiest car. I love that livery. I don't want to say too much about you leading the class, Stephen, because I don't want to hex anything.
That's okay. We don't believe in jinxes. It's fun to lead the class. This is a great series. It's my first time here. I'm doing the WEC race in a couple of weekends, and I've never been on this track. And so I came to this series, and it's been fabulous. This is a great team, really great team. Catesby Jones runs this car. He's the one that picked the livery you like. And it's been a ton of fun. Really like it.
And what will driving the BMW here, what sort of insight will that give you about the track? Are you driving an LMP car?
I'm driving an LMP2 car when I come back here. But the BMW is obviously a very different car, no downforce. But it's a lot of fun to drive. I mean, it moves around. And when you go through Eau Rouge, man, I mean, you got to just lift and turn, and the car's moving. It's a lot of fun. We've had a great time.
Fabulous. We've got 1 minute to go before we end this Code 60. So your being here is complete a research mission for your WEC adventure.
It is. It's a research mission, but I'm so glad I did because this is such a great team, great people, great series, and the BMW is fun to drive. I mean, it's really fun to drive.
And everything you've heard about Spa, did it live up to it?
Oh, it really lived up to it. I'm looking forward to do it in a downforce car because maybe we can be flat through Eau Rouge, which would be a lot of fun. But yeah, no, it's really lived up to it. It's a great track. I would say I love all tracks, so this is a cool track. Willow Springs outside LA where I'm from, that's also a cool track, but I really loved it and we've had a great time. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks for talking to us. We've just gone green.
And just as Charles Esplanade came out of fuel, so the top three have all been in and fueled to the end of the race. Charles Esplanade took tyres. I don't think the others did, but we'll check with the teams on that with Joe as he's doing the roundup with the class leaders at the moment. One thing there that just made me think about what Joe was talking about there, what he was talking about with the drivers and Stephen Thomas from the States there. Stephen Thomas is going to have an advantage to most of the guys who come here in the WEC in a couple of weeks' time because he will have driven the circuit as it is now with the gravel traps there. And at least he knows where the dangers are. Everyone else will be going, oh, there's a gravel trap right at the edge of the track there, and I've just dropped my wheels into it. At least it's going to be the first few sessions of WEC in, what is it, a week's time, couple of weeks' time, will be absolute carnage. It'll be Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones talking us through that on RS1 as the WEC BMW is back in the pit lane again, but that car is not going to be allowed to sit quietly and cool down. They're at it straight away to get it back out.
You said the top 3 have pitted. Yes, the top 3 before our Code 60, but of course after our Code 60, with those 3 having made a stop, I think we'll see Daniel Alleman in Herbert Motorsport 91 and Tim Muller in the car collection Audi move up, because neither of those 2 did go into pit lane during our last Code 60.
Yeah, there were laps back though.
But it takes laps to pit.
Yes,
or
but
less laps when you're under
far
Code 60.
fewer under Code 60. Yeah. I think Alleman will get 1 lap back. He's been out there for 40 minutes. So it's highly unlikely that he can get even that fairly frugal Porsche to the end of the race from here. We have sun breaking through the slightly darker clouds that Joe was describing earlier on. There's been no repeat of the spots of rain, and we have shadows on the circuit again now from various parts of the track. As the sun comes out, that will heat the track back up again, and 85 car, remember, on new tyres.
Yeah, and 21 seconds back from Elia Earhart in the Phoenix Racing Audi.
Wow.
That's your 1-2. We're still waiting for Leonard Weiss in the Ferrari to pit. Of course, they pitted, the majority of their pit stop was under green flag conditions, so the cars on track were travelling so much faster. They were able to get a full tank of fuel, yeah, fine. But unfortunately, they would have lost time because they did it under green flag conditions and not under Code 60.
Now, the question's going to be, of course, was whether half a tank for the 85 will get them to the end, because that wasn't a full fill, was it, for that car?
Yes, it was, because they did it before.
No.
For Ferrari?
No, for the 85.
The
for
85,
CP.
No.
Yeah, because we were wondering whether they should come in at all, but they were right on the edge of an hour. They probably could have gone maybe 10 minutes. That car's been pretty good on its fuel. This is the 85 CP Racing we're talking about, just charging down the hill out of Pouhon and into Fine now.
Remember, I told you that we had 903 Red Ant Racing into pit lane, which was our leader in 992. Well, they've fallen behind HRT Performance,
right.
but only just. It's really close between those 2. They're just going to come across the line now. 3.1 seconds for the lead of 992 class.
That's the 992 AM class, and it's 929 Antibody for HRT. Then Yannick Redont in the 903 for Red Ant Racing. Wow. So plenty of action as we're inside the last hour. Stay with us. We'll go all the way through the checkered flag and beyond. Ben Constantinos and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Hello. Nick Damon and Joe Bradley been down the pit lane. Nick is... you done for the day now, Nick? Are you finished for the day now? Or are you going back to do the podium? Nick's going to do the podium. OK, he's going to do the wrap-up at the end with Joe. He's going to pull it all together, pull all the strands of all of the different stories together before the podium with Joe Bradley, which we'll have for you later on. And keep an eye out for the hour-long highlights programme as well, which will be out on a number of different formats through the week. Probably about a week or 10 days away for the highlights. If you haven't seen the Mugello one, going search it out on the official Creventic YouTube channel or via their website at 24hseries.com. So, Ben, another roll of the dice, another turn of the card at the front of the field.
Yeah, I'm most excited about what's happening in that battle for 7th, which is the 992 category. So tight at the moment, just 3 seconds the last time they came over the line. And I do think that Yannick Redon is the faster of the 2 drivers, was half a second faster through the first sector. Now they come to the second sector. He's lost time in the second sector, so he's a second slower which means that the gap will be about 3.5 seconds now. We'll keep an eye on the gaps there. All a bit of a kind of a commentary on the timing screens rather than what we're seeing on the screens, but I'm sure the director will be able to pick up what's going on in just a few moments' time.
The 205 Beluga Porsche, I think it's just ground to a halt, but it's got going again. Charlie Hollings, I bet that had your heart in your mouth, did it, Charlie?
We've just had a few little niggling problems with the car, and during the not full course yellow, code 60, we just thought it was better to switch everything off, start again, and just see if we could recycle the system, basically. I think it's cleared the issue that Brad had, so we think we're all good now till the end. So, yeah, fingers crossed, we're all fine.
Inside the final hour now, Charlie, what sort of things are going through your mind when you're seeing that checkered flag getting ever so closer, especially when you're leading the class like you guys are?
Yeah, no, we've had it with myself and Brad Ellis are driving with Leo and Ria Lucas, who are doing a great job, so new to racing, and so they've done a great job. We're just getting them through their stints, but obviously leading our class, but we can also be on the TCE podium, so we've kind of just sat there hovering, trying to get close, so they have less fuel, have to stop less, so we kind of bit of a hare in the tortoise, kind of chasing, dropping back, so Brad's into the end now, so hopefully he can push hard and maybe sneak a top 3 in the TC class as well, and obviously take the GTX win.
That'd be pretty phenomenal, what is effectively a GT4 spec Porsche Cayman. I want to ask you about these young drivers that you're bringing on. You and Brad are mentoring them, and it's not about just pushing pedals in these longer races. Give us an idea of the sort of training and experience that you can share with these two youngsters.
Yeah, so Brad and I have looked after Ria and Leo, and they've done a great job. We're just trying to, obviously you're talking to them about how to go faster out on a circuit, but also on the test days, traffic management, when there's issues with the car, how to deal with that over a stint, how to look after the tyres, how to, you've got new tyres at the start of the stint, but a full tank of fuel. The end of the stint, an empty tank, so the car's quicker, but the tyres have gone off. So all these kind of things. So we're just, they're just learning all the time, and they're doing a great job.
What about looking after themselves? Because endurance racing is not so much as equally as important as keeping your driver in good condition.
Yeah, we're just trying to make them understand, relax once they've been in the car, when they're out of the car, relax. And
is that easy to do, though?
No, never. No. These races are great, actually. 6 hours one day, 6 hours, 5.5, 6.5. They're great, and as we know, Creventic, a great series for people that want to get into endurance racing, especially because you can do the mileage, you can go do loads of, over the week, loads of track time, but also experience top-level GT3 cars, slower cars as well, and deal with all the different traffic scenarios. So it's been great for them so far.
It's great for the series to have a team like Beluga coming into the series. You guys were busy at the British GT round last weekend. Have you guys got plans of continuing in the series and doing the 24-hour races that are coming up after Hockenheim?
Yeah, I think myself and Brad will be driving with Leo and Ria for the final Creventic races, but yeah, in terms of Beluga, they're just out doing stuff every weekend. There seem to be GT Cup, British Endurance Championship, obviously British GT, and then whatever else comes up with us guys. So yeah, it's busy for everyone.
Great stuff, Charlie. Thanks for talking to us. I'll let you get back to... Were you playing a video game on your phone there?
I was watching live timing and a bit of the Grand Prix as well.
Of course you were.
No spoilers.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. No spoilers.
No spoilers
for the Grand Prix of Charlie. Don't worry.
No, excellent stuff. Thank you, Joe. Joe continuing with class leaders well inside the last 50 minutes now. And it's still all to play for at the front of the field. 23 seconds, Ben, between first and seconds. Earhart, Esplanade, Phoenix, CP, Audi versus Mercedes.
Still need a pit stop from these guys in the 34. It's been an hour and 10 since they last visited the pits. We did obviously have a code 60 in that period of time, but there's no way that they can do to the end of the race. We've got 47 minutes remaining, so the 34...
no, I had that car in 12 minutes ago.
No, you look at the 18.
Which car were you talking about?
34.
Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry. I thought we were talking about the leaders. Yes, Tim Muller, you're right. You're talking about the car on the screen. My apologies. Yes, absolutely.
I did say that car rather than the number, so... You're forgiven for that one. The 91 car, 47 minutes ago, we didn't, since the last pit stop. So I reckon that as a Porsche, which has got good mileage, that can go another, that can probably wait it out to see if there's another code 60 before it goes, before it has to worry again.
And that did allow them to get another lap back by staying out. But they're still a lap, almost 2 laps behind the leaders, actually. They're a lap and 3/4 behind the leaders.
Left hand down on the steering wheel, going
puncture.
slowly here.
Yeah, puncture for the 34 car collection car. It's been out there a very long time. Have they overworked the tyres? They're a long way from home as well, I think.
Well, hang on.
Has he hit something?
Those two are good.
Left-hand side, left rear is down, another left rear. There's something, they've had a left rear problem before, as evidenced by the lack of bodywork around there. There is some curb that people are crossing over, and my bet is when they come back on, they're nicking the inside shoulder of the left rear tyre. There goes the 22, they've lost another lap.
What a shame for those guys, because it looked as though that was going to be a nice little strategy for them, even with all the damage that they've incurred. And the carcass starts to fall apart. Let's try to make sure the tyre stays in one piece so it doesn't distribute itself across the track. That would give us a code 60, but at the moment, the way it is, we should be able to keep green flag racing around the circuit.
He's got about a third of a lap still to do. He's just coming down to the old Stavelot curve, Paul Frere. Then he'll head up towards Blanchimont, but not at anything like the speed he should be going.
So there's where there's the skid marks. We just passed the skid marks from the TCR car.
The 104, the Norca car.
I think he might well have been just about on the edge of the gravel trap, because I was about to say there's not much gravel trap where we were looking at the impact.
So that's just beyond Stavelot then?
Yeah, it's kind of, you know how Stavelot carries on a bit?
Yeah.
It doesn't actually straighten up after the corner. There's still a bit more of a corner. Almost, especially on a front-wheel drive car, that's the place where you pick up your understeer as you pick up the throttle.
Yeah.
And yeah, we saw some skid marks there.
And that is where the track services were working, being supervised by some of the youngsters who'd been karting, taking an interest in 20-pound lump hammers and large wooden wedges, possibly going for a career in track services themselves at some time in the future. So you never know who you're gonna.
Guess what I saw today, Mum?
Yes, exactly. You don't know.
What? How was your day karting?
Inspire. You don't know who you're going to inspire. No, never mind karting, Mum. I want a big 20-pound lump hammer and some wooden wedges. That's what I want to do. So into the pit lane for Tim Müller. They didn't have much luck yesterday. It looked like it was going their way earlier on today. The other thing we should mention about the front of the field is that Herbeth, yet to make their last pit stop, have also got a 10-second penalty to serve as well. Joe Bradley is down with the stricken Kerkhoff Group number 34 car collection motorsport Audi.
Well, the only reason he hasn't damaged any bodywork with that left rear punch is because there isn't any bodywork left to damage. It was all done earlier on. And it's the same old, I'm afraid. The carcass has given up on the inside edge. It's damaged a ventilation pipe that's just goes to somewhere, but not that important because it can just be kept out of the way. Again, it's he's managed to get the car back without any issue. He has, of course, got himself a lot of track time.
Staying aboard the car, though. There was no driver change, was it?
Negative.
Well, he's not going to be able to go to the end of the race then.
No, Muller's been in for an hour and 11. It's going to be very tight.
Yeah.
That's their 8th pit stop for today. Main time then at the front of the field. Fastest lap of today for the 85 car. Their fastest lap of today, 2:22.347. That's 4 seconds taken from the leader. Charles Esplanade has got the hurry up.
Bruno at the number 710.
Go ahead, Joe.
I've got Jean-Francois Bruno at the 710 Lightwood car. Jean-Francois, you came here with aspirations, understandable aspirations, to take the win in class at least, and sort of threaten the front end. But at the moment, you guys are still on the podium with that third place.
Yeah, right. So still on the podium. We started the weekend strong. I mean, our pace basically had us on pole. Took the lead, opened up a gap, and then mechanical issue set us back. 22 laps. We clawed our way back. I think
that was the alternator, yeah?
Alternator, yeah. Alternator let go on the 3rd lap. Clawed our way back. I think now we are 12 laps down, and managed to salvage a podium. There's been a lot of attrition in this race, a few crashes, so it gave us a sort of a second lease on life. And Kirong Lee's in the car now and taking it to the finish.
I mean, it's when you came here, if somebody said, you know, you're in a podium position with less than an hour to go, you'd have took that.
Right, yeah, I mean, I think it's what I told you yesterday, you know, when we had this issue on lap 3, it's a long race, right? And we were way back. We were actually dead last, and 12 hours, that's endurance racing. Other teams had other issues and gave us a chance to come back. And the Leipert Motorsport team did a phenomenal job just putting the car back together. We also had a puncture. Tyler Cook had a tire failure in Blanchimont, which is the last, I guess, Blanchimont and Eau Rouge or in Radillon are the 2 last places in the world you ever want to have a tire failure. But yeah, he kept it on track and then brought the car back. We put a new set of tires and Kerong jumped in for the finish.
You may not know this, but I'm not used to seeing with a sad face. You had a sad face there. That's why I came and spoke to you. Because there it is. There's the smile back. See you up there, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, never say die attitude. We'll get a word with the leaders in that class. That's the 911 Racing Porsche, the Manthey Racing version of the GT3 Cup car. Georg Goda driving that car at the moment into 17th position for GTX. The class leaders, Bradley Ellis for Veluga, even after that incident for the car, still leading in TCX. GT4, we've spoken to the Catesby Jones team. Catesby's behind the wheel of their Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4 GT4. Who else is leading in their classes at the moment? I think Joe's picking off most of them. I think it's just the TCX car, GTX car rather, that we've still got to speak to. TCX is the Bradley Ellis Veluga car. So yeah, I think it's just the GTX. Well done, Joe. Sunshine again on the front pit straight, and the sun is shining in terms of the performance for the number 85 CP Racing. Charles Esplanade in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 is pushing on. That's another 2:23.9. That's another second taken from Alea Earhart in the Phoenix Racing Audi. It's down to just on 20 seconds now. The big question for me is how much fuel has CP got, because they only got half of their allocation the last time they were in the pit lane. I don't know if Joe even dare ask that question. We've still got a little under 40 minutes left, Joe.
I've got Luke Broikers with me, just joining me. Just wanted to get an idea of how your race has gone, guys. I know in the 992 class, but the 992 class overall. Let's just move to the door so the Mike can pick us up. The restart this morning started a bit sort of oddly, didn't it? What was that all about?
Yes, it was something with a cable for the fuel pump, I reckon. I didn't get into it at all because I was focusing on the race, and in maybe a code 60 was occurring, so that was I focusing on. But that was a pity. We lost a lot of time there. After we fixed it, everything went well. The car is doing well, and now we are third in overall 992.
You guys really did push that fuel window going to the end last night. Was that always going to be the strategy?
No, we did calculate the fuel right. So that had nothing to do with this morning, but I don't know.
That's because you're the driver, not the strategist. You just do as you're told. Thanks, Luke. We'll leave you to it, and I know your dad's in the car at the moment, so he's good luck to the finish.
It's Joe Bradley, and that was the leading car in 992. But they are sitting third of the 992 cars, if that makes any sense. There's various different classes. There's 992, which is the pro class. Then there's AM as well. And good to see the amount of 992s coming in. We've mentioned this before, but gradually been taking over from the venerable 991 Gen 2 cars, 991.2 in Porsche speak.
Very popular class.
Great cars, man.
In the iRacing world as well.
Really?
In the Creventic iRacing series. There is for some reason,
Do you
there's
do
a lot
online
of
racing, do you?
There's a lot of. I haven't mentioned it, and I also haven't mentioned the fact I've raced around Spa.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
In what?
In a smart racer.
Smart
car, yeah.
Did you keep that on 4 wheels?
I got no, because it's better if it's on 3.
Okay, good.
I got
Excellent.
a podium, and I beat Sarah Moore of W Series fame for one race of the 3. And then I drove it all the way home. Drove it all the way here.
You did not.
I drove it all the way home.
That's very cool.
I went faster on the motorway than I did on the racetrack, but don't tell anybody that. Where was I? Oh, you've distracted me now. Oh yeah, no, it's very, very. The 992 is a very, very popular car on the Creventic iRacing series, which is now an open series that you can participate on iRacing. Previously, it was a invitation only or sign up only, but now across the year they have these Creventic series races that you can enter, and there's different splits, so you have the ability to be part of drivers that are of similar caliber to yourself, or a team that is similar caliber to yourself, which is very, very, very poor for me, and my split tends to be the last one.
In fairness, that is not. I mean, that's absolutely the Creventic mantra, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come and race, whether it's virtual or full metal racing, and we'll guarantee to find somewhere to put you, and we can pretty much guarantee that we'll find you someone to race with who's around about your speed, your experience, or lack thereof. That is the Creventic mantra in real world and virtual.
And it gives you, because iRacing simulates so many of the GT3 cars, the 992 cars, very popular 992 because of the Porsche Super Cup that runs on iRacing, which is kind of the premier series. They also now have 3 or 4 TCR cars, so you can have that multi-class racing as well.
Excellent.
Although, as you get lower down the splits, you find that there are less lower class cars in the race. So the lower splits might not actually have any TCR cars because they're not as chosen. So the splits are the levels.
And what are you normally racing that then?
Lower down in a GT3 car, but lower down. I'd like to get into a TCR car. I think it's quite fun. Meanwhile, whilst we're chatting rubbish, Joe's got good stuff down there.
We're just
promoting the iRacing series.
We're proving that Creventic has something for everyone in real life or in virtual. Joe, where are you?
So you've had a good Spa so far?
Yes, it was a perfect day. We had 2 perfect days because we have no problems on the car, and we are not the fastest car in the GTX class, and we know that, but with a car with no problems.
So you have stayed very disciplined, knowing you're not the fastest car. You stayed with what the plan was, and that's what you've done.
Yeah, that's right. Where the Porsche is it's endurance car. It goes very well, and we are not so young. We are all about 60.
You're in good company. Don't worry.
Okay, and we made a lot of races before together. And we know first you have to reach the finish line, and that's what we try also the weekend.
Tell me a little bit about the team, Ralph. The 911 racing Porsche team. How did the team come together? How did the driver list come together?
Yeah, we met together because we were racing with historic cars. We all own a historic Porsche from 1971, and 10 years ago. We said, oh, come, let's go and let's try with a new car. And it fits very good. Yeah. And we started the 24-hour race for 3 times together and we finished between 20th and 30th position.
Whereabouts did you do that? Which 24-hour race was that?
24 hours in Nürburgring, sorry. Right. Yeah. 24 hours in Nürburgring, yeah.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a hard 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah, and we finished. I told it, yeah. And then we tried to make something else. We drove a lot of at the Nürburgring, and then we said we have to try something else. And so we're here, and it's a very good series. We are very glad to be here because they are so friendly. There's no problems. The organization is perfect.
And next race is your home ground, Hankook. The next race is on home ground in Germany at Hockenheim. Were you guys looking forward to that?
We don't know exactly. We start in Hockenheim because we have also raced at the Nürburgring. And this year, it's first time, I have a new team for the 24 hours of Nürburgring because I have 3 sons and they started yesterday at the Nürburgring in the NLS, and I will start with them together at the 24-hour race. So father with 3 sons. And it's the first time we make this, and I hope it will go.
That's going to be great. I look forward to seeing you at the Nürburgring. So I think we will be there also to watch that. So that must be something that's fantastic. You get to race. Have you raced with your 3 sons before?
Yes, we made several races last year and this year. I raced with some of them, even in the historic cars, and we tried, and we will drive at the qualification race. So we tried if it works.
Well, everyone at the 24H series would like to see you here racing with your sons in this series.
We will come. We have a Porsche Cayman GT4, and we will come here and we'll race here in that racing series because it's so friendly. Everyone, it's perfect. It's perfect organization. I can tell it again, and we love it to be here.
Thanks. Thank you very much for joining us. Great to have you here. Fingers crossed for the class win. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I know. Only half an hour. Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Love the story, Joe, of anybody
Great,
who runs old Porsches, 1970s Porsches, excellent stuff. Joe, need to start thinking about the Spirit of the Race Award. We've got half an hour left. Okay, what's your vote?
Well, you know what? Everybody would expect me, having been that side of the garage door, would be to look towards the WC BMW and the attitude it is. But, you know, it's going to be a bit different, this one. What I've really liked about the number 18 Audi from Phoenix Racing is how they addressed the tactics and how they've gone about their job this weekend. They had amateur drivers in there that weren't quite as quick, who is as quick as Pierre Caffer, but they adjusted their tactics and their strategy. Michael Doppelmayr was used as strategically as they possibly could. So my nomination for the Spirit of the Race and the Spirit of Endurance Racing is the number 18 Phoenix Audi.
Okay, Joe, we'll take that into our consideration. Ben and Nick have already given me their choices. I like to.
Did you give your choice?
No, I haven't.
You're not allowed to.
I'm staying out unless we need a casting vote.
Okay, so we've got one for Phoenix, one for the Swedes, and one for WEC.
Yeah. Now, Rob up in London, who is our producer for this, is a big racing fan. He's been watching and listening. The responsible adult also have been as well. So I'm going to get them to throw in as well. Vortex has come up again as well, of course, as well it might, with 2 cars that needed fixing and are still running. Joe mentioned WEC, BMW, that was Ben's choice. Nick has gone for Alfab and the McLaren, a minimum amount of everything here. How Swedish is that? Let's just do things quietly and neatly. They could have only been more Swedish if they put together a lunch of meatballs and some flat pack furniture in the first pit garage towards pit out.
And had a sauna.
And had a sauna as well. Yes, very, very good point. We'll give you a final choice on that in just a few moments' time. The Dogs Bar Can car is back in the pit lane for its final stop.
Can Barcelona.
Yeah.
I know where to send Jumbo next time I'm in Barcelona then, don't I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jumbo being my dog, by the way.
So, yellow flag at turn 12 on the circuit. That, again, is the entrance to Fagnes. That's just disappeared as I speak about it. Front of the field, it's back up to 26 seconds again. That was a slow lap by Charles Esplanade. He must have hit a little bit of traffic.
It's not over yet, though. We still have pit stops.
I think we do for CP, unless they've got more fuel in than I expected. And when was the 18 last in?
I'm sure we're owed something from the 18, are we not?
32 minutes ago. So that's going to be tight. They might be able to go to the end, you know. They might be able to go to the end.
91 definitely owes us a pit stop.
Oh yeah, that's been out for 3 days now and not stopped. Well, it is that time now for our spirit of the race, and by majority verdict of the RSL team here, it is going to be the BMW of WEC, the Blue E46. Honourable mention to McLaren, but it is the E46, that car. They're trying to get... Both cars, I think, are in the pit lane at the moment.
No, the BMW's back out yet.
Oh, well, there you go. The McLaren isn't going to finish because they didn't have the spare oil seal for the turbo.
They might not be here to pick up the trophy as well.
Well, that's a good point. WEC have been given the Spirit of the Race award. Hashtag this is endurance. That's an E46 BMW. That, I mean, the car, if the car could talk, what stories it would tell.
Yes.
No doubt on that at all. So congratulations to the whole team for David Cox, Adam Sharpman, George Haynes, the all-English team in the 339 WEC Motorsport Spirit of the Race for the 12 hours, Hankook 12 hours of Spa. Right, now 25 minutes to go. Sunshine once again gracing the 7 kilometres, 4 miles of this circuit. Down towards the hairpin at the source for the red and white Audi. Now diving down, 25 minutes to go. There are 78 seconds between the top three. And CP Racing, and maybe Joe Bradley dare go down there and go and have a look at the faces at CP and see if he thinks they're coming back in again for another stop.
We still have that battle that I was telling you about 15, 20 minutes ago between the two Porsches for the lead in 992. It is now down to 2.7 seconds. It does seesaw quite a lot. Yannick Redon does seem to be struggling in the middle part of the lap. Here it is then. Here's Antti Burri at the head of our field. Oh, yeah. Vortex spins again in the background. That's not unusual.
At the exit of the final chicane.
At least he's varying it up because it's been the first corner for a couple of times. So now he's got back going again. So yes, Antti Burri does seem less strong in the first and the last sector. Yannick Redon losing time in the middle sector of the lap, and that has seesawed between 3.7 as it is now and down to about 2.5. And Mercedes comes past, nearly gets squeezed off the track there by the Porsche in 21st position. So that's the E2P Racing Porsche, is it? Maybe? I don't think it is. I think that's the 904 machine, which is Kurt Henson, yes. The second of the Red Ant cars. And Charles Espenlaub getting past, but it will have compromised his pace, and again losing 5 seconds to Elia Earhart on that last lap. Leo Weiss faster by 3 seconds, but there's a gap of 50 between the Mercedes and the Ferrari, so don't see that changing unless something dramatic happens. Although, of course, we are still owed, we think, pit stops. We think, depending on how much fuel the Mercedes got, it's either can go to the end or can't, but it did pit under the yellow flag. What, Nicholas? That is exactly it. Yeah, that was a Will Buxtonism, wasn't it? It pitted under the last code 60, so we don't know how much fuel it took. It took half of what it needs to, but we don't know what's in there right now. That's one of the questions for our second place car. Phoenix Racing going to the end on the 18. Probably. because that did have a very long stop. And they did manage to get into the pits before the code 60, if you remember. So I think they probably can go to the end. There is our WEC BMW, now looking like it's got something of a cut tyre, perhaps, or is just a trick of the eye on the left front.
Yeah, I think so. There's so much that is deserving about this team. The car itself probably could have won the spirit of the race without the machinations of everything that's gone on around it. This is an E46 BMW of some vintage, and this actual chassis has been racing for a very, very long time indeed. But the team have... There's 3 or 4 times that lesser teams might have parked this car this weekend, and the regulations have allowed it to be dragged back into the paddock. They've had a go. They've done fuel pumps, fuel reserve valves. They've had other problems. It cut out completely to the point where the driver at the time couldn't even radio in and tell everybody that he'd stopped because he had no electrical power whatsoever, but have stayed out of everybody's way. Nice bit of courtesy there by the current driver, which is, I think...
There's Dave in the car, so...
It is Dave Cox in the car, yeah.
Daddy Cox with son Michael and Jason probably out and about doing work, because they both work as mechanics in endurance racing, so they probably are no longer able to drive this car as often as they would like, because they're too busy being professional mechanics.
Yeah. Joined this weekend by Adam Sharp, the semi-pro George Haynes, another AM from the UK. Nice use of the indicator by Dave Cox to let everybody know that which side he was going on. Vortex off the track at Eau Rouge and up into Radion, just bouncing over the curbs. Nasty moment there for the 701, Sebastien Lejeune. That is the better placed of the 2 Vortex. That's second in GTX. That's been a comeback for that team as well. They rebuilt the 702. Under 20 minutes to go now. Are we going to have any more drama? Still waiting for Herbert to come in. Still waiting for them to serve their now 20-second penalty. An hour and 15 minutes for Daniel Alleman. So they really have pushed the boat out there with the... There was some code 60 in the middle of that. About... 6 minutes. So what's that? About a lap of code 60. Sun right in our eyes now, breaking through the clouds. We've had fabulous weather, threatening clouds once or twice. Only Joe Bradley, of anybody,
got spat on.
Was rained on. Amazing that our resident little black rain cloud, Nick Damon, only got sunshine, which obviously shines on the righteous. We know that.
Still didn't make him smile.
Goodness me, he's very righteous. So just, I think, 2 or 3 spits and spots of rain down in the pit lane. And once again, a beautiful early evening here in Belgium. Coming up for the rest of the year, more European races to come. And we'll be off to Hockenheimring in mid-May, 13th to the 15th. And then the 24-hour portion of the season with the 24 hours of Portimao, 8th, 9th and 10th of July. That's a heck of a time to go down there if you've got some time off. Barcelona, 9th, 10th and 11th, another 24-hour race. Both of those straight through 24 hours. And then we finish with the 18th, 19th and 20th of November at Sebring. And again, that is all the way through. And if you're planning this far ahead, 13, 14 and 15 of January next year starts off the season again. And that, of course, is at the Dubai Autodrome. Well, we've been talking about the WEC team for some time. They have refused to lose, certainly refused to allow their car not to finish this race. Joe Bradley is down with Team WEC, the 339 BMW, right now in the pit lane.
I'm here with Peter Fry from Creventic, who's going to award the WEC team, the BMW team, the Spirit of the Race Award, and George Haynes from the team.
That we really want, but it's good to be recognised for something that we've done this weekend.
Well, it's kind of like the team who didn't know when to give up, isn't it? You know, George?
Yeah, the one thing I've learned out of racing for the last 20 odd years, you can never ever give up, because if you do give up, we don't know what might happen. We only needed one more car to have an issue today, and we could have been in with a chance of a podium.
Exactly, that's the spirit. Now then, how old is that car? Because we've been speculating.
It's a bit vintage now. I think we should be doing Silverstone Classic in it this year, not the 12-hour of Spa. It's 2003, so nearly 20 years old.
And has it been racing since 2003?
On and off, yes. Yeah, and we've been racing that car for the last 5 years, and it's been good. It's been really good mechanically, and driving it around, it's a pleasure to drive. It's just had a few electrical gremlins where it's been sat for a couple of years, not being used, possibly, I'm not sure. But it's still great to drive, and every time you go for a Rouge, it's absolutely mega.
Now, John,
you're in.
John, you may recognise the surname. Did you say Howden is your cousin?
Yeah.
So Howden Haynes is this man's cousin, and he said he's had a beer at a garden party or two with you. Has Howden had a look at the car and offered any kind of engineering?
No, he hasn't. I always try and get him to get involved, but no, he's too busy doing more important stuff than that. I did drive with him at Alton Park last year in a Citroen, which was quite good fun.
George, you go and show him that trophy, and he will be here next time.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I will do, definitely. Thank you.
Congratulations to everybody in the team, because you've really kept things going. That's the true spirit of #ThisIsEndurance, George. And pass that on to everybody. Cracking recipient of the Spirit of the Race Award for Spa here.
Howden, a bit of applause in the back. Howden Haynes, the multiple Le Mans winning lead engineer for Audi Sport and Yost Racing, came to prominence, of course, in Truth in 24, both versions of that. And a man, along with Dave Ward, behind Progressive Racing. Quite a lot of the teams actually are not using the Progressive drink systems there, and pretty much ubiquitous in endurance racing, right up the WEC level. And they do a lot of clever engineering. Howden and Dave prepping some very nice old GT cars and some old Super Tourers as well at Progressive. That's the cousin that was being talked of there. George Haynes down in the pit lane as part of WEC, our Creventic Spirit of the Race Award. And thank you to them. Very honourable mention to Alfab for the McLaren team, who turned up with the minimal amount of everything. But they'll have their chance. Do you know what? There's sunshine here. And it's raining on the pit straight. It's raining on the pit straight. I can see spots of rain. If I look at the black on the other side, it is raining on the pit straight. Joe Bradley, my eyes aren't deceiving me there. It's actually raining quite heavily now on the pit straight out of a blue sky. Am I going mad? Well, to answer that question.
No, I can see that too. And I'm not sure it's rain that's going to affect the circuit at this stage, but I mean, as you say, it's pretty blue sky out there. And
that's more than the odd spit or spat, Joe. Can you feel it in the pit lane?
Oh yes. As I was talking to George about the Spirit of the Race, it's coming down now. I can feel it. I don't know if you can see it. It's very, very light. You may be able to just get it in the sunlight. But whereas before it was just the odd, literally the odd drop that I found on my hand or on my head, now it is falling properly. How much time have we got, guys? 'Cause I've lost track.
13 minutes.
Oh. You know what? It's one of those showers that can actually just come, or it can just stay like this. If it stays the way it is, hardly any rain dropping, just the odd spot, we'll get away with it. There's a lot of heat in the track temperature because the sun's been on it all day. So little splashes that we have now, odd drops, won't have any effect. But if it decides to just go boosh, then we're in trouble. In fact, it's beginning to go boosh as I'm speaking to you. I can feel it more and more on my head.
Thank you, Joe. Boosh being a proper meteorological term. Of course, there's a job for him at Météo France.
Update on my little battle that I've been following. It's gone out to 5.3 now. So Yannick Redon is struggling to keep the pace of Antti Burri. Antti Burri is a real proper racer, though. This is the 906 car, so this is the best of the older generation. This is the Van Barlo Motorsport machine. It's down in 12th position, so a couple of positions behind the newer version. And Bart Van Helden is aboard that car to the end. So the Van Barlo's giving way to their third driver to finish off the race. Does have a competitor in the 991 class, but quite a long way back. So we are on course to win that. But also, I think impressively, fourth of the 99192s.
Yeah, that to me, that is a very, very impressive run. We have been talking about them, of course we have. In comes the number 91 with 11 minutes to go. That's how close Herbeth were. My goodness me, 2 laps of code 60 and they could have got to the end. It's going to drop them away. And also coming in WTM, the Ferrari in 3rd position. Now there are laps between those two, but my goodness me, Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Yeah, we're going to have a driver change and a tyre change.
Yes, because they're running out of time for the driver in the car, I think.
That's the only reason that you would change drivers at this stage.
No, that's not right, actually. Sorry, Joe, I've led you a mistake there. They changed at the last stop, so it's Leo Weiss getting out.
We are putting less worn tyres on. They're brand new. They are not brand new by any stint of the imagination. So the Ferrari in, driver, as ever, driver taking the longest, but I'm sure they could have done without this.
Have they been allowed to do this because Herbert have pitted? If Herbert hadn't pitted, then they would have had to stay out. But because Herbert pitted, they can do this without losing any kind of positions at all.
Taking some time to get the fuel hose into the Herbert car down in the fueling area.
Remember, they were able to fuel that Ferrari to the brim because it pitted just before the last code 60. So they should have been able to go a bit longer than this. I would have thought they'd gone to the end with it.
Joe, I think it's worth asking the guys at the Ferrari pit, at the Wochenspiegel pit, if they had a problem there. Did they have a tyre going down?
I shall ask.
Yeah, thank you. Because I'm a little bit bemused. Ivo Breukers going for a splash of fuel at the end of this lap. Yep, in he comes down the endurance pit lane, as it's called. Meantime, the number 91 leaves the pit lane. And the spin right in front of that car, and it's another left rear puncture, I think, for the 34. The car collection machine. There's certainly lots of smoke coming out from underneath the left rear. Oh, maybe not, but there's something not right with that car. And again, it's left hand down on that car as they drive through. This is the car that was in 6th position for Tim Muller and 3rd in GT3. Meantime, Joe Bradley is down at Ferrari.
The bronze driver for the 22 Ferrari was 8 minutes short for his driving time.
Right, okay.
He'd done 52 minutes. They needed 8 more minutes, would you believe?
Right.
It's a right rear puncture.
It's a right rear puncture. I saw smoke coming out from under the left-hand side of the car, but it had all the looks of a puncture. I just picked the wrong side. So that's both. We've had 2 left punctures and 1 right here.
Mercedes just went past me, and that was a really slow lap, a 2:52 from Charles Espenlaub. It sounded as though he might be lifting and coasting, but now looking at his time, I would say that he's perhaps nursing an issue. 10 to 12 seconds slower in the middle part of the lap. It's slow around the whole lap. Is he trying to get to the end without pitting? He doesn't need to now because the cars behind have pitted.
Yeah, the gap to the lead has got out to 90 seconds. Yeah. 90 seconds. When it seemed like it was 20 seconds 5 minutes ago.
I think there's something wrong with that Mercedes then, because if he needed to pit, he could have pitted. There's so much of a gap behind him that he wouldn't have lost position. But he came past, and it didn't sound like he was on even half throttle.
So another limp back to the pits for the car collection 34. My goodness me. Car collection number 34 with another puncture, as we've been talking about, and a big spin at the top of Radion last time around. It's the right rear this time. So they're going to be waiting to get that car in
Espinlaub has done a 50-second first sector. The Ferrari and the Audi around him does a 40. CP have definitely either trying to get this car to the end without pitting, which seems unnecessary because if they pitted, they would not lose a position, or they're limping a hurt car to the flag.
Joe Bradley in the pit lane. Joseph?
Yes. There's too much happening. I've got the car collection car coming in with the right puncture and the CP car. I'm heading down to CP, guys, to see if the reason Charles's pace is dropping off is due to an issue.
I think it's as simple as what Ben's been saying. As the third place TCR car comes in and serves a penalty, so that was GSR Motorsport taking its 10-second penalty to finish that. Spots of rain up at Brussels on the camera, but that's just blowing through. It's stopped now on the front straight. Oh my goodness me, could there be any more drama? 6 minutes to go.
I want to see what the gap between Mercedes and Ferrari is, because maybe there isn't enough of a gap for the Mercedes to come in,
drop back in
and do a fuel stopping out. It's going to take a minute just to drive through the pits, let alone.
Yeah, and they're only 2 minutes ahead. That's the point.
Is that now accurate? I don't know if that's now accurate.
I think it is accurate. Yeah, I think it is. It's 2 minutes.
Listen to him. He's backing off like it's the end of the race, halfway down the straight into turn one.
Well, we know that they didn't get full fuel allowance because they stopped at the last full course purple. Joe Bradley is with Shane Lewis. Problem or fuel saving at CP, Joe?
Shane, as you would say, what's going on?
What's going on is there's a heavy stress level here right now. If you see by the lap times on the board what we're doing, we've never stretched fuel this long. We're in the most conservative map. Charles is like lifting and coasting. I bet he's not even using the brake pedal. 5 minutes to go. I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty big gamble just in case somebody in the lead, but well, I don't know if it's right now. Yes, we want to win class, but our shot overall is really, really important to us as well. So,
do you guys notice the Ferrari stop? Was there any thought of stopping then?
Well, there were some drive time problems for a lot of guys. We were surprised they stopped right before the 2 hour mark, because then there's no way of drive time for the driver. So we went just beyond, put Charles in, he was going to finish it out. Obviously, we didn't have the pace and where we were fuel-wise, we're looking for another code 60, but why in the world those top guys would have to do a driver's change at the very end? That was their mistake.
8 minutes short on their bronze driver.
Exactly, 8 minutes. I wouldn't have done it.
would have buffed it out. I take it you've, because of this fuel issue and this lifting and coasting, thoughts of an overall win, you've kind of shelved?
Yeah, and you have to be really careful out there because the other competitors are used to where you're braking in a GT3 car. They know those points. So it's one thing to just say, hey, I'm going to lift and coast and do whatever, but people behind you, they're anticipating you going to a place. So it's not just a matter of you conserving. You have to have eyes all over the place making sure.
Do you think that last code 60, when you only got 50% of your fuel, did that hurt you?
That killed us, more than hurt us, yeah. Yes.
All right, man, I'm not going to say anything more.
It's all good, buddy.
Charles?
If I were in charge of this outfit, Joe, I don't think I could stand to take these kind of risks. But fortunately, I have really smart guys who are taking the risks, so hopefully they are that smart.
That's why you pay them, Charles. That's why we pay them.
Exactly.
Thanks, man.
Down at CP then, that's the story. Didn't just hurt us, it killed us, that last full course purple. So now the question is, can Georg Weiss turn up the wick and start to pull in with just a couple of laps to go? How close can he get to Esplanade? If there's a cough and a splutter, that is the battle for first and second in Pro-Am between CP and Wochenspiegel. Phoenix are going to win this unless they have a problem, and I don't think they've got any kind of issue, he says Heindorf. Best to check what I'm talking about here. So that is the 18 car. 56 minutes that car has been running. So again, that's getting close, but surely they haven't miscalculated.
Did they pit under the last code?
They pitted
60?
They pitted just, I think they pitted just before it, didn't they? They got
yes,
in and
they got
full
the full
fuel.
Yes, that's that car. Yeah, okay.
There was a couple of cars that did that. Oh my goodness me. So close for CP to an overall. It looks like they're going to take GT3 AM, or will they? GT3 AM, yes they will, because GT3 AM, it is Herbert who are a full lap back on them. and more, actually. But will they get second overall? Phoenix Audi, from CP Mercedes, from WTM Ferrari. That's your top three. A Pro-Am, an Am, a Pro-Am.
In the battle for the 992 category, Yannick Redon came into the pits just a few moments ago. So he has given up that battle. He needed a splash and dash. We don't know whether Antti Burri needs the same thing. In fact, Antti Burri has actually made up a position on the car collection Audi that last time through. So he's up into 6th position. But that battle was so close. It was within 2.5 seconds. But ultimately, not quite enough fuel to get to the end for Yannick Redon.
Our London producer, Rob, who, as I said, was a student of the sport, he says this is shades of GT2 class in the Spa 24 Hours in 2003. Stefano Telli coasting down the hill with the engine turned off to save fuel behind the safety car at the end of the race. It was very wet that year, though, as Rob rightly remembers.
Possible last lap, says our timing screens. And that will be music to CP Racing's ears. They need as fewer laps as possible. This is the leader of TCR going slowly.
Very slowly. The 102, the home guard. VW Golf now, is he just waiting for the overall leader? He's got a gap. TCR
yeah, he's
leader.
got a big gap.
He's got a big gap. He doesn't have to go to another lap. He's completed 231 lap. He's coming to the end of 232. TCR is only completed 230, the second car, which is the Rally Keep by Todd car.
Waiting for...
So they don't want to do another lap.
Waiting for Phoenix Racing to pass, who
Yes.
are in the final sector of the lap. We're waiting for the clock to go down to 0. Where are they? Which part of the last sector of the lap? Are we going to see the checker flag this time by? It's going to be just after. Here is the start and finishing line. Where is...
Here they come. 5, 4,
Oh, no,
3,
it's the last lap board still.
2, 1. Last lap board has just got out. And that is a spin at the final corner as well by the E2P Porsche. And the second place car has just lost the lead lap. That's how slowly he's having to go. Charles Esplanade will have to do another 4 miles, 7 kilometers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, because WTM are about to come round and start the same lap. WTM are on the same lap as second. So they can't afford to stop and not get to the line. If WTM drive by CP on this lap, they will take the position. But where's the 22? They're miles back. They were closer than this. So are they having troubles as well? Surely not.
No, but they've got Georg Weiss, who is the AM driver in that car, so it can't go to the pace that it might do in the hands of his son, Leo.
It was still 16 seconds quicker last lap around than CP.
That spinner, by the way, was Ben Klukas in the E2P Racing Porsche.
Thank you. Red and white car.
Got back going again just now, actually. Yellow flag flew for quite a bit.
Still a few drops of rain. There goes Georg Weiss. He's 1 minute and 8 seconds behind, but he is on the same lap as Esplanade. So if that 85 car stops on this last lap and the 22 goes by, that will be a proper pass for position. Car collection running again. Tim Mueller, they'll be third in GT3 ARM so long as they can keep it together. But what a run by Phoenix. The ebb and flow of the Phoenix Racing team. It's going to be Elia Earhart who brings it home. Patrick Krupinski, the AM driver. Pierre Caffer, the pro driver, along with Michael Doppelmayr, another AM driver. So two AMs, an AM plus and a pro is going to get the job done. Down at the bottom of the hill, still holding their breath in CP Racing's pit to see if that number 85 gets to the end. The leader soon to become the winner of the second European round of the Hankook 24-Hour Series 2022. The Hankook 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps is won by Phoenix Audi.
Fantastic, fantastic run of things from Elia Earhart, and the strategy really playing into their hands at the end. Works it so well. Joe Bradley nominating them as Spirit of Race because of what they were able to do with the strategy, with their gentleman drivers. And now the flag falls for second place CP Racing. They've managed to do it. Here's Joe Bradley.
Congratulations, Pierre. You're more than just a driver of this car. I've been watching you all race. You're working with the engineers, working the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were quite unlucky in the beginning of the race, but today, in the end, it was quite a nice battle between the Mercedes and the Ferrari, and it's nice to see how the championship is growing here in Creventic. And now I think it was Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari, and Porsche. So the first 4 places, 4 different brands. What can be better?
Fabulous. But you guys really worked your AM drivers into the strategy, and it's what's paid off. It backfired on the Ferrari team, but you guys worked it so well.
Yeah, but I think this is what is the nice thing on this championship. You need to be together as a team, and you need to work together as a team. And this is one of the key points here in this championship, and this is why I like this Creventic series. It's really nice.
Fabulous, fabulous, Pierre Cava. Isn't it fabulous that this man has got so much experience, and yet look at that smile. Look at that smile. He still loves winning.
It's not often.
Do you know what? He has been involved in some epic battles around the world of motorsport as a pro driver, and look at the emotion there. That is why live sport, live motorsport, endurance racing, he's lived every second of the last 12 hours. Overpressure warning on the Car Collection Motorsport dash, the purple dash. They've got another problem on that. Have they crossed the line? Yes, they have.
Yeah.
That was another tyre pressure warning on that car. 2 left rears and 1 right rear. Spattered windscreens all around, and now with rain on them as well for the last 12 minutes, which didn't really materialise into much. Good heavens, that had everything. That had everything, Ben.
We saw the leader in TCE going slowly on the last lap, but it didn't amount to much, and Holmgaard Motorsport did get themselves over the line. 17th overall, and best TCE and best TCR racer. A couple of laps, in fact, ahead of the Cupras TCR of Real Equipe by Total Car. Jorge Bele Rios taking that car over the line. So a really good battle from them as well. Best of the TCX's Voluga's Bradley Ellis, even though he stopped at the first corner, did get that car to the line. And there's been, I mean, wherever you look on the entry list, there is stories to tell from all of our cars that have not only finished, but the ones that didn't manage to finish. So much to talk about. I wonder whether the CP can get to the Parc Ferme.
I'm not sure I would have even risked another lap.
Just park it up.
I think I'd have pulled straight round into the end of the pit lane.
Their last sector of the last lap, there was a push. After laps and laps and laps of just cruising around, Charles Espinlab did do the last sector flat out.
He was less than a minute ahead at the end of Georg Weiss. I mean, you know, like 57 seconds, it's okay, but a cough, a splutter, he'd have been in trouble. And they both started the last lap, so that would have been a pass for position. Let me give you a quick rundown of the overall positions and the winners in class. Pro-Am and winning overall. Phoenix, we've talked about them. CP Racing in second, take the GT3 Am category. Third for the Ferrari, second in the Pro-Am. Winning GT3 in 5th overall, Jutta Racing. 992 category, won by HRT in 6th position overall. Winning GT3, EBM came through at the end. No, to check that, I'm sorry, just an update. HRT, where's GT3 gone? GT3 was Jutta, excuse me. Winning 992 was Red Camel. 991 was the 906 of Van Berlo Motorsport. GT4, Team ACP Tangerine, BMW, GTX, 911 Racing, TCR, Holmgaard Motorsport, and TCX, Voluga. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with more winners.
Michael. I'd just like to say congratulations, Michael.
Oh, thanks a lot.
You are the bronze driver, but you played a part in it.
Thank you very much.
I know, we've already spoken to Pierre. He has a big smile.
Yes, thank you. It was very good.
and we like it.
We do indeed. Thanks, Michael. Let's have a look at the, if we're going to stay down here, guys, we've got the CP guys who've just pulled up at the second place overall board. So there may be class winners as well. So Charles, that was a big sigh of relief, what?
Oh yeah, that was a big sigh of relief. It's, I would say it's like being an expectant father. You're pacing outside that room when you can't do anything but hope that all the numbers are right and everything's there. But these guys did a fantastic job, both of them, and our engineer was awesome, our strategist, all those guys.
So forget CP as well. You did a job as well, Charles.
I think I did okay, yeah, for an old guy, it was all right.
You did all right. Hey, I've got to ask you, Charles. That was the slowest laps I've ever think I've seen you drive. What was that all about?
We had to save a little fuel there at the end, with everybody trying to play out their strategy and stuff. So they were giving me the fuel number to hit, and I was trying to hit it. I got pretty close. We made it all the way back to pit lane on the cool down lap.
What does the fuel gauge say? How close were you?
0 point something. We wouldn't have made another lap for sure.
Really, that is fantastic. You guys, you know what? Sometimes you have to roll the dice, and it paid off. Second overall, fabulous, and the class win.
We like that. We like the class win, but it's really nice to be on that overall podium.
Yeah, you guys have won overall before, though, haven't you, I believe?
Have we ever actually? No. We've had a couple of seconds, but that's about it. So we've been close a few times. But it's still, I say you earn those podium finishes with a lot of hard work, and then the wins are just sort of a little special gift.
And great for the championship, guys. I know you are former champions in this series. That was on live television, everybody.
We don't care. We're just so happy right now.
Brothers
Thank you.
here, brothers.
All right.
Unofficially, I think that takes them to the head of the championship in GT3 AM in the European Championship. They'll be just behind Phoenix Racing in the overall GT3 Championship. They lead the Championship of the Continents in GT3 AM and GT3. That's CP Racing I'm talking about there. So fantastic result for those guys, equaling their best ever. I think we went through the
home guard, mate.
Go ahead, Joe, with the TC winners.
TCE winners. Jonas, that it's been an eventful race, I think, for pretty much everybody, you guys included.
Yeah, we had a perfect race, first time in a long time. Everything's made our way, so that's fine.
Little bit of rain on the windscreen towards the end. Did that gather your thoughts?
Yeah, too much scary for me. We had a lot of laps to the second place, so we take it easy and make it home.
It's a family team, Jonas. It must be a great feeling to be here, going to be standing on the top step of the podium with your family.
Yeah, we're losing together and winning together, and now we celebrate today.
We saw you going very slowly, so you had our heart rate on the last lap. What was happening there?
I saw the rain, and we were on slick tires. You don't know actually how much rain is coming, so we knew we have a lot of space to the second place. So they talked to me and say, come down.
And that's why you're going to stand on the top step. Well done. Well done to everybody at Home Guard Racing. Congratulations.
TCE and TCR winners there. The cars in Parc Fermé. So that brings to a close the 12 hours of the SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS, the Hankook, second round of the Hankook European Series. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to all of the class winners. And a reminder that we'll have more coverage for you through the whole of the rest of the season. It's the Hockenheim Ring next, 13th, 14th and 15th of May. Then we start the 24 hours in Europe with Portimao in July, Barcelona in September, and then round off the whole season with the finale and the finale to the Champion of the Continents series as well, 18th to the 20th of November at Sebring in Florida. And those last three races are all straight through. So the unofficial full results then, let's rattle through them at the end of 12 hours of racing. Phoenix from CP from W TM Racing will stand on the podium. 2 class winners there as well. Herbeth are the unlucky 4th place Porsche team, just off the podium, although they will take 2nd in GT3. Then it's Jutta Racing, HRT take the 992 category in the top 6 for a cup car. That's outstanding. Car Collection had their problems, punctures, rear punctures, 2 at the left, 1 on the right at the end of the race as well. They're 3rd in GT3. Santalock Racing for Audi in 4th and 8th overall. Red Ant 2nd in 992. EBM takes 2nd in GT3 and 10th position overall. The 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, they had an unassailable lead when they didn't restart this morning. Problems with that car, they had to reprogram it. Then they were short on fuel and had to come in very early. They lost a lap early on, but fought back to 11th position. Another class winner in 12th, that's the 991 Cup class, in the top dozen. That's a great run from Van Berlo Motorsport, Marcel and Glenn Van Berlo with Bart van Helden in that car. Speed Lovers, another Cup car, 992 in 13th, as was Porsche Lorient Racing, not without their problems. They were facing the wrong way a couple of times. Team ACP win GT4 in 15th overall in the GT. 911 Racing in GTX take their category. CWS came through from a horrible day yesterday to 2nd in class and 17th overall in the Ginetta. VDEC Racing by JJ Motorsports, 3rd in GT4. They'll stand on the podium, as will E2P Racing in 19th overall. They're 2nd in 991. The Vortex, 2nd in GTX after their problems for Lionel Amarouche, Philippe Bonnell and Sebastien Leger. Red Ant Racing, 992 Cup car in 21st. Westland Racing, 4th in GT4 in 22nd. Leipert, awful problems yesterday. Lost a lot of time with an alternator problem. Ran like a train once they'd put it right. And that Huracan Super Trofeo comes home 3rd in GTX. Car Collection round off the top 2 dozen in 24th position. NKPP by HRT facing the wrong direction and with a clutch problem. Vickys Bessem put them down to 6th in class and 25th in the GTs. Alfab, the McLaren, had a turbo oil seal problem that took them out of a potential win in GT4. Also problems for the Bentley of Baudard Racing. Accident damage took them out of contention. The 702 Vortex was rebuilt. It did come back to life after the accident from Gilles Courtois and finishes in 28th position, 4th in class. The Bugera ZM Racing GT4 416 had an accident as well. And the RD Signs Super Trofeo went out backwards into the wall at Eau Rouge yesterday. It's a win for golf, for VW and for Holmgaard Motorsport. Magnus and Jonas Holmgaard with Roy Edlund and Martin Wiedel Mortensen. They take the win for Denmark with a token non-Dane in there, but Roy said he was going to be Danish this weekend. They win ahead of the 1-2-3. That's the Cupra TCR of Totcar Rail Equip. GSR are in 3rd. Best of the TCXs, the CS, the Club Sport Veluga car, the 205. Then it was Wolf Power in 5th. BBR in 6th, getting points for the championship after that car had an accident yesterday with brake failure. Baporo in 7th. 8th and 2nd in TCX for the Ligier, which did go to the end, not without a few rotations. In fairness, PRV come home 3rd in TCX ahead of Knocker Racing. They were robbed, weren't they? Into the wall at the end of the race, last couple of hours, and that car dropped down to 7th in class when they looked on for a win in TCR. PCR in 11th position. WEC Motorsports up to 4th in TCX, just off the podium, but took the Spirit of the Race award. They were ahead of Kogamo, APO Sport and AC Motorsports, all with problems and ending up not finishing the race. That's your TCE results from Spa.
are on the podium, just about to go ahead with our trophy presentation for all of our classes here at the 12 Hours of Spa. Nick, I tell you what, mate, I nearly lost my breath there at the end there because there was so much happening on track. I know I nominated for the Spirit of the Race Award the winning number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi, and that was because of their strategy and how they factored in their bronze driver, their AM driver.
Yeah, Michael Doppenmeyer, obviously not the quickest of the team, and they were very clever in using him at the beginning, surprisingly, at the beginning of each half of the race. Normally you get your fastest guy in there, get out of the lead. But they thought, hang on a second, it's a 12 Hours of Spa. The first lap's under safety car, that's 10 minutes of the time gone straight away, and you got more chance getting code 60s, and they hit pay dirt in the second half of the race when there's a lot of code 60 in those first 30 minutes.
And a team that did the exact opposite, leaving themselves 8 minutes short for their bronze driver, was the Wochenspiegel Ferrari, wasn't it? And arguably, whether that cost them second place is a thing that we'll argue over a beer later on, probably.
Well, given CP's problems as doing their fuel saving towards the end, you would say that almost certainly that was a mistake by the Wochenspiegel team. All I can say is I do have Paul Trustwell's number.
So TCE, do you think that race was lost completely by Noka with that accident?
Absolutely. They've been cruising the whole way through. I think it was a surprising thing. A car came in, couldn't see what the problem was because I saw the back of the car, went round. That was a very, very severe impact. Did you ever find out who it was they hit?
No, we didn't. We didn't find the other protagonist in that contest. We came to Spa with the kind of open mind as to how the changes here were going to affect things. I kind of foresaw that the proximity of the gravel traps would perhaps bring about the code 60s quite frequently, but it also created punctures and all sorts of issues, didn't it?
And I think it created a more sensible style of driving as well. I think the biggest indication, I think, of the change in the way people were driving up there at La Source, where because people were staying away from going too wide, because of course you now go too wide rather than go on a lovely little bit of tarmac runoff, it's gravel. They were coming in tight, which is why we're seeing so many people either being crushed in the little instance we had, or those spins. So yeah, drivers had to alter the way they were driving. Actually, the gravel traps didn't cause many problems as I thought it was. There wasn't as much gravel pulled in the track as there could be, and people were a little bit more sensible, so we didn't have as many code 60s either. But I think good members. I'll be interested to see when the really big cars go around here.
Nick, I've just had the signal from Peter Fry over your shoulder. The results have been issued. Thank you so much. Thanks to Ben, who's helped John out in the booth. We've had a great race, guys. Thanks to Rob in London in our studio. We're about to go ahead with our trophy presentation, and it'll be me who'll be shouting up very loudly in a moment or two.
First podium, immediately special one. GT overall.
I'm Mathieu Letry, I'm 25 years old and I drive for AC Motorsport. I enjoy a lot the endurance race. So 3 years ago, Stéphane Perrin invited me to join us and the team for doing the 24 Hours of Portimao, and it was a really great experience. It was my first 24 Hours race, and yeah, since that I do all the race with us, and yeah, it's really nice, really good organization. Really cool tracks, so yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's the best track in the world. And now with the new gravel trap, it's really challenging because the Spa lost the challenge with all the tarmac trap. Now with the gravel, it's really a good challenge for the drivers, so it's really cool. Of course, Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge, you have to pass it flat, and it's not easy. You have to have big bolts, and yeah, it's really challenging. Yeah, you have zero place to do mistakes. Now you have to be really careful to not going into the gravel trap because you lost the race. So yeah, you just have no place to mistake now. Yeah, just no problems with the car, no mistake on the track, good pace, and yeah, that's the key for the endurance race.
Welcome to the podium trophy presentation, everybody, for the fourth Hankook 12 Hours of Spa. And please welcome onto the podium, in third place, it's car 22. That's the WTM Racing Ferrari of George Weiss, Leonard Weiss, Joachim Kronbach, and Daniel Kalewitz. In second place, we have the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, and Shane Lewis. And the winners of the fourth Hankook 12 Hours of Spa, it's the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, and Patrick Krupinski. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the winning team. Big round of applause, everybody, our winners. And please welcome to the podium to present our trophies, Monsieur Jean Dubois from the Circuit de SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS and Mr. Gary Willems from the Creventic organisation. In third place, the WTM Racing Ferrari, George Weiss, Leo Weiss, Joachim Kronbach, and Daniel Kalewitz, being presented with their third place trophies. And the second place trophies to the CP Racing Mercedes team. Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, and Shane Lewis. And the winning trophies of the fourth Hankook 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps goes to the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi team of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, and Patrick Krupinski. We will also present to the WTM Ferrari team the Pro-Am class trophy for second place in the Pro-Am class, and the Pro-Am class trophy for a Pro-Am class win for the overall winner, Phoenix Racing. So trophies for our overall win here in the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and also the Pro-Am class trophies going to Phoenix Racing for Pro-Am class in first place, and in second place in Pro-Am was the WTM Ferrari. Okay, gentlemen, I know you've got a lot of trophies there, but we are going to try and raise them in the air for the photograph. Raise your trophies high in the air. And a big round of applause, everybody. The 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. A very hard-fought race. And now, gentlemen, the champagne! Well done, everybody. That's the way to spray champagne. Congratulations once again to our overall GT winners. And our next trophy presentation will be for our Touring Car Endurance Series winners. So we will just replenish the champagne and trophies for the Touring Car Endurance Series overall winners. Well done once again to the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi, CP Racing in second place, and the WTM Racing, that's the Wackenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari, in third place. Please welcome to the podium, in third place in TCE and indeed TCR, it's the number 105 GSR Motorsport Volkswagen team, Ernesto Globdit, Rolandus Salis, Mandogas Liatukis. And in second place is the number 123 Rail Equipe by Totkar Sport, Cupra of Jorge Belloc, Diaz Jorge Belloc, Ruiz, I should say, and Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre. And the winners of the Touring Car Endurance Series for the fourth Hankook 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, Car 102, Holmgaard Motorsport Volkswagen, Magnus Holmgaard, Jonas Holmgaard, Roy Edlund, and Martin Vedel Mortensen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations, everybody, our TCE podium. And please welcome back to present the trophies for our TCE winners, Monsieur Jean Dubois from the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps and Mr. Gary Willems from the Creventic organisation. And the first trophies being presented to the GSR Motorsport Volkswagen team of Ernesto Globdit, Rolandus Salis and Mindaugas Liatukis. Second place trophies to the Rail Equipe by Totkar Sport, Jorge Belloc Diaz, Jorge Belloc Ruiz, Alvaro Rodriguez Sastre. And the winners of the fourth Hankook 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps for the Touring Car Endurance Series, Holmgaard Motorsport, Magnus Holmgaard, Jonas Holmgaard, Roy Edlund and Martin Vedel Mortensen. And also trophies to be presented for TCR. This is the trophy for the TCR class win, which obviously our overall TCE winners are also form the TCR class. Again, another hard-fought 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Hang on, lady and gentlemen. I'll be asking you shortly to lift your trophies high in the air for the photograph. Thank you. Lady and gentlemen, please raise your trophies high in the air for the photograph. A big congratulations, our TCE winners. And now, everybody, the champagne! Thank you, everybody. our Touring Car Endurance Series winners for the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the fourth running of the 12-hour race here for the 24 Series European Championship. Well done, everybody. And a big congratulations to Home Guard Racing. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GT3 AM class. GT3 AM class for GT3 cars. And we just replenish the trophy and we'll get going with that in a moment. So everybody, please welcome to the podium in third place, after so much trial and tribulation, car 34, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi of Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff, Max Edelhoff and Tim Muller. In second place, it's the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Daniel Allemann, Ralph Born and Jürgen Haring. And the winners of GT3 AM, please welcome back Car 85, CB Racing's Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub and Shane Lewis. And once again, our trophies will be presented by Monsieur Jean Debois of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps and Mr. Gary Willems from Creventic. Third place to the Car Collection Motorsport, car 34, the Audi of Johannes Dr. Kirchhoff, Max Edelhoff and Tim Muller. In second place, the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Daniel Allemann, Ralph Born and Jürgen Haring. And the winners of the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps for GT3 AM, Car 85, CB Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub and Shane Lewis. Once again, trophies high in the air, gentlemen, trophies high in the air. And when we've had the photographs, let's go with the champagne! Our next trophy presentation will be for our 992 Porsche Cup class. And we're almost ready with the podium now. Please welcome to the podium in third place in 992. That's the number 909, the Red Camels Jordan Porsche of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers and Rick Breukers. In second place is car 929, that's the HRT Performance Porsche of Antti Berry, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen and Jim Roitinen. And can you also congratulate the number 903, the Red Ant Racing Porsche of Eden Redon, Bert Redon, and Yannick Redon, the winners of 992. The 992 AM class was also the 903 Red Ant Racing of the Redon family. HRT Performance was second, and please welcome in third place in 992 AM, it's the 979 team, the Speed Lover Porsche team, of Olivier Dons, Dominique Bastien, and John de Wilde. So third step of the podium for Speed Lover in the 992 AM class. Once again, trophies to be presented by Mr. Jean Dubois from the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and Mr. Doleman and Mr. Willems, also from Creventic. Congratulations to our 992 class overall and our 992 AM class. In third place in 992 was the Red Camels Jordan team of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Rick Breukers. In second place was HRT Performance of Antti Burry, Kari Pekka Laaksonen, and Jim Rautinen. And the winners of 992, that's the 903 Red Ant Racing's Eden Redon, Bert Redon, and Yannick Redon. And in third place in 992 AM, also on the podium, is the 979 Speed Lover Porsche of Olivier Dons, Dominique Bastien, and John de Wilde. Gentlemen, lift the trophies high. Now, guys, it's the champagne! Congratulations, our 992 Porsche classes. Red Ant Racing. Who win the 992 class overall and also the 992 AM class. Well done, everybody. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GTX Special GT car class. So please, can you welcome to the podium in third place in GTX, it's the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini of Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, and Tyler Cook. In second place in GTX, it's car 701, it's the Vortex team, Lina Lamarouche, Philippe Bonnel, and Sébastien Lajou. And the winner of GTX, that's the number 719. It's the 911 Racing Porsche of Georg Goda, Ralph and Martin Schluter. Please welcome to the podium to present our trophies for GTX, Monsieur Jean Dubois from the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps and Mr. Peter Fry from the Creventic organization. The Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini of Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, and Tyler Cook take a fine third place. In second place, the Vortex V8 team of Lina Lamarouche, Philippe Bonnel, and Sébastien Lajou. Their second place trophy is being presented now. And the first place trophies to be presented to the winners of GTX. That's the 911 Racing Porsche of Georg Goda, Ralph and Martin Schluter. Raise the trophies. Raise your trophies high in the air, gentlemen. High in the air for the photograph. And now, everybody, the champagne! Big round of applause, everybody, for our GTX class. We finally got the champagne flowing. Makes the trip worthwhile, Tyler. Our next trophy presentation will be for the 991 Porsche class, of which we have 2 cars that have taken trophies. Please welcome to the podium. It's the E2P Racing Porsche team of Pablo Berguera, Manuel Cintrano, and Ben Klukas. And the winner of 991 is the Van Berlo Motorsport by Baskuten Racing of Marcel Van Berlo, Bart Van Helden, and Glenn Van Berlo. Please welcome to the podium to present the trophies Mr. David Fink of Creventic and Monsieur Jean Dubois from the circuit, the SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS. Second place in the 991 class, E2P Racing, Pablo Berguera, Manuel Cintrano, and Ben Klukas. And the winning trophies being presented to the Van Berlo Motorsport by Baskuten, Marcel Van Berlo, Bart Van Helden, and Glenn Van Berlo. Congratulations, gentlemen. This is our 991 class. Please hold your trophies high in the air. And now, gentlemen, the champagne.
GT4.
Congratulations, everybody, on 991 Porsche class. The Van Berlos fighting over the champagne. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GT4 class. So GT4 trophy presentation coming next. Please welcome in third place in GT4, that's the VDEC Racing by JJ Motorsport, BMW M4 of Hagen Sari, Recep Sari, and Arthur Peters. In second place, it's the CWS Engineering Ginetta of Colin White, Freddie Tomlinson, and Mike Simpson. And in first place in GT4 for the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, Team ACP, Tangerine Associates BMW of Catesby Jones, Wim Spinoy, and Stephen Thomas. Mr. Jean Dubois will present the trophies again, and Mr. Peter Fry from Creventic. In third place, VDEC Racing by JJ Motorsport, Hakan Sari, Recep Sari, and Arthur Peters, their BMW M4. In second place, the CWS Engineering Ginetta G56 of Colin White, Freddie Tomlinson, and Mike Simpson. And the winners of GT4 for the fourth 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, it's the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW of Catesby Jones, Wim Spinoy, and Stephen Thomas. Congratulations, our GT4 class winners. Hold your trophies high in the air, gentlemen. And when you're ready, it's the champagne! Congratulations, everybody. Our next trophy presentation will be for our TCX Special Touring Car class. It's the one you've all been waiting for. We're about ready to get going, so please welcome to the podium in third place, Team PRV, Car 225 of Hervé Houdry and Christian Glotz. In second place is Car 221, the Swift Racing Ligier of Peter Dennis, Tim de Boer and Stephen de Wolf. And the winners of TCX, it's 205, it's Veluga, Bradley Ellis, Leodonis Lukash, Ria Lukash and Charlie Hollings. Third place trophies being presented by Ola Doleman and Monsieur Jean de Bois. Third place to PRV, their Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 of Hervé Houdry and Christian Glotz. Second place to the Swift Racing Ligier of Peter Dennis, Tim de Boer and Stephen de Wolf. And the winners of TCX is Veluga, Bradley Ellis, Leodonis Lukash, Ria Lukash and Charles Hollings. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please raise your trophies high in the air. And for the last time today, it's the champagne!